Right. I would like to reconvene the Common Council meeting that started on Tuesday, November 15th of 2022 and is now continuing on Wednesday, November 16th of 2022. A few things before we jump back in, just to orient everyone. We are still on item 1, which is Register 73264, the 2023 Executive Capital Budget as, here's Alder Curry, as amended by the Finance Committee. And with Alder Curry in the room, I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alders Madison. Here. Miadzi. Paulson.
Present, ready to finish tonight.
Fair. Tischler.
Here.
Verveer.
Here.
Vitiver. Wahelye. Here. Abbas.
I'm here.
Thank you. Alder Benford.
Present.
Bennett.
Here.
Carter. Alder Carter.
Present.
Thank you. Conklin.
Present.
Curry. Here. Evers.
Here.
Figueroa Cole. Here. Foster.
Here.
Furman. Present. Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Heck. Here. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we're on the capital budget amendments. We've dispensed with amendments 1, 2, and 8. We'll be starting with amendment 3. After we finish the capital budget, we'll go to the operating budget and proceed down the list. I intend to take the list in order as it is printed. You are all free to make whatever motions you would like to make. And I will just remind us all that we have a agreement as a body that we speak no more than twice on an item and for no more than a total of 10 minutes on an item. So we will be endeavoring to track that up here on the dais and let you know if you exceed, but it would be very much preferable if you would track that for yourselves and stay within those operating agreements. All right, with that, on Amendment 3 to the capital budget, President Furman, excuse me, I'm remembering my own procedures. Just to remind us all then, I will turn to the sponsoring Alder, ask for a second. I think it may work better if we go directly to questions and then have discussion. So we'll give the first discussion to the sponsoring Alder after questions for staff. So on Amendment 3, Alder Abbas, a motion, please.
Move motion to adopt.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded by Alder Vitiver. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 3? Alder Vitiver.
I just want Matt to take the stage. But Matt, if you could please help everybody understand what the county funding gives us and requires of us.
Sure, happy to. The county last week approved as part of their budget $1.5 million that can be used towards the construction of the public market. The amendment before you this evening is for $6 million of additional TID 36 funds, as well as that $1.5 million from the county. And as noted in the amendment language and some of the other memos that have been shared, the current gap is closer to 5.2 million. However, there's a desire to have some level of buffer in case construction costs increase beyond what we estimate they are at the current point in time, which is a possibility given that construction costs are still rising. So what the $1.5 million from the county provides us is with an opportunity that as we move forward in the months ahead and receive construction bids for the public market, we can first take a look at ways to reduce the total cost of the project. We can also accept these county funds into the capital stack along with the other funding that we've already received. And then we can use to $36 to kind of fill in that difference. The primary sort of caveat that is associated with the county funding is that when the county contributes capital dollars into a project such as this, they require an ownership share within the property, at least for the period of time that they have outstanding debt through their borrowing, which is probably going to be about, I'd say, 10 years at least. So what that would mean is that we would need to subdivide a portion of the public market property or building through a condominium division and then transfer that ownership of that condo unit to the county. We would likely include within that transaction the ability to buy that back once the county has met their obligations relative to their borrowing. But for a period of time, the county would share an ownership stake in that property along with the city.
And can you just talk a little bit about the process for the selling of the property, the buyback of the property, and the steps through council that would take?
Happy to. What we would need to do is we would need to create a condominium certified survey map, a CSM, that would basically create two lots where, right now, if you look at that property is a single parcel. And what this would do is it would create a separate parcel within that parcel that would be a condominium, not unlike residential condominiums, where we would come forward with the CSM to divide the property. We would also prepare a series of condo documents that would govern the relationship between the two condo units, just as is the case with a residential condo. And we would also likely negotiate a buyback provision where we would buy back or buy back our ownership interest or the county's ownership interest at a future date when the county no longer needed to have that interest.
And can you foresee any complications along that process?
I mean, there are, yes. I mean, there's certainly the opportunity for complications. Having whenever you have another party having an ownership interest in a property, you're going through the process of creating a CSM. So you have to subdivide the property. You need to legally define that. There'll need to be a condominium association arranged between the two entities because we will share a common property line. And it's not that these are insurmountable, certainly. I mean, this is done all the time, but it is definitely extra steps that we would have to go through in order to be able to use those funds.
And will the council be approving each of those steps, or will that all be at staff level?
The CSM may stop at the Plan Commission. I don't know that would go all the way to the council, but the purchases and sale agreement that we would have with the county to sell the unit to the county, that would be approved by the council, as would any condominium documents along with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Abbas. Questions?
And thank you so much. Matt, question for you. Could you please also just follow up to Alder Whitaker question on that particular parcel? Can you please also explain what else that parcel is being used?
Being used today or in the future?
In the future as well. If we do that condominium, there is police storage, evidence place, gas fueling. So just if you can educate council about that.
Yes. So the city currently owns the property free and clear, and we will continue to use portions of that property for city purposes. So we will maintain the fueling station that's on the property today. We will maintain, at least in the interim, the police evidence storage, although there's discussions about possibly relocating that at a future date. And so what we will do is in our lease, because we will be leasing the building and a portion of the property to the foundation. So that lease will define the leased area that is going to be the public market area run by the foundation. Excluded from that leased area to the foundation will be the fueling area and the police evidence storage. And what we would do through the lease is maintain access easements. So we would be able to 24/7, 365, have full access to the property to get to those city facilities. But the balance of the property would be leased to the foundation.
So in other words, with Dane County money, $1.5 million, the condominium lines will not be drawn on those particular area beyond public market construction area, correct?
That's correct. Most likely what we would do is we would condoize a portion of the Food Innovation Center. So it would be part of the actual building, effectively the south hall of the building.
So one more question is to create clarity. As a sponsor, I believe me and Alder Widower, our intent was to keep this $6 million and also accept $1.5 million from Dane County, was to give staff flexibility as staff is still working on the details of condominium. So I'm just curious, if we remove 6 million to 4.5, addition with county money 1.5 million, total 6. What are the plus and minuses? How do you see both amendments?
Well, kind of starting, if you have the $6 million of TID 36 funding plus the $1.5 million from the county, that provides us with a buffer between what we estimate the cost to be today and when we bid the project. And then we could make a determination in the future that if for whatever reason the bids don't come in as high as we're expecting now, or if we identify other sources of funding, theoretically what we could do is we could make a policy decision on whether or not to proceed with just the TIF funding or proceed with a combination of the TIF funding and the county funding. And we really don't have enough information to make that decision today, but it would be an option that we would have on the table. If this amendment only provided $4.5 million of TID 36 plus $1.5 million of county funding, then my guess is we would have to use the county funding because presumably the bids wouldn't come in that much lower than what we're anticipating today.
Excellent. Last question. I know there must be more alders in the queue. So could you please also briefly speak about the length and the health of TID 36 duration, so people who are listening can also understand when this TID is going to close, how much money it's going to generate, and also TIF review board process, how long that takes. So if you can provide a little bit summary about particular district.
Sure. TID 36, we anticipate at the end of this year we'll have a balance of about $22 million of cash. And the TID still has some outstanding commitments. It has some outstanding debt that needs to be repaid. There are some reimbursable costs that the city would like to reimburse itself for associated with the Livingston ramp and a couple other miscellaneous items. That by the end of this year, we, though, will have effectively enough cash to basically pay all of those outstanding commitments that we have today within that TID, including the $7 million for the public market already in the project plan. So one way of kind of looking at it, again, in very rough numbers, is that as of the end of this year, we will have enough money to do everything that's already been committed within the TID, and then to either really have 4 options moving forward. We could either, one, close the TID early. We could spend more money within the TID, such as for the public market project. We could donate funding into other TIDs in the community, such as South Madison, as has been discussed. Or we could do some combination of all of the above. We could, spend some more money in the TID, donate money to other TIDs, and even decide a few years down the road to close the TID early. That's really sort of the spectrum of options that are available. At this point, we would require both, obviously, the council approval and also the TIF Joint Review Board approval to spend any new funds whether they're in the district or in another district in the community. In other words, our project plan right now only calls for spending what was immediately before us to date. So regardless of where we're spending future funds, we will need to go back to the TIF Joint Review Board and get their authorization to do so. The process of amending a TID project plan is usually about a 3 to 4 month process. State statute outlines the steps that are involved. It involves several public hearings, several notices. There's 2 separate meetings of the Joint Review Board that need to be within a certain amount of time, but not too far from one another. And so when you add that all together, it's about a 3 to 4 month process.
Thank you so much, Matt. Really appreciate all the work.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions?
Yeah, thank you. Matt, can you go over how much funding that we've already given the public market?
We've spent about $2.3 million to date.
And then you mentioned, when would TID 36 close?
TID 36,
Let me just repeat that. When is TID 36 scheduled to be closed? Because I know we can always close it early.
yep, I'm gonna not quite answer your question, but for a good reason. So the more sort of key date relative to TID 36 is the last date that we can spend money within the TID. And that is going to be September of 2027. So we effectively have 5 more years in front of us where we can spend funds within the TID.
And okay, so my next question is, and like I said, I know we can always close that out early, is did you say 7 million is already designated to the public market out of TID 36?
Yes, that's correct. And that's already been approved by the Joint Review Board and included within that $22 million of outstanding commitments that I mentioned previously.
And also, if I remember correctly, and you can give me the dollar amount, there is a dollar amount that out of TID 36 that is being donated to the South Madison TID. How much is that?
Well, neither the council or the Joint Review Board has weighed in on how much would be donated to South Madison yet at this point.
When the TID closes, it goes to 3 different entities, I believe. Which ones are those? Can you refresh our minds?
The 4 taxing jurisdictions that receive funding are the City of Madison, the school district, in this case, Madison Schools, Madison College, and then Dane County.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck?
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions for Matt. Matt, you mentioned the need for a TID 36 project plan if we were going to use money from TID 36 for the market. Do you anticipate that there would be additional items addressed in a new project plan or an amendment to the project plan? Or would it be just this item, or is that hard to say?
If, assuming the council moves forward with allocating additional funding out of TID 36 for the public market, what we would likely do in the first quarter of next year is we would prepare a project plan amendment that would include that additional funding for the public market and a donation to the new South Madison TID that's been in discussion. So we would likely combine that donation and the additional expenditure within the TID into a single Joint Review Board action.
And have there been dollar amounts thrown around about such a donation to the South Madison TID?
Well, so if you look at the that the TID over the next 5 years will generate probably $50 million. It's currently generating about $10 million of increment per year, and with 5 years of expenditure capability remaining, that would be about $50 million. As staff, we've been working on an exercise, working with colleagues throughout city agencies, parks, engineering, stormwater, CDD, to take a look at what TID eligible costs might exist within the boundary of what we think will be the South Madison TID. And we're still working on that boundary. And we've identified potentially over $100 million worth of costs that could be funded out of a TID within South Madison. That's everything from street construction projects to, again, parks projects, affordable housing, small business development work. Now, admittedly, as we've started to chart this out, it's not going to be possible that all that work could be completed in a 5-year period. But over the life of that TID, which will be around until the early 2040s, there is significant capability of investing TIF dollars into that district. And those donations, too, I should note, in the future could come from other TIDs, and that district will also, over time, begin generating its own increment as well.
Okay, thank you. Second question, I'm checking my math again. If this amendment, it passes as is, we'd be, the project would have about $800,000 over what the current estimated deficit is. I understand that deficit is expected to perhaps go up due to construction costs and such. There's also mention, I think what I've heard you call it is value engineering that could save about another $800,000 or $1 million in expenses. And therefore, I'm coming up with maybe $1.6 to $1.8 million extra that could absorb some of those increases, if not all, I don't know. And nobody knows, I realize that, but my math is correct there, isn't it? So about $800,000 over what the current ask is, or the current budget deficit is, and then another 800 to $1 million potentially obtained through value engineering makes 1.6 to 1.8 million. Does that sound about right?
Yes. So yes, we believe that somewhere between 800,000 and $1 million could be value engineered out of the project. And then to your point, if we're going over by 800,000 over the 5.2 million, that would provide kind of a $1.6 million buffer.
Right.
Yep.
And you mentioned in your remarks earlier about it sounded like there will be a choice to take the county money or not, or perhaps the county money, it's not necessarily a given. Can you expand on that just a little bit? I know you explained what some of the logistics are that we'll need to go through, but is there any reason why we wouldn't take the money? Even if this amendment passes as is, and we're, let's call it 1.6 million over, why wouldn't we take the 1.5? Is there any reason we wouldn't?
The only reasons that I can think of is that the only reasons that I can think of is that between now and when we would close on that sale to the county is that we were to identify another source of funding from somewhere else that wouldn't involve splitting the sale of the land, and we could decide that, that's a better way to go, or that for whatever reason, the bids actually come in significantly lower than we were expecting, and we, through value engineering, believe that we can get it down without the county support. My guess is what we would do is, we will start working with the county on preparing a purchase and sale agreement and preparing the condo docs, and really make, the decision as we're nearing the need to subdivide the property officially through selling that property to the county. So there will be a period of time before we have to formally commit to that, and if for whatever reason something comes up, then we can revisit it.
Okay, just one more question, sorry. This is a city capital project, and the foundation is who's going to be in charge of the operating aspects of it. I think I have that correct. And so therefore, when bids go out and when they're chosen and the construction actually happens, it's the city who will essentially be controlling costs, I guess, and deciding how much actually is going to be spent out of the authorized funds. And there's been some talk about, there might be savings, probably not a lot, but there could be. It could come in, especially if we have an extra 1.6 million plus an extra 1.5 million because of the 6 million. How would that process work if all of a sudden we don't need 1.5 million of what's been authorized? Is that just kind of standard operating procedure for city public works projects where bids are lower and the money just doesn't get spent and it returns to its home? Is that just kind of standard operating procedure? Nothing unusual?
Well, there was a time when that was the case, but sadly, that has not been the case over the past couple of years. But yes, I mean, there was a time, 10 years ago where we would occasionally, I remember during the Great Recession years where the city was receiving a lot of bids that were far under what was budgeted. And then in that case, the funding just reverted back to whatever pot of money it was coming from.
And when there are multiple pots of money that are being used, how is it decided which one gets its money refunded?
I think that we would consult with our colleagues in finance, and we would likely, if it looked like there was an opportunity to not accept the county funding or use the county funding but less TIF funding, or another source of funding came about, we would likely need to come back to the council and get some direction on how policymakers would like to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, since Patrick took all my questions, can you answer them again? Just kidding. So in addition to his questions there, I don't understand the hesitation to collaborate with the county on this and kind of have them have a stake on the success of the budget.
Alder, is there a substantial question?
I'm sorry, what?
Is there a substantive question here?
Yes, I'm asking what is the hesitation on having a partnership with the county on this project?
The only reason for hesitation is that right now we as the city own that property free and clear on our own, and we would be legally selling a portion of the property to the county. That doesn't in and of itself raise any red flags, but it's just something that the council should be aware of, that we would be selling part of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Fair?
Thank you. Matt, you've said a few times something to the effect of unless we identify outside sources or new sources of funding. I guess probably 2 or 3 questions out of that. One, are you speaking of staff looking for those sources, the foundation, or both? That's the first question. I guess the second is, what would be the motivation to look for those sources if we pass this and we have the county funding? I mean, just practically speaking. I guess those are my 2 questions.
Sure. In answer to your first question, it would be both city staff and the foundation. In terms of a motivation for doing so, we, as city staff, it's safe to say that we did not want to spend $13 million of TIF funding on the public market. We have been for many, many years looking at different outside funding sources to kind of diversify the support that's coming to the project. So if we are able to find additional outside sources and we're eligible to receive the funding and it looks like it would be good for the project, then certainly, as is the case with any city project, we would attempt to secure that funding.
Okay, I guess just a quick follow-up. Thank you for that. And I appreciate the answer, so don't get me wrong. But do you have any leads? I know you've been asked this question before, but like any thoughts on where to look? Or I assume it's grants at the federal and state level primarily or exclusively?
Yes, I mean, being very honest about it, there is not like potential funding sources on the immediate horizon that we're aware of. We've been, every time we hear of something, we run it down. And right now there isn't something out there that we are aware of that, hey, this might be a possibility. But that being said, certainly we are in unprecedented times, at least in near memory, in terms of federal sources of funding that then pass through various, sometimes through the state, sometimes through other organizations and entities. So, if something were to become apparent, we would certainly take a look at it.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Alder Paulson.
I have two questions for Matt and then a question for Dave. So my questions for Matt are, when do we expect to potentially go to bid on this?
We would likely go to bid, my guess is probably early summer, so maybe around May.
Okay. And actually, I don't think I care about my other questions, so I will move on to Dave if that's okay. Dave, this is kind of a follow-up from the email we've been having, and I wanted to go back to the TID and closing the TID and just understanding some of the different numbers involved here. There's a TID surplus, and that when we close the TID, the surplus will go back to the taxing jurisdictions, and it's divided up via some ratio. There's also the increment, which unfortunately is about the same number, so it's a little confusing, but they're separate pots of money. There's the annual increment. And in the email that we had, I was surprised at how that number didn't get chopped up the same way. And so I was wondering if you could explain a little bit about what happens to that increment when the TID closes and what the impact on the levy limit is and why it wasn't what I thought the number would be.
Sure. So I'll start with the increment. So when a tax increment district is created, it's basically a geographic area, and the value within the TID at the time of creation is sort of frozen at that level. And then any sort of value growth after the TID is created, whatever the tax rate is for all the taxing jurisdictions is then applied against that value, and that generates the increment. That increment then is spent through the project plan that's established by both the council and the joint review board. And that increment can then be spent until the project plan is completed, the project plan's amended, and so on. And then there's a lifespan for which the TID can be in existence. That varies from the type of TID it is, 20 years to 27 years. That's sort of what's called the project expenditure period. It's actually 22 years, so the TID can remain open for 27 years. So what happens each year is that increment is collected and then is kept sort of within, from an accounting perspective, in that fund for the TID, and then is expended for the purposes in the project plan. When the TID closes, if there are any residual incremental revenues in the TID, those get distributed to the taxing jurisdictions proportional to their share of the overall value in the taxing district. So in the case of TIDs within the city limits of Madison, and for which also includes the Madison Metropolitan School District, which is not contiguous to the city of Madison, but for the most part is. And that would be the case in TID 36. Roughly 49% of that sort of share goes to MMSD, 36% goes to the city of Madison, 12% goes to Dane County, and 4% goes to Madison College. So that's their relative proportion. So that's of any surplus that's in the TID. Now, under the state levy limit law, the way that the calculation works is when a TID is closed, in that year of closure, this would be after if there's an additional year for affordable housing, which under that provision of state law, one more year of increment is collected, and it is then can be used by the city for affordable housing or housing purposes generally under state law. So after closure then, the levy limit in the city is adjusted based on whatever that incremental value is at closure in the TID. And 50% of that is then divided into the total equalized value in the city. And that gets a very small percentage, and then that's added to the levy limit. So in the information that you asked for, if the TID 36 would have been closed and would have affected the levy limit for the 2023 budget, and at the incremental value that it is right now, it would have added about $1.2 million to the levy limit. That is the calculation under state law. It does not look at the increment at all. It looks at the value that's created in the TID.
Okay, so if it had actually looked at the increment, it would have been more like 4 million on the levy limit, but because it doesn't, and it goes through this other kind of.
Alder, could we stay focused, please?
Yes, I think it is. I will hold off. I think Dave has answered it.
Thank you. Alder Vitifer for the second time.
Yeah, just a couple of follow-up questions. So I don't think that we've addressed yet how much the TID is generating per year.
It's generating about $10 million per year.
So the expectation in the remaining life of the TID is a total of?
About 50 million.
Thank you. And are there other examples of where we have done these partnerships with the county where we've done these condo sales?
Affordable housing projects. I know we've done it.
So the county routinely does this with affordable housing projects where we contribute dollars. There's not a perfect analogy where we own a city building and transfer a piece, so that is the difference. But they routinely buy the land or a condo in developments that we put affordable housing funds into.
So theoretically, we know what we're doing in this way.
Yes.
Yes, and certainly we've done condo divisions and own condos within multi-condo developments. So yeah, we've done that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just remind folks that for the purposes of people on Zoom, they can't hear you unless you talk into your microphone. So if folks could make an effort to do that, we appreciate it. Alder Bennett, questions?
Thank you for the reminder. It's great when I can hear y'all. Sucks when I can't. I was just kind of following up on some questions that were asked previously. So back to the TIF thing, I was kind of wondering, I know that TIF has generally been used to help promote affordable housing. So how would closing this TID impact the city's ability to generate or invest in affordable housing in that area?
Sure. So we use TIF funding to help support affordable housing in two ways. First, while a TID is open, we have the ability to underwrite a financial gap in a housing project and provide a TIF loan to the developer to move that project forward. So that is while the TID is in existence. Under state law, as Dave mentioned, State law allows you, when you are in the process of closing a TID, to capture one additional extra year's worth of increment to use that funding then for affordable housing purposes. So what we do in the city of Madison is we contribute that extra year of increment to the Affordable Housing Fund that Jim and Lynette manage. So that's the second way that we use TIF for affordable housing, is through that Affordable Housing Fund donation. And so in the case of this TID, regardless of when we close it, we would receive about $10 million in an extra year worth of increment to deposit into the Affordable Housing Fund.
So closing the TID at this point has no impact about our ability or contributing to the affordable housing fund or affordable housing in that neighborhood at all.
Well, I mean, when we do close the TID, whatever year that is, the following year we will deposit $10 million or whatever it is at that time into the Affordable Housing Fund. But it doesn't matter what the year is, that will happen no matter what. Well, I mean, technically we don't have to do that, but I don't see us not doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Alder Furman. Questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, do you have a rough estimation of how much this property is worth?
I do not.
Is it 2 million, 5 million, 10 million? I mean, do we have any idea, having looked at other properties throughout the city?
I mean, it would definitely be over 2 million. And I'm looking at Matt. What do you think? Probably more than 2, less than 5 would be my guess.
I think, yeah, closer to 5 is probably accurate.
Okay, thank you. Can you just refresh me my understanding of what TIF funding can be used for? Obviously, if we're using the money for this, there are other things that we couldn't use it for. So what are some of the allowable expenses for TIF funding?
Sure. So TIF funding, its usage is generally divided in one of two categories. The first is private development loans. And so we can use TIF to provide a loan to a private developer for any number of types of projects. It can be a mixed-use project, an affordable housing project, an office project. So for example, within this district, we provided a TIF loan to the Constellation project, the Galaxy project. Then the second general area of TIF expenditure are public infrastructure expenses. And so to that end, we've used TIF throughout the years for various street construction projects. We've used TIF for some park-related investments, although that state law really limits what you can do. We can use TIF for parking structures. So the new Wilson Street garage was funded via TIF, as is a portion of the Livingston garage. And then we can also use TID for sort of city programs in some cases. So, for example, we're using within the State Street TID, we're using TID funding to fund the Building Improvement Grant Program. So those are more kind of city-led initiatives. So it's basically city-led initiatives or developer-led initiatives.
My understanding is the operating plan was last updated in late 2020. Was there any work done to update it since, reflecting current economic conditions, et cetera?
There has not.
With such a big ask, is there any reason why that's the case? I mean, this obviously our contribution has increased pretty significantly, or at least the ask for our contribution has increased pretty significantly.
Sure. So the business plan, as currently contemplated, was last amended in 2020 with the addition of sort of an expanded food innovation center concept, which changed some of the assumptions, the underlying assumptions of the operating pro forma. And so we made those changes in 2020 to reflect that. The increased capital costs of the market, which we're currently experiencing, really don't impact the business plan or the operating pro forma, because we very intentionally made sure that there would be no debt service payments put on the operating pro forma because we knew that the project wouldn't be financially viable. So in other words, the current inflationary cost that we're seeing on the capital side doesn't have a direct impact on the operating pro forma.
Yesterday, I asked some questions of a board member for the foundation, trying to better understand how an operating deficit would work. I think he explained early on, the first few years, they're expecting a deficit, but then they aren't expecting a deficit after the first few years. It wasn't clear to me yesterday what changes. I'm still not clear to me yesterday. He said that there's a ton of demand for people to be using the facility, but a few years in, more people might be using the facility. So what is your understanding on how the market actually reaches profitability after likely not being profitable the first few years?
Yes, and so I revisited the operating pro forma to kind of to provide a better answer to that question. There's three primary sources of revenue or income that will support the public market operations. The first is rent coming off of the permanent vendors that'll be located in the market, and there'll be about 30 permanent vendors in the market. Those vendors, it's anticipated, will be there on day one. So you know, the foundation will negotiate those leases and have those leases in place on day one. So the income that's generated from those initial 30 permanent vendors will generally be consistent starting in year one and then extending moving forward with, you know, a slight inflationary increase. The second primary source of income for the public market is rent that's received from the Food Innovation Center. And the Food Innovation Center, just by way of background, is the portion of the market where food entrepreneurs, both vendors within the market, but also vendors or entrepreneurs external to the market, can rent on a daily basis or even an hourly basis to manufacture food-based products. That income stream is going to start lower and then increase over years 2, 3, and 4. So for example, in year 4, the income that's estimated from that will be about $50,000 more than in year 1. And the reason for that is because those entrepreneurs that are going to take advantage of the Food Innovation Center, unlike the permanent tenants, aren't necessarily going to make a commitment to use this facility until they know for sure that it's open and operating. So it's not going to have as much usage in that first year, and therefore the income stream will be less. It's a similar situation for rental income, which is the third source of income for the market. And this is the ability of individuals to rent, especially the South Market Hall, for weddings or other gatherings. Again, people are hesitant or a little more hesitant to reserve space prior to a building being open. And so the pro forma estimates that the income will be less in the first year and then will ramp up to stabilization by year 3 or 4. So it's really those last two sources of income that we estimate will be less in those initial years.
What would you expect to have happen if there is an operating deficit and they don't have money in their reserves to pay for that?
Sure. And I guess I'll preface the answer by noting that the foundation, through their capital campaign, has been very conscious about the need to have an operating reserve when they open. So they've been budgeting, as they've been fundraising not only for their capital contribution to the construction, but they've also been considering the fact that they do have to have an operating reserve on day one, because especially the first year, they might have a deficit. So if the foundation were to have an ongoing deficit above and beyond what's being anticipated as potential, then they will need to make adjustments in the operating pro forma to get to profitability, or as any nonprofit, at least a balanced budget. So they would need to look at either cutting some of their expenses, perhaps staff or looking at ways that they can increase revenue to the project.
Could we use TIF funding to help them with operating deficits in the future?
We cannot. TIF cannot be used for operating purposes.
Are you aware of situations where the city has invested several $1 million in a project like this and have walked away when the costs have increased after construction? So, for example, in Judge Doyle Square, when the change orders started coming in and it started getting more and more expensive to construct Judge Doyle Square, did the city just abandon the project?
We did not.
Are you aware of any other examples where we've done anything like that?
I mean, there are certainly examples of projects that the city has made the decision prior to the start of construction to not move forward because it was becoming too costly. There are certainly cases of that.
Sure, but if we commit to spending another $6 million and they come back, halfway through construction and say they need another $1 million, or they come back during they have operating deficits and they're going to shut down otherwise, it's probably reasonable to expect that we would try to figure out something.
Well, I think it's important to distinguish between the construction and the operation. So the construction is entirely on the city. It's a city building. The city will be managing the construction project. It'll be bid as a public works contract. So the construction aspect of the project is entirely the city's decision to make on whether to move forward or not. Versus the operations, which is going to be the responsibility of the foundation.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Matt Wachter. I want to try to better understand how far some of this money could go to address our housing crisis in Madison. Matt, could you talk a little bit about how much funding we put typically towards affordable housing projects from stuff like TIF financing? I know we have something on our agenda this evening that may help serve as a guide, but for $6 million, for example, typically how many units could we see of affordable housing?
Sure. So this year in our AHF tax credit RFP that went out, what we typically saw were projects were looking for $30,000 to $33,000 per affordable unit in subsidy from the city. Oftentimes they're not in a TIF district, so it's the affordable housing funds going to pay for it. We do sometimes, though, have projects that fall within a TIF district, so using active TIF is an option. And in those cases, like the project in front of us tonight, that you'll see the Gardner Bakery, that ends up being about a 50-50 blend of TIF and affordable housing, because we typically don't give more TIF than it's going to sort of support in the new taxes that it generates. So to answer your question, $6 million, translates into, 200, 300, 400 units, depending again on the age of the TIF district, the exact project that it would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one more question. In regards to the buffer discussion, why was the full amount of 7.5 million not requested on the original amendment? Why are we talking about it now instead of just saying we need 7.5 million?
I guess I'm not understanding the question. I mean, this is the first time the amendment's been before the council.
So we had a $6 million amendment and then the county gave us 1.5. So, but then we're saying we don't want to lower the 6 million. We want to maintain the 6 million and the 1.5 just in case because of this buffer. Mm-hmm. Why, if we actually need a 7.5, why didn't we just ask for 7.5?
So again, right now, as of today, the gap that we've identified is 5.2 million. Mm-hmm. And then in conversations with the sponsors of the amendment proposal before you this evening, there was a discussion about having that be rounded up to 6 million to provide additional buffer. In the course of those conversations, and in these, these conversations were occurring as late as, pretty much the deadline for submitting the amendment. There were, several different iterations that were put forward, and the sponsors landed on the iteration that's before you this evening, which is to have the $6 million of TID 36 and the potential for the county funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. So close. Alder Carter for the second time. Questions?
Yeah, real quick for Matt. Matt, the 7 million that is designated, that was voted on previously by the council, when will that be distributed?
So what we would do, because this is a city construction project, we would, within finance, as after we bid the project and we were ready to move forward with construction, we would effectively internally move that funding from TID 36 into that capital project item. So it would occur at the time that we're bidding the project and getting ready to move forward for construction.
And that 7 million would be used for the construction?
Yes.
And the 6 million will be used for construction too?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Heck, for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, I'm back to value engineering, and I just kind of want to understand, if we do approve this amendment, who will make decisions about how much value engineering might occur, and when would those decisions be made?
Sure. I think there's going to be two forms of value engineering that we're likely going to see through this project. The first type of value engineering will involve like the physical building itself and the mechanical equipment, the HVAC equipment within the building. Really, it'll be engineering facilities that will provide us guidance in terms of what would be an appropriate way to value engineer versus what might be actually more costly at the end of the day. So that is a decision that will likely come primarily with guidance from engineering facilities. And then the second area of value engineering is around basically internal furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So not the HVAC equipment, but the kitchen equipment, for example, within the Food Innovation Center, and then obviously furniture and fixtures throughout the facility. So that's probably where we can achieve the greatest amount of value engineering, is by scaling back on some of the furniture and fixtures, possibly buying some used equipment if it's available rather than new. So in those cases, a lot will depend on availability. So for example, if there's a piece of Food Innovation Center equipment that, we realize that, hey, we can buy this used for less, then that is a decision that we could make.
Thank you. And especially that second category of decision will still be guided by the city, but I imagine in collaboration with the foundation?
Yes, certainly.
And do you anticipate, regardless of what form this amendment takes, and should it pass, that you'll be looking into value engineering?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions, so we'll move on to debate. The motion is to adopt Amendment 3. Is there discussion? Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We are at a junction where this is a deal maker or deal breaker. Whatever decision we will take today will really determine our city values, where we stand with our commitment, especially on social justice and equity. If we decide to turn this project down because of various reasons, that's the end of the project. Not going to sugarcoat anything. This will kill the public market. And also, donors are committed because it's a public project and city project, donors are committed when city is invested and put money behind, and it motivates donors to also put their money behind too. So I just want to share why this project is so important, and also want to briefly discuss about intent of this particular amendment in front of you all. Before I go and discuss this, I want to first appreciate Alder Widower for great collaboration, giving so much time, working collaboratively, and also another sponsor, Alder Vahele, to be a sponsor on this amendment. Also staff, they spent so much time, even Matt on his vacation time spent over a weekend taking phone calls and working as we're working with the county. We look into various options, and I'm not in opposition of by any mean, but Alder Heck wrote yesterday email with 4.5 million excuse me, TIF money and 1.5 million Dane County, and that's also fine. The reason this 6 million amendment we did, and there might be some confusion here, to give flexibility to our city staff, as this particular site also have fueling station, have storage, evidence storage for MPD, and as the situation is moving so fast, perhaps we thought the best path forward could be to give a buffer, give 6 million, and within amendment mention we will also open to receive Dane County money and let our staff work to see how the condominium contract work within our city-owned building. And we don't need to use all 6 million. It's maximum up to, which does not mean we need to use all of it. If staff determined that 1.5 million make a lot of sense with the contract with county, then we do not need 6 million from TIF, including value engineering. Also, I would like to mention that the TIF review board still have to approve this project, and if this project start in May, perhaps the construction cost is another $500,000 above. It's just a forecasting. Who knows how above it goes? So that was the intent. But if a body feel like as a whole we want to go with sure shot, we want to give direction to our staff. Yes, we 100% want to use county money, and we want to reduce TIF from 6 million to 4.5. That's also okay. The intent is to provide some flexibility for our staff to work around. Now, just come to the amendment itself. I do feel like it's very unfair to match with affordable housing, like how much this money will create affordable housing, how much not, because everything is important. Balance is important in City of Madison, how we create that balance. When we talk about equity and social justice, this project is core of it. It's developed in its core, equity and social justice. Look at over 200 individual businesses and individual people indicated interest in selling at public market. I sit on the public market foundation, committee, not foundation, city committee for 4 years, and talk to many diverse group of vendors. Among these, 200 vendors, 173 indicated their race and ethnicity on a form. 61 were white, non-Hispanic, 39% were people of color, 15 were Black, African American, 13 were Asian, 8% were Latinx, and 2% were indigenous. We all know food accessibility barriers. We all know small business barriers. We all know a lot of community of colors, low-income families or individuals or people who are using a first-time businesses. They need support, and that's what we are trying to achieve in many budget and through ARPA money too. And from this particular project, I think so that is provide that ground for them to be successful. If we also look at the demographic data for the 30 participants in City Market Ready program, some of my former colleague here, and I think so perhaps whole council is aware what that Market Ready program is. 83% were people of color, 62% were women, 33% were first generation immigrants, and 90% were considered low income. So I do see huge value in this particular project and how it can change people's life. I acknowledge that economic stability, inflation, There are risks. To be honest, any business you do, there are risk, private or public. Here is an opportunity where, as city staff mentioned, they are taking the depth away by providing depth-free building to foundation. We have a public-private partnership where foundation is taking responsibility to do operating cost. Perhaps many of you already read that 2020 economic data for public market business plan. On page 64, it clearly shows that the projection is each individual will spend $25 average in the public market, the visitors, and this will get to 16.5 million direct sales annual revenue figures. Again, this is forecasting, and I'm just explaining some economic impact and community and economic impact, which is also page 65, 66. And these are the things presented at our committees, and committees are designed to provide feedback, and this council approved those documents. So I really feel like it's important for us to see what previously happened and where our commitments are stand. And estimated direct sales per annual are, estimated at $16 million. I also furthermore say, as alder of the district, and this is citywide project, regardless it's in my aldermanic district, 3 of us sit on a public market committee. I see a huge benefit for City of Madison, but not only City of Madison, to the north side as well, an open opportunity for food accessibility. Next to this project, there's a 260 unit, approximately, market rate project just it's under construction. And the mayor and myself, we did opening ceremony a year ago, which will create more density, and there is a good amount of density around it. There's 550 unit within a mile Hartmeyer project, which will eventually come in front of the council for approval, right next to Oscar Mayer affordable housing. There's another project close to 10 Lapham in Sherman Avenue, 400 unit plus project is proposed. That's also going to come in front of council at some time. So there's a lot of high density projects are proposing roundabout beside overall population. I think so that could be a really great economic hub where we provide a lot of opportunities, economic opportunities for people of color and overall City of Madison residents who are struggling with opening their business. So I'm a bigger, how I say that, I really support this project, and I see a huge economic and social justice impact on this project. And I really hope, regardless we go with 6 million or 4.5, however direction this body want to move forward, I really hope we support this project, as this is truly a project aligned with city values. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Vinover?
So obviously, it's obvious why Alder Abbas is sponsoring this, but I've been asked multiple times why I am sponsoring this. And there's a couple of reasons, one of which is that I have sat on the Food Policy Council for several years prior to my joining the council. And so I have been privy to this project and its development and the hopes and dreams that are among the people, not just who are involved in the project itself, not just who are potential vendors, but the entire food system in the city wants this project for a variety of reasons, including the ability to strengthen our food system. This is also a project that will directly benefit the people who live in my district, as they are interested in having this amenity within our city for them to go to. It is a destination. It is not unlike the Garver Feed Mill on the east side, which has been incredibly successful in spite of, frankly, a very poor location with terrible parking. But yet people want these amenities, so they go to them. And as Alder Abbas had said, it's even better now than it was when the project first started, because there's so much more density in the area. So there are people literally steps away who can go and be clients of the market. And that, as was pointed out last night, will generate tax revenue for the city and the state, of course. And then the other piece of this is why I care about this so much is my entire career has been spent in health. And we know that communities are healthier that support small businesses and entrepreneurship. It's a heck of a lot of employment that comes out of these small businesses. It strengthens our communities, and it brings us resilience. And I think that's what we should all be striving for, and that's why I care about this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out a couple things, and of course, started bringing it back to the city's values around shared prosperity and reminding folks that the city is dedicated to creating a community where all are able to achieve economic success and social mobility. So I'm definitely in support of the public marketer that's amended for lots of reasons. The first one is that the groundwork has been done. Like, there's been lots of investment. I served on Market Ready Advisory Committee very early on. Even I probably still had a regular traditional job back then. And then after, or somewhere in the process of serving on the Market Ready Advisory Committee, I also hosted, I think, 4 Black Business Expos, and we tracked the sales of those expos. And what we saw at the very first one, we were crammed into the Villager, very tight space, but the outcome of that sales was $25,000. And what we learned is that those entrepreneurs had not had access to spaces like that to make those sort of sales. And so what I have seen is, even after entrepreneurs still don't necessarily have a continuous, accessible, persistent, consistent space where they can generate that kind of revenue on a regular basis for themselves. And so I would absolutely enjoy seeing them thrive just as much as the vendors that we get to shop with on the square regularly, because for those folks, they've definitely created some stability in their families based on being able to take part in that opportunity weekly for a couple months. And then I want us to be reminded of what Carmel Jackson said, is that oftentimes, I believe she's also getting at, oftentimes folks of color in this community don't feel important. And this was an opportunity where she has felt important in this process. And it is my assumption that many of those entrepreneurs too feel that this has been a time where they are made to feel important. And then I want to lastly say that, again, a space like a public market brings high visibility to these folks. It brings opportunities for them to partner, for them to collaborate with other entrepreneurs, even open up their businesses to folks outside of our state so they can increase their sales and long-term success overall. So even though, for example, we had the pop-ups on State Street, that didn't necessarily bring them the continuous, persistent, and consistent visibility that they needed, but the public market would do that. So I just want to say, in one space, one time in the year, we were able to generate $25,000 in sales. Just imagine if that was, every weekend for just on a regular basis. So I don't find any reason why this doesn't make sense. And we talk about economic and social mobility. This is a driver for that and their family. So yeah, I'm in support of it for that reason.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. As alders know, and the mayor and others know, I was planning to submit an amendment to this amendment that would reduce the TIF funding to $4.5 million, as has come up in discussion. I'm planning not to submit that amendment, and I think it's in some ways a distraction from the real issue. And because of the good answers provided by our Director of Economic Development, I have faith that if there are possible savings, should the market move forward, that we would see a return of some of those funds. But of course, it may not happen. I really think the question comes down to, do we feel the market is an appropriate investment or not? It's not really about the 4.5 versus 6 million. And honestly, I am still fairly skeptical about whether or not the market will make it without city subsidies. But and I'm still mulling that over in our discussion. But I'm not going to be offering that amendment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Benford, you're next.
Thanks, Mayor. I really just wanted to chime in real quickly to thank the sponsors of this amendment and all the people who have brought this to this point. And long before I was on the council this time around, I was really, really excited about the prospects of the public market. And, you know, in the past, I've said full disclosure, my oldest son, Lucas, was part of the Market Ready program. And unfortunately, because of the delays and other things, he had to move on with his life. But as a family, we were deeply excited. And I just wanted to offer maybe a different perspective that hasn't been brought up, that representing District 6 and, you know, the former alder at District 12, I think about how amazing the changes have been in just my time in Madison, especially along East Washington corridor and within my district, all the, I have to say, amazing changes, some of them that haven't been easy. In my time in Madison, I have never seen an example that right from the beginning, such an amazing project was created with an equity lens in mind, not only an equity lens, but the assurance that this would be a space that's open to everybody. And when we heard the testimony and Alder Madison brought up Melly Mel Carmel, I still see the faces in the early days of folks that really were looking for a way to reach their full potential by bringing their gifts and talents. And the fact that the market would be a venue for that, would be a home for that, that was really, really exciting. And then, you know, the other perspective I have is, once again, as vibrant and all the things going on along the corridor within my district, whether it's Breeze Stevens or all the amazing festivals. Regrettably, I don't see people of color that are in those spaces as much as I think we would all hope if we are an inclusive and equitable community. So the public market, in my mind, right from the onset, has always been that tool that could bring people from different backgrounds together. And you know, once again, I don't see this, that commitment to social justice built into projects right from the onset. And I think about the market as a destination place. I think that signals that here in Madison that we're on a path to doing better. And I'm very excited. I hope that all my colleagues can support this. Once again, thank you to the sponsors and all the city staff and all the entities involved that have brought us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson.
Yeah, this week's been quite the journey for me on this one. I think I was opposed on the weekend and then had come around by Monday afternoon to be sort of on board, and I'm now waffling. And I hope I'm not the last alder in the queue, because I'm going to still need a lot of time to think about this one, and I want to hear more for folks. So I'll just start out with sort of why I was initially opposed. And I was really, my big worry is looking at 2025 and looking at the gigantic operating deficit that we're staring down. And so my thought was the sensible thing to do here is to start closing down this TID, because yes, it can donate money to other things, and yes, there's projects, but all those things can be funded through other means. There aren't a lot of other places to get levy dollars from. But after talking with our finance director and discovering yet another quirk of the state levy limit law, the amount of money that we're getting for the levy limit is a lot less than I sort of expected. The payoff for closing this TID for an operating for extra money for the operating limit is a lot less than I expected. There's basically a couple $1 million that go poof in our revenue abilities here, and it's unfortunate. And I really wish the legislature would change that and help us out here. But the fact of the matter is that there is some extra financial ability for using the TIF dollars due to this weird quirk that I think made it more interesting, or made it more palpable to me to continue with this. And then I also appreciated that the county has decided to step in and support this as well. I think that's a good sign. It's not just Madison, it's the wider variety, recognizing this is a regional benefit. And then finally, it's a commitment to the people who we've been working with for years and years and years with the Market Ready program and upholding that. Where I'm waffling is that we are in an affordable housing crisis. And this is an opportunity to use a significant amount of money tomorrow in affordable housing projects. And that's equally important. And I admit that I'm sort of stuck with where the right way to go here is. And I'm looking forward to hearing more and to continue to stew on this. And I will probably surprise myself in whichever way I vote when it comes to me in the I would assume a roll call discussion. But I'm still torn, and I look forward to hearing more thoughts. And I'm going to, I look forward to this debate to continue to try to inform myself as I try to distinguish between the two crises that we've got, our affordable housing crisis and our economic opportunity crisis, and how do we try to balance that. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope I can be helpful to my fellow alder and as he's sussing this out. I was one who was very skeptical about this project and expressed my skepticism when it was discussed at Finance. I have at times not been a big fan of the location there at First and East Johnson. And I had long thought that this belonged on the south side. But I agree with the comments that there is a renaissance that's also occurring on the north side. And this corridor, with all the development along Oscar Mayer and other projects, are something to consider 10, 20 years down the road. This area is going to look a lot different than it does now. Secondly, I was reticent to get on board with this project because I wanted the funds in TID 36 to go to investments on the south side. But TID 36 is on the east side, and this public market location is within the boundary of TID 36, so it's appropriate for it to be used for this purpose. But really what swayed me were thinking about the vendors. We talk about affordable housing, but there are two ways that affordable housing can take place or that someone can find their housing affordable. We can subsidize housing through the Affordable Housing Fund and through TIF. But we can also invest in building income, building wealth, so that people can afford to make those investments themselves. And that the lives of these vendors and these folks who are going to be incubating in this public market space, their lives will be changed forever. It's a generational investment for these families that will trickle down in generations to come for their children and their grandchildren. That's how you build wealth. That's how housing can be affordable for these folks. And we should not deny them that opportunity. So if you're wondering why this money isn't used for affordable housing per se, it is being used to make housing affordable for the people and the vendors and these small businesses and their employees who will greatly benefit with the investment that we're going to make in this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to reiterate what I've said in the past regarding this project. My concern, too, is down the road. Down the road when financially, fiscally, some of us won't be sitting here, and those alders are going to have a hard decision to make. I believe that, and this is a struggle, I think it's for all of us. There's that emotional excitement to support, and then it's the realization of the fiscal obligation, not only today, but as I said before, down the road. And that's where I'm at. That's a short version of what I've said in the past, but that's where I'm at with this project.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to just thank the sponsors for this. After seeing all the emails that have came in, especially through the north side of Madison, I definitely agree with and definitely are going to sponsor this. When everything I try to do, I try to look through an equity lens and see if there's a racial analysis that's been done, and it has been done. And to me, this is about social justice. And I think this will be good. I think this will be the next greatest economic hub of the city to generate a lot of generational wealth, so to speak, for a lot of businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, you're next.
Thank you. I kind of feel in a similar position right now as Alder Eric Paulson. I think he's the only Eric on council. Alder Paulson, where I'm in this mulling it over. I understand, and as my dad was a small business owner of a restaurant, I understand the struggle to get things up and going. And this idea, this dream was born 15 years ago, which is absolutely crazy that this has been going on for 15 years. So that kind of makes me think, why has it taken 15 years to get to this point where it's shovel ready, and yet we still don't have the funding? From talking to other people, from what I understand, y'all can correct me. Previously, the Public Market Committee was asked to raise funding for the public market and did not raise enough money. Then we had the federal government have their contribution, and then they pulled out. And ultimately, I'm wondering, still, it was not clear yesterday, even if we give this monies, how can we ensure that the public market will continue to be able to raise the monies? I understand that having commitment from both the city and the county may be able to get investors, but after that, what is our guarantee that this project will be successful in the future? We don't have that. And then it's kind of balancing that the concern of a dream over the fact that if we close this tip, that, like staff said, that's 200 to 400 housing units that we could be using directly, not indirectly. And I'm kind of struggle there, where with the idea that we're going to have 70,000 more people in 2045 to house in the city of Madison. I don't exactly know how we're going to get, how we're going to house all those people, especially because we somehow keep finding ways to turn down new developments. For me, I feel inclined to support the public market. Please don't get me wrong. But these are just kind of things going through my mind. I think it would be different if we weren't closing a TID and we were using geo borrowing. And I also think it would be different for me if there was a contingency that that this funding would be contingent upon the public market is able to raise the rest of the money from private or whatever investments for it. So I want to say that's where I'm at right now. I understand that for affordable housing, it's looking at all the social determinants of health, not just housing itself, but also access to food, access to healthcare, etc. And but then there's kind of always that thing in the back of my mind, and I think that's something that is floating in a lot of people's back of their mind is what if, and what is the future looking like? So, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe that everything that I've been thinking has already been said, and so where I'm landing at is pretty much, I came in with a no, and I came in with a no because I was on the Finance Committee when the foundation assured us that they would be able to raise the money. But I also have been on the pathway for the Market Ready program and how those individuals came week after week and they were preparing for such a time as this. I have been to the public markets in Cincinnati and Milwaukee and Cleveland. And I had to set aside that I'm not going to even talk about location at all because I don't think that that's what it really is. I still have a question about where the finances are at the end, and I'm not clear on that. But I am clear that the individuals who have worked so very, very hard in that program are ready to move forward. I came in with a no, and then I said, well, let me just abstain. I got a call before I came in, and it was an elderly woman that I've been working with, and she's homeless, and she cannot get an apartment because of her credit. All of those things are weighing on me as an alder. But where I'm landing, and much of what I have heard tonight says to me that if this works, then I cannot say a no and stand in the way. I've only made one vote in my life that I regretted, and I don't want this to be one of them. And so I am certainly shifted. I understand everything that I have heard, but I come back to the opportunity for individuals to have ownership and build a business that they can claim and move their families on. And so I'm shifting and I'm almost there, but I won't abstain. I will vote one way or the other.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison for the second time.
Thank you, and I shall be quick, but I just wanted to add some more value for folks who were, I'm just adding more value. So a couple things that I've known is going to be kind of scattered because I'm trying to reply to what I'm hearing. But in short, one, I want to mention that projects that benefit folks of color historically get very low investment and even slower investment. So I just wanted to note that. Again, to remind folks that the project is also about social mobility and to use it in context to help you think through this. And then two, even though we have entrepreneurs who spoke the other night and they mentioned a dream, but this is really less about a dream and more about social mobility. And then entrepreneurs like myself, oftentimes we're living across income quartiles. And we often come in with no investment in our businesses. We're doing this mostly out of pocket, oftentimes with little to no investment or savings. And so entrepreneurs, I'm not sure how aware folks are, but entrepreneurs in our community, especially those of color, are using social programs in order to pay their rent. They're using DANCOR, they're using energy assistance, they're using food pantries. Just think of your local basic needs resources. Entrepreneurs of color are using those at probably at the same rate as the rest of the community. So things like this market would allow them to sort of like move up their income and raise their income. So eventually, if we do have to cut programs in the future based on what our budget forecast says, these folks may be able to suffer those cuts because they no longer or are less likely to need that sort of support. So this is also about social mobility. So again, I think supporting something like the public market is also saying that we support their opportunity or their odds at sort of winning, their odds at sort of creating generational wealth for themselves. But more importantly, we're creating or providing a path for these folks not to have to lean on some of the social programs that may end up being cut in the future, because that's what it comes down to. So yeah, I think I got it all. But in short, it's about social mobility.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment. It's the same language that Alder Heck sent to all alders and the clerk yesterday, essentially changing the $6 million amount to $4.5 million.
Is there a second? All right, so the Foster amendment is to change the number from 6 million to 4.5, as per the language that Alder Heck had sent previously. That is what is before us now. Alder Foster, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think like others, I've really struggled with this one going back and forth. I mean, I think that shows both the merits and the challenges of it. I definitely think we should be utilizing the county funds to the fullest, and I don't think we should have such a large buffer in here, especially if we're looking and expecting and hoping that there's value engineering, et cetera. So I'm willing to support sort of the minimum amount necessary to keep this project moving forward. But I think it would be a good move for us to reduce it by 1.5 million and use those TIF funds for other purposes, including affordable housing.
Alder. So what's before us now is the amendment to the amendment. And we do still have a number of folks in the queue. I'm going to assume you all wish to speak to it, but if not, you can feel free to pass. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. I would be in support of this amendment if we reduce the amount as just discussed, and I definitely do not see why we will not want to have the county be a partner on this venture. The Northeast and the South Side are not competitive entities. They are partners on this city. The public market is part of a large equity ecosystem that is supporting the BIPOC entrepreneurs across the city. FEED and NPM on the northeast side, and the hub on the south side. So we have more than demand for entrepreneurs of color than we have facilities with affordable leases to offer. So we need to encourage the county and the city to collaborate instead of shying away from it. The county and the city should be stakeholders on this project. So I will definitely support this as long as we make sure that we take advantage of the county's funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Abbas?
Madam Mayor, can you come back to me, take other people, then I will speak.
Absolutely. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sort of surprised during all this discussion we haven't actually seen any recent pictures of the public market, and that's a shame because it's absolutely beautiful. It's a really neat design and a great building, but one of the things I've been saying over and over again is this is a blank check. The $6 million was close to doubling our commitment in 2023 towards this project. 4.5 is certainly reasonable, but I'm not confused if we support this 4.5. If they need another million, 2 million, 3 million, if construction has started, they will get that whatever they need to continue this project. At some point, we're going to have to make tough decisions. I'm not convinced this is the only way to deal with to encourage business and deal with some of the the wishes that people have expressed this evening, I do know it's a continually increasing expensive way to do it. There is no guarantee that this will be a profitable venture, and I had an opportunity to sit on Board of Public Works for 2 years, a little over 2 years, and I could tell you, every time a change order came in, change order was taken care of. If we had to go back to the council and ask for more money on, like the Judge Doyle Square project I mentioned earlier, we went back and we asked for more money and we found it. And that scares me. If you look at what's happening in Milwaukee now, with them having to make the decisions that we're going to have to make here in Madison in a few years with essential services, I am incredibly afraid that this will be yet another obligation that the city will have to take care of. And it's hard because obviously I hear my colleagues and I hear their desire to provide this opportunity, but this is an incredibly expensive way to do it with a blank check. And so I will certainly support lowering this to 4.5 million, but I ultimately won't support the amendment because I do think our money is better spent in other places, such as addressing our housing crisis, such as addressing all the needs that we've talked about in South Madison. And I really do think we should be looking at other opportunities and other options to do this. I am so incredibly excited that we're going to have train service here. I'm going to be really positive about that. I know the original vision for the public market was to be part of a train station. We should be thinking about that. We should be thinking about that facility, and could that play a role in a better way than this particular plan. This thing is spiraling cost-wise, and that won't change. And so I know I'm not changing anybody's minds, but I know this will be a decision that we'll look back at a few years from now and recognize that we put ourselves in a position we shouldn't have. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Abbas, you're the only Alder left in the queue for the second time.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to appreciate amendments and appreciate the support from various alders, and that's okay if that's the direction we want to go. With 4.5 million, I'm sure our staff will work really hard to figure it out, the way to work with county and condo model or howsoever. So that's fine. I will support that. I will just couple of things I want to clarify what I heard from Madam Chair, from various colleagues. Foundation initially raised $2 million. The city asked Foundation to raise an additional $1 million. They came with additional $1 million. So Foundation never came short from their commitment as per asked by the city. The project was shovel ready until the EDA, the construction cost increase. And with that construction cost increase, there was over $1 million construction cost increase. It was a shovel ready, and the EDA want that gap to be completed. That gap could be simply completed through a budget amendment. Capital budget amendment requires extra majority vote, could be introduced by council president as under suspension of the rule. That did not happen, and we lose EDA money. And now we are in this situation where we are covering that gap, $3.4 million as well. So that's why that money is in front of us to decide. It's not like there's a series of events happen where we end up here today. It was absolutely a shovel ready. Situations came in, and that's where we are. The second thing I want to mention, I heard a lot about affordable housing. As I mentioned, there's a 550 unit affordable housing project in my own district. Really supported a lot of affordable housing project in my own 4-year career in council. And in front of you, after this budget amendment, next is another budget amendment proposed by me. That is also TIF, the first time, very unique thing which we as a city going to do, really creating a TIF to help affordable housing with the intent creating TIF to help that project. So we as a city are committed. It's not like, again, I will say it's not fair to say, I will use this amount of money on affordable housing, that public market, that's really, really thin line. We should avoid as much as possible, because our commitment and action as a council absolutely shows our commitment where we are. I will also mention balance is important. This public market, the promise we made to the, especially with the lens of social justice, is extremely crucial. These people are a crucial part of our economy, and we need to move forward to help and grow our community of colors, low-income families, to strengthen the economy, and they are part of that economy. I just, when I was talking about that, I also mentioned about immigrant community. Excuse me, 33% of first-generation immigrants when came to this country, including myself as a first-generation immigrant, because I have living experience how the financial system is discriminatory and how it is developed to really help people who already have existing privilege. I have no credit score, no credit history, go to the bank, nobody gave me loan to do anything. There's a long history of struggle, but I'm not here to talk about myself, but I want you guys to acknowledge all of these people with various communities. They have a lot of struggles. And this is a promise we made as a city. Of course, for some, it looks emotional, but for me, this is not an emotional decision. This is a rational decision to move our economy with the lens of social justice, because that's what we promised. And with improvement of, density, it's extremely going to be a successful project. I really hope. Again, I cannot predict anything myself. One last thing I will mention, because I also heard during comments, that money could use for affordable housing. I mean, some of you have experience, a lot of experience actually, working on TIF projects. This particular district, there is no affordable housing project in pipeline. You can double check with the staff. Also, when affordable housing project come or TIF project come, like Galloway project, they were asking for TIF money. There are criteria, and we as a policymaker made those criteria, and there's a TIF document there. Projects did not receive those TIF money, and they have to go through it. So that's why next amendment you will see we are committed to use TIF. So it's not like we are not committed for affordable housing. Sometimes what I think is we don't have in TID 36 a project in front of you right now on affordable housing, where I will say, okay, guys, that makes sense. There is a project which requires $10 million loan for TIF, and we need to have 500 units. That is not there. The project in front of you is public market right now, right here. And your decision is going to make like it's going to move forward or it's going to go down south. That's it. So it's up to you. With that, I will really hope you all support the amendment and support the public market. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Oh, so close. Alder Carter?
Call the question, roll call.
You're it, Carter, so we're there. All right. On the Foster amendment to reduce the amount to 4.5 from 6, everybody clear what you're voting on? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alders, Madison. Aye. Miadzi. Aye. Paulson. No. Fair. Tischler. No. Verveer. Aye. Vitiver. Aye. Wahilye.
Aye.
Abbas.
Aye, and Maggie, can you please, when they say aye and no, I cannot hear anything.
Oh, I am so sorry. Yes, thank you. Alder Abbas is aye. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett.
Yes.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry. Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole. Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman. Aye. Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck. No. Alder Heck, no. Is 17 ayes, 3 noes.
With 17 ayes, the amendment passes, and we're back to the main amended motion. So what's before us is the full amendment in the amount of 4.5. Is there additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called. Everybody knows what they're voting on? Okay. Clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadzi? Alder Miadzi, aye. Alder Paulson? No. Alder Paulson, no. Alder Fair? Aye. Alder Fair, aye. Alder Tischler? No. Alder Tischler, no. Alder Verveer? Aye. Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver? Aye. Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Wahelye?
Aye.
Alder Wahelye, aye. Alder Abbas?
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett?
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin?
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry? Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers?
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole? Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman? No. Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney? Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck? Aye. Alder Heck, aye. 17 ayes, 3 noes.
With 17 ayes, that amendment passes. And we will move on to amendment number 4. Alder Abbas.
Move motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt Amendment 4. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 4 regarding TID 52? Alder Abbas, questions?
Yeah. Matt, could you please give the council from process standpoint why this amendment is coming and where is the resolution? Usually these type of things come in economic development budget together, resolution and budget amendment. Could you please give a background?
Yes, thank you, Alder. What's before the council this evening is a amendment to basically enumerate this project in the 2023 budget. So what this amendment would do this evening is it would provide a placeholder within the 2023 budget for funding for this project. To Alder Abbas's point, though, the council has not yet actually approved this project. It is forthcoming via a resolution. So the council will see this project again and will need to actually approve the actual TIF loan for the project. So tonight we are effectively asking to put the placeholder in the budget for 23 and then subject to your further approval of the actual TIF loan at a future date.
Any further questions, Alder? No. All right, are there any other questions? Seeing no questions, is there discussion? Alder Abbas?
Yeah, thank you so much. I will be very brief. I think it's very straightforward. This amendment is extremely crucial for this particular project with affordable housing, 250 unit project, including the mitigation for F-35. I think so. We discussed about using TIF money for affordability as well as for mitigation purposes in finance committee. And I apologize for my daughter. Yeah, so I think so that's really straightforward, and I really hope our alders will support this budget amendment, and we will have more discussion when the resolution will come forward in next month or so.
Thank you, Alder. Don't apologize for your daughter. All right, seeing no further alders wishing to speak on Amendment 4, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no hands, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 4. And we will move on to item 5, which is in the Economic Development Division regarding the Truman Olson grocery development. Alder Carter or Alder Evers?
Move adoption.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 5? Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. Can somebody tell me how much we have spent on this project to date?
I suspect that's a question for Matt McLajewski.
Yes. We are committed, legally committed to buy the condo within the property. And so that's a $4.7 million condo purchase. We haven't actually completed that transaction yet, but I think for all practical purpose, you could consider that money already spent.
Originally, how much were we expecting to spend on this project?
Do you remember, Matt?
Originally, the plan was to subsidize the project through the affordable housing. So there's an additional piece that paid for the affordable housing. But the intent was not to purchase the grocery store originally. That was not part of the transaction. It was only the housing and then the land piece that was part of the original deal.
So the original deal, we weren't spending anything on the grocery, but now, I know in the past we agreed to add that 4.7, and now we're adding another 3.5. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Paulson, questions?
Yeah, the lease is triple net. Are we responsible, but we're also paying a lot of the construction for the interior. Are we paying maintenance on the equipment in the interior? Like, are we servicing the coolers and so on?
I do not believe that that is in the lease, although I'm looking at Mr. Rolfs on the screen, who has been actively negotiating the lease. So I might defer to him to just confirm that that's the case.
Dan, do you want to jump in?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alder. To address your question, the lease as we are currently negotiating it is a true triple net, with the grocer paying all expenses related to the operation of the grocery store and any common area maintenance or otherwise. Truly, the city is, or the intent is for the city to simply act as a owner of the condo and the grocer to cover all expenses related to the operation of the grocery store or any other common area maintenance or interior or exterior things that arise.
Okay, thank you.
I have no other alders in the queue for questions. So Alders Carter or Evers, would you like to speak to the amendment? Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. As Alder Furman indicated, we have been working on this project for some time. It dates back several years prior to the time that many of us were on council. It's certainly taken up the bulk of my time since I was first elected in 2019. The commitment that we made as a city was to ensure that there would be a full service grocery store on the south side. When we discovered that Pick and Save was going to move, it was evident that in the absence of intervention of some sort, we would lose out and have a significant food desert on the south side. The reason for this is that at times in the lives of city officials and decision makers, we realize that the market, the unregulated free market, does not deliver the goods that are essential for a community to thrive. And there can hardly be anything more essential than food, access to healthy food. So we've made this commitment. There is a distinction between purchasing a condo, which is equity, which we own, and then can use to negotiate and get a grocer in place and secure that grocer for the long term. And this next step, which is we're using this money that we are borrowing to create an investment to build out the condo itself to facilitate the grocery store, and then weave that money into a long-term lease. And so we'll get that money paid back plus interest over a 15-year period. So we're not just giving a grant or get somehow or another just writing a blank check to the grocery store, but we're taking steps necessary to see this project through. So I'd encourage you to show your support by voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Nope, Alder Miadze.
I was just saying that when I used to serve with the NAACP on the community outreach, I know that we've talked for length at a time about not making sure that there's a food desert on the south side. So I definitely look forward to this project being approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 5? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 5 and move on to amendment number 6, which regards the Parks Division. Alder Wahilahe, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff on this item?
Is Erin Knapp available to talk about this project? It was overdue when it was adopted Manchester Park Master Plan.
We have Lisa Lassinger here.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Hello. I am absolutely happy to cover the details of the amendment. We have an adopted master plan for Manchester Park that calls for a connection off of Dillon Drive. So we just haven't fully implemented the master plan. This connection will require crossing of a ditch or a swale, so there would need to be a culvert installed to connect the sidewalk that exists off Dillon Drive with the bike path with the path that exists throughout the park. So that's the reason for some of the extended cost. We've heard from, and Alder Wahilahe has heard from the neighborhood of a need for connectivity and walkability. And that those are both very important to the neighborhood. So we've put together this project, and it looks like based on our work plans, the earliest this could fit for initial planning would be 25. So that's what you're looking at right now.
Are there questions?
Thank you, Lisa. No, that I think Lisa covered all. So I hope, we said, this is connectivity for sidewalk to the parks, and I hope my colleagues will support this.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, do you have questions for staff?
Yeah, Lisa, can you tell me some of the cross streets of where this park is? I think is over by what is it? McKee Road. Am I right on that?
Yes, exactly. It's just slightly off of McKee Road, and sorry, I don't want to get the Maple Grove Road. So it's just east of Maple Grove Road and just south of McKee.
Okay. And is it a bike path or a ped path that you're connecting to?
It's a path that goes through the park. So it can be used for peds or for bikes. It's not a commuter bike path, but it's an internal bike path.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. So why was this not included on the parks SIP?
We were approached. We have master plans that we have a number of competing priorities. So we've added it to the SIP because since we've submitted our SIP back in May, I believe it was, Alder Wahilahe contacted us about trying to get it onto the SIP. And getting it onto the SIP now helps us to start planning towards getting that implemented and getting it constructed in a more timely fashion. It does allow for some more efficiencies. But we, as staff, hadn't at the time identified it as a need, but we do have a strong focus on accessibility and walkability for our parks.
So, I mean, that was going to be my next question. I mean, what is the process for staff to prioritize things? Does every alder comes and gets their project on the top of the list, or how does that work?
We certainly try to reach out to alders and discuss what concerns you might have and what projects you'd like to see done, and then we take those into consideration as we compile our capital project plan and our SIP.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. Lisa, this is also a question for you. I've talked with staff about projects related to implementing the James Madison Park master plan in District 2. When should I start talking to you so that I can get some pork barrel in my district also? Should I start immediately after the budget?
Certainly, we'd be happy to have a conversation with you about that. I know from preliminary estimates that there are substantial costs involved in the James Madison master plan implementation, but that doesn't mean that we can't or we shouldn't start talking about that now. We would love to start funding some of those improvements that we've identified throughout our master planning processes in many of our parks, but we all know that our resources are limited.
Right. I know that there are options to do small portions of the master plan, apparently, like in this situation. So I'll be reaching out. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. And just briefly, it is an issue when you go through the extensive community engagement to put together a master plan and then see that these investments don't show up in the SIP. And so that the Vilas Park Master Plan is
Alder,
a good example.
is there a question here, Alder?
Lisa, thank you. Similarly, what would be the process to advance some investments to implement the Vilas Park Master Plan into the SIP?
I would like to reiterate that there is an adopted master plan for the Manchester Park. It was adopted in the early 2000s or the late 1990s, and we haven't had a chance to finish building out the park. So with regards to Vilas, same thing. We can certainly start talking about how we prioritize that. I believe that we have some funding in our SIP to start implementing and start making some improvements at Vilas, but I would have to take a closer look at that.
Squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? Thank you.
Okay, let's try and stay focused on questions, please, and to be respectful of each other. Alder Wheelahy, do you have additional questions? Alder Wheelahy?
No, Madam Mayor, just a comment.
Okay, we're in discussion then, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, like Lisa said, this was implemented in the master plan in early 20s to 2020s. And the community is growing and the path is really hard to walk around and bike around. And that's the reason why most of my community and my residents came to me and asked for what happened to the master plan that was initially put in. And that's the reason why we are putting this amendment. It's not for 2023, not 2024, but it's for 2025. So this is something that really helps the residents as city value, that we value walkability and mobility, which is very critical to the city value. So I hope you'll consider voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To allow me to still continue to be at this space, would you please again remind us to be courteous? The last comment was very upsetting to me by an alder.
Yes, thank you, Alder. I agree that we have yet a long night in front of us, and so I'd encourage people to take a deep breath before you speak. And again, please, to stay, when we are in questions, stay focused on questions for staff. and wait to discuss until we get to discussion. Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
If no one else is in the queue, I'd like to call the question.
There is no one else in the queue, Alder Carter, so we will be going to the question. And the question is adoption of Amendment 6. It's been moved and seconded. So all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadzi? Alder Miadzi, aye. Alder Paulson? Aye. Alder Paulson, aye. Alder Fair? Alder Fair, aye. Alder Tischler? Alder Tischler, aye. Alder Verveer? Aye. Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver? Aye. Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Wehellier?
Aye.
Alder Wehellier, aye. Alder Abbas?
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett?
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin?
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry? Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers?
Aye, my apologies.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole? Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster?
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman? No. Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney? Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck? No. Alder Heck, no. 17 ayes, 3 noes.
With 17 ayes and 3 noes, that amendment passes. And that takes us to item 7, Alder Carter.
Move adoption.
Is there a second?
Oh,
Moved and seconded to adopt. Item 7.
Mayor,
Yes, Alder Carter?
I would like to table this until we get to, I'm looking at my stuff, the COPS grant.
In the operating budget, Alder?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Is that allowable?
So the motion that you're making is to place this amendment on the table?
Correct.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded to place on the table. Hold on. Until we dispense with the operating budget. Is there any objection? Alder Bennett? Is that an objection, Alder Bennett? To placing it on the table?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any objection besides Alder Bennett? Alder Curry?
Would it be I know Alder Carter does not have to answer, but could we get some context of why?
So, all right. Let me try. This item is to provide squad vehicles for the 6 officers that are anticipated to be funded by the COPS grant. You will have an amendment in front of you, hopefully tonight, that would remove the COPS grant from the budget. If you do not, if you accept that amendment and the COPS grant is removed from the budget, you do not need the squad vehicles. So I think the intention, and Alder Carter can stop me if I'm wrong, is to postpone the conversation about the squad vehicles until after you all decide on the COPS grant.
Correct.
So it's you really could go one way or the other, but it makes sense to postpone. And so Alder Bennett will record you as voting no on the vote to place on the table. Is there any other alders that wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, the item is on the table. And because that item is on the table, President Furman, can we place the capital budget on the table, please?
I'd like to make a motion to place the capital budget on the table and then have a 10-minute recess.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to place the capital budget on the table and take a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are recessed for 10 minutes. That brings us back at, let's say, 8 o'clock. All right, folks, we're about 1 minute out. 1 minute out from coming back. If we can have the alders on the Zooms, please turn their cameras back on. And alders in the room, please take your seats. So we can see who we've got. Oh. 4, 5, 6, 7. Very close, but not quite there. Oh, thank you, Alder Wahilahi. I see that you're here. Okay, I'm going to call us back to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Madison. That's not good. Yeah. Alder Miadzi. Alder Miadzi is present. Alder Paulson. Here. Alder present. Alder Paulson is present. Alder Fair. Yep. Alder Fair is present. Alder Tischler. Here. Alder Tischler is present. Alder Revere. Here. Alder Revere is present. Alder Vitiver. Here. Alder Vitiver is present. Alder Wahilye.
Here.
Alder Wahilye is present. Alder Abbas.
Here, present. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Abbas is present. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford's present. Alder Bennett.
Here.
Alder Bennett's present. Alder Carter. We'll come back to Alder Carter. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry. Here. Alder Curry is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Okay. Alder Evers is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Alder Figueroa Cole is here. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is here. Alder Furman. Present. Alder Furman's here. Alder Harrington McKinney. Here. Alder Harrington McKinney is here. Alder Heck. Here. All right. Alder Carter. Not quite back yet, but I'll keep an eye on her. We have quorum, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, so we're on to item 2, which is Legistar 73845, the 2023 Executive Operating Budget as amended by the Finance Committee. President Furman, a motion, please.
Move adoption.
It's moved and seconded to adopt the Executive Operating Budget. We'll move through amendments. And Alder Bennett, question?
I'd like to move a motion.
What's the motion, Alder?
I'd like to move to take up amendment, Jesus, number 6 for the University Alliance. And I can explain my motion. Out of order.
Out of order. I'm sorry. Amendment number 16?
For the University Alliance.
Yep, out of order. Is there a second? Yes. All right, it's moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes. Essentially, the reason why I'm asking is, the situation we're in, and also this is a very small budget amount or amount, and especially in comparison with the other things we'll be taking up today. From my conversation, it seems like it's a relatively non-controversial item, especially in comparison to the other things we have. So I think it would be nice to start off on kind of a easier front before we get into the more hardy budget amendments.
Alder Wahilahi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I also want to take item for the intern, as I will, if this meeting continues for the 3rd day, I won't be able to join the meeting. So I'll prefer if I can be here for that amendment, if possible. And I'll appreciate if the body can bring the internship, I think it's 14, item 14 to the front. Thank you.
Alder, we can only take one motion at a time, so we're going to hold on to that. And
okay, sorry.
That's all right. Alder Paulson, do you wish to speak to Alder Bennett's amendment?
No, she will explain what we're thinking if we do it.
Okay.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I guess we are speaking on taking it. The motion is to take it out of order.
The motion is to take it out of order.
Okay. Yes, I would like to take this up early. There's a substitute potentially coming, and it is a easier one to kick off with, and I think we should take it first.
Alder Furman?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be honest, I have always been frustrated with the order on how we take amendments. I am frustrated with how the order was this year, including where Common Council amendments were taken. But at the end of the day, that's what we have in front of us. We have already seen what's going to happen if we start taking amendments out of order. I think if people want to spend money on certain things, they just need to be smart about what they vote for. But I strongly discourage this body from taking this particular item out of order. I think even though I disagree with how we did the order this year, I don't believe we should be taking this particular item out of order. It's just going to open up a big can of worms.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on the motion. Is there objection if I speak from the chair? Seeing no objection, I have to agree with the council president. There's no end to this if we start down this road. You all have your different priorities. You're all going to vote as you vote on these amendments. If we start fighting about the order in which we take up the amendments, we will not only not finish tonight, we will not finish tomorrow night either. I've been in the budget meetings when we go to 5 in the morning, and it is not fun, and it is not worth it. Let's just get through these amendments in the order in which they're presented to us. We can fight about how we develop that order. You all can fight about it in CCEC for as long as you would like. But let's just stick to what we've got in front of us, please. So on the motion to take up Amendment 16.
Mayor, my hand is raised.
Alder Bennett?
Yes, thank you. And I understand where you're coming from. I will also say I discourage us from running down a slippery slope fallacy with this, this in particular. It's relatively small. Like, I know that if we start fighting about the order, it's not going to be fun. However, this is like very small amount, what I'm asking for. So, I kind of want to discourage us from just running down this slippery slope fallacy of like, if this happens, that all of this is going to happen. Because I think it's kind of a misnomer to say that all of a sudden, where if we take this one item out, we're going to be having meetings till 5 in the morning. I think we'd have meetings at 5 in the morning anyways, because of just how controversial some of these other items are, unlike this item.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler?
Yeah, I'll be brief. Yeah, I was an art major. I didn't bring my calculator, but if somebody could just keep remind us of where the money is, just so we can.
Yes, Alder. The Finance Department will update us after every amendment.
Great. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So on the amendment to take, or on the motion to take item 16 out of order, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadzi? Alder Miadzi, aye. Alder Paulson? Aye. Alder Paulson, aye. Alder Fair? No. Alder Fair, no. Alder Tischler?
No.
Alder Tischler, no. Alder Verveer? Aye. Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver? No. Alder Vitiver, no. Alder Rahelier?
Aye.
Alder Rahelier, aye. Alder Abbas?
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett?
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter?
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Conklin?
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry? No. Alder Curry, no. Alder Evers?
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Figueroa Cole? No. Alder Figueroa Cole, no. Alder Foster?
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman? No. Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney? No. Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck? No. Alder Heck, no. 8 ayes, 12 noes.
With 12 noes, the motion fails. We'll return to the list. And I'm sorry, folks, if you could turn off your own microphones, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. President Furman, could we try and take amendments 1 and 2 up at the same time?
Sure. Move adoption of Amendment 1 and 2.
Moved and seconded to adopt amendments 1 and 2. Are there questions for staff? Seeing none, is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of amendments 1 and 2? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of amendments 1 and 2. That brings us to Amendment 3 in the Civil Rights Department. Alder Benford? Did you want to move this?
Adoption.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt item 3. Is there questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff. Alder Benford?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I was just wondering if Norm Davis or someone from DCR could just give a really, really brief intent about this.
Mr. Davis is here.
Sure, thank you. With the Town of Madison attachment, in planning for the Town of Madison attachment, quite a bit before that, we began collaborating with other city agencies and informing residents about the attachment, about the city services that would be available to them. And right off the bat, we started getting requests from individuals about our complaint process. Particularly, these were lower income individuals, ethnically diverse individuals that had been experiencing discrimination or harassment when it came to their housing. And so we were unable to take those complaints from the residents that we were meeting with. Although they really wanted to work with the department, we had to refer them to the state. And so our agency does partner with the state, but we have a process that is that includes mediation that often allows for complainants to settle early. And we also have a process that takes complainants through the process quicker. And so we know that there is a demand. And so we have been anticipating and planning for some time for this increased demand within the Town of Madison attachment. We want to be able to serve all of the new residents of the city of Madison appropriately. And just a few statistics, we know that there will be at least 5,000 new residents. We know that there are over 2,300 new housing units or additional housing units. The average household income is around $36,000 versus the average $59,000 for City of Madison. Those living below the poverty line are 31.7% versus around 18.3% for the City of Madison. And there's over 70% of renters in the newly attached areas from the Town of Madison. And so housing is our primary area of complaint. And we want to be able to serve this diverse, this lower income population that has already alerted us that they have serious concerns when it comes to their housing. In addition to taking complaints, we also will be offering training for landlords, training for employers. There's approximately 281 businesses that are now a part of the City of Madison, that were part of the Town of Madison. And so there's an opportunity for us to do some proactive education with those employers, with those housing providers, but we need to be able to be staffed to meet that demand.
Thank you, Norm. Are there any additional questions for staff? Seeing none, is there discussion? Alder Benford?
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Norm. I really appreciate it. This seems pretty straightforward, doesn't it? With the attachment of the town of Madison and some of the issues and context that Norm laid out. I hope that all of you would support it. I don't see where there is many questions around it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to discuss. So let me turn to finance and get a status on the remaining levy limit.
Thank you, Mayor. So the remaining levy limit right now is about $265,000, so before any further action.
Right. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there objection? You know, we're just going to do roll calls on all of them. All those in favor of the amendment, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadzi? Aye. Alder Miadzi, aye. Alder Paulson? No. Alder Paulson, no. Alder Fair? No. Alder Fair, no. Alder Tischler? Aye. Alder Tischler, aye. Alder Verveer? No. Alder Verveer, no. Alder Vitiver? Aye. Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Wahelier?
Aye.
Alder Wahelier, aye. Alder Abbas?
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett?
No.
Alder Bennett, no. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin? Alder Conklin?
She wants you to come back.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see. Alder Curry? No. Alder Curry, no. Alder Evers?
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Figueroa Cole? Alder Figueroa Cole, no. Alder Foster?
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman? No. Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney? Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck? No. Alder Heck, no. Alder Conklin?
No.
Alder Conklin, no. Nine ayes, 11 noes.
With 11 noes, that amendment fails. That takes us to amendment number 4, which is in the Community Development Division regarding emergency rental assistance. Council President Furman?
Move adoption.
It's moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, maybe this one we can agree to just take the money. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection to recording unanimous vote in favor, that item passes. And we'll go to amendment number 5. Alder Miadzi?
Move adoption.
Alder, are you moving the original or the sub?
The sub.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Alder Carter. All right, give me a minute to get my papers in order here. All right, so what's moved is the substitute amendment number 5. Are there questions for staff on amendment number 5? Oh boy, okay. Alder Paulson, we'll start with you.
Yes, and now we've got Justin there, and he was going to be the person I was going to ask. Justin, could you talk a little bit about the new software that's coming and the new transit cards and some of the new capabilities we have about being able to flexibly give more ways to get the ability to give people rides and pay for rides through different programs with the new cards and technologies and and those capabilities?
Good evening. So with our the fare collection system that was the contract that was approved by this body 3 months ago or so, it's our intent to be able to provide a system where we have a half fare program for everyone that qualifies as low income, so that they can just simply reload their account in a variety of different ways, and then just every time they tap their card, it deducts a half fare rather than a full fare amount. So we think that with that new system, we'll have a much more ubiquitous kind of low income fare system that will reach a lot more people throughout the city.
Thank you, Alder. That must have been the question. I have no other alders in the queue. Alder Carter, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Justin. Can you tell me, Justin, how this amendment would work versus the one we have normally and the one we have just during the summer for the high school students?
So our normal program is, for high school students in the summer, it's just that it's available only to high school students and only for the summer period. And then we also have the low income pass program, which offers a discounted monthly pass for those who qualify as low income. And they do have to they have to show some qualification in order to access those passes. And we do that primarily through our customer service window. So that is funded through the council. It was before my time, so it's been going on for several years. At least during my tenure here with COVID going on, we have not, there's basically been a limit on the number of passes we can sell, and we have not been selling out. I can't say that we won't sell out in the future, but at least to date, we are not selling out of those passes. And so there's currently not a capacity limitation on those. My understanding of this particular amendment is that it would use council funds to directly purchase monthly passes. And then based on my discussions with Alder Miadzi, we would basically provide those passes to third-party organizations for them to distribute as they please. We did not, at Metro, especially with our upcoming, fare system changes, we really did not want to create a new program and have to qualify individuals for who and who does not qualify for this. And so Alder Miadzi did identify third-party organizations that could handle the distribution of the passes. So really Metro would not be involved other than to just provide the passes. And at that point, the distribution would be up to others.
In your other program for the low income passes, is that, do they have to renew that every month?
Yes, it is so at least in our current system, we would have to come back every month and buy that pass. Again, as Alder Paulson mentioned, our intent in the long term, in the next year or so, would be to create a system where people could register once and then their account would always be registered as half fare. So they could then not have to come back and re-register. It would just be a one-time registration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Is Tom Lynch available?
I am not sure. I don't see him on the... He's here. Oh, he's here. Okay. Go ahead, Alder.
Tom, you staff Transportation Policy and Planning Board, correct?
Yes, I do.
Has this issue ever been debated or presented for either a resolution or a topic at a meeting, say in the last 6 months?
I don't know if in the last 6 months, but within the last year, we have discussed revenue collection methodologies, and then we also discussed fare free revenue policy, and that has gone before the board.
Yeah, but wouldn't you agree this is somewhat different? A fare free policy is different than a plan to purchase 1,000 bus passes and distributing them. I guess my question is not, has the general policy been discussed? Has this specific proposal been discussed?
No, this specific proposal has not been discussed.
Thank you. And next question for Jim O'Keefe.
Go ahead, Alder.
Jim, in your experience in working with nonprofits and community service agencies, and perhaps discussions at the Community Services Committee, are you aware whether any of the nonprofits and community organizations have budget items currently with monies that they've received from the city to perhaps make a purchase of bus passes to distribute to their clients? I guess the question is this already happening to some extent and included as like a line item for how one of these agencies or organizations would spend money received from the city?
Alder, I could not give you specifics about that, but it is not uncommon for purchase of service contracts and for requests for funding to include elements of funding for transportation assistance for participants in various programs.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, questions?
Yeah, I just want to know, what are the current hubs that Metro uses as far as distribution of these low bus passes?
I think that's a question for Mr. Stuenberg.
So our primary distribution is at our main East Washington facility. We also work with the Dane County, forgive me, I can't remember the exact name, on Aberg.
Job Center.
Yeah, Job Center. And then we have an outlet downtown in the city facility. I know we've actually, based on some conversations with Alder Miadze, we've attempted to establish some additional outlets, particularly on the west side and additional on the north side. And those discussions have kind of stalled out when those vendors start talking about the actual collection of cash and how to do that. That we've not been able to get them over the hump in terms of that cash collection piece.
All right. I guess my next question is, have you seen that some people might not meet that threshold for low-income bus passes, the criteria?
That certainly is possible. I would say the bar is fairly low at this point. We just ask for some documentation of their income status. We don't really question the validity of that documentation. And so I would say it's fairly open at this point.
Okay. And lastly, have you checked to see if the bus passes you said that haven't ran out and the low-income bus passes that you do have at the current locations?
I can't speak to each individual location, but I know as a whole we have not run out of them. But I don't have the data to say whether or not one individual location has run out, whereas another one has not.
And just lastly, one last question. Through an equity lens, would you think would you suggest sometimes it's about meeting people where they're at and the importance of, so can you answer the question of do you think it's important to have bus passes specifically at the marginalized communities, such as, what we talked about as far as having it at different hubs so that people can access it?
Certainly, I do agree that it's always better to have a broader access so that people don't have to travel very far to access passes. And I think we would like to do that, but as I mentioned, we just have not been able to get over the hump with other partners that we've tried to engage. And so, yeah, I don't know, I guess, how to answer that. I think there certainly will always be individuals for which any amount of money is a challenge. But it's hard for me to make a judgment on whether or not that's an appropriate use of funds. But, for us at Metro, again, as long as we don't have to create a program to administer and devote a lot of staff time to, I don't think we necessarily have a problem with it. Or I don't think we have a problem with it. So, but I can't really make a judgment call for all of you on whether or not it's worth it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is really just quickly for Jim, just to ask whether or not there has been a recent sort of ask from nonprofits specifically for transportation in recent history.
Alder, there are budget line items, I'm quite sure, in some of our employment programs. So those agencies seeking funding, we have an ongoing contract that provides transit services. It is focused on members of our community who are experiencing homelessness. I think the contract runs through Porchlight, but it's distributed through a number of outreach groups and other service providers. So that's a very specific example that's focused exclusively on transportation, but some of these other programs contain budget components that provide us support for transportation. I don't know if it's necessarily bus passes. I suspect it probably is.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions, so we'll turn to discussion. Alder Miadze, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
I guess the best way to explain this is this: being on transportation. And the reason why I asked to be on transportation is that transportation on the north side is terrible. And the best way to explain it to my colleagues is that I have to give you an example. You have Route A, B, and C. Route A having 1,000 riderships, Route B having 800, Route C having 500. If you get rid of Route C, what happens to C? People go out and they buy cars. Not only that, they transfer to Route B and Route A, so therefore you have lost a lot of ridership. That is what has happened on the north side of Madison and a lot of marginalized communities. It takes a 15-minute ride downtown, takes about an hour just to get downtown. So I was speaking to transportation about this, how do we revitalize transportation that people of color that do transfer more than any other ethnic group, how do we revitalize transportation? I was talking to transportation about fare-free, and they said, at least for a month, especially in marginalized communities, so they can, when the BRT rolls out next summer, so people can actually start seeing how, of course, there's still work to be done to see how the routes are speedier and or whatever. So they said it'll be about $1 million a month. So what I thought about strategically of doing is actually having only 1,000 bus passes, but particularly the communities of color that suffer the most from transportation, to split it among them. I reached out to Warner Park. They're willing to take it. Matter of fact, they have been running out of bus passes. I reached out to Ruben Anthony of the Urban League, and he said he will gladly be able to take some bus passes, and also joining forces for family and allied. So I picked up parts of the city that will definitely use these bus passes. We already have a hub that's on East Wash that mainly and uptown that mostly focus on low income, which is mostly the college students uptown that get those bus passes. So what I wanted to do is actually get the bus passes into the marginalized communities so they can distribute it to marginalized communities of color so that we can actually revitalize transportation and also use them, because we need to start focusing on the areas that are hurting the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to quickly say nonprofits do on a regular basis within our budgets or just budgets overall include a line item that addresses transportation, whether it be bus pass, Uber rides, or car repairs. Based on there being a lack of accessible and available funds for repairing cars, I'm not interested in putting it forward a different amendment, but I think that's where the need is more so to help people repair their cars. I'm uncomfortable with this simply because it hasn't been discussed, and I would prefer us sort of, if we're passing out bus passes, that they're sort of evenly spread across the city so more nonprofits have access to them. But based on my daily work with a great number of nonprofits, this need it's not been expressed because the need has been met. The low-income bus passes, there is a barrier in having to go down to Metro to get these bus passes, but the barrier is sort of overcome by nonprofits arranging to either go with them or provide them transportation each month to get out there. So most nonprofits are willing to accept resources, very much willing, but have they expressed the need is where I'm sort of like weighing. Have they reached out to Jim's office? Have they reached out to you specifically? Those are the sort of things that, are they reaching out to the city asking for more support around specifically bus passes? And it's been my experience that this need has been met overwhelmingly.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry.
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Madison said a lot of what I was going to say, also being a nonprofit provider and seeing the need, and feel it's admirable that Alder Miadze has offered several amendments, including this one, to try to bridge gaps within our transportation services, specifically with marginalized and disabled, handicapped, other abilitied populations. I'm also uncomfortable about the unfortunate lack of intention in looking towards NRTs, a wider lens. I know 1,000 bus passes is not a lot considering the need, but would be worried about creating some of the dynamics that we discussed last night of controversy within nonprofits and looking at each other of why one gets certain things and others do not. So I don't have a offering amendment either, but would encourage and like to work with Alder Miadze and others on possibly looking towards some relief for nonprofits who are providing bus passes to those who are low income, but cannot purchase those bus passes on behalf of those low income folks at a reduced price. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Yeah, I just have to echo what was said before. I also wanted to kind of know, I'm kind of confused about what college students are getting these bus passes. Because as a college student, I know for a fact that UW contracts with Metro, and we pay $20 per bus pass per semester to purchase bus passes. So I'm pretty sure that, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know what college students are taking up these bus passes, but ultimately I think that this is something that is a valiant effort that I think that we can flesh out more and make it more equitable for everyone in the city, especially those that are on the outer fringes of our city that have low access to buses. But yeah, it takes more fleshing out. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Abbas?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate Alder Miadze for his amendment. I think so he discussed, if my memory serves right, last year in budget as well. I also want to, there's some open wounds, which I feel like they got open again with that discussion. What happened on the north side through network redesign, and NRT recommended routes were taken away from the north side community, which was workforce development routes, and we asked them to take 75-minute bus to go to the work from north side to southeast side. So we definitely, our system is not perfect, and we create barriers. And I'm not saying it's intentionally. I really feel like with limited resources, there are some problematic stuff I can definitely see as an order of my own district. I really feel like providing, I think so it's a good program, instead of increasing operating cost by Metro and Metro run program, which requires staff to distribute passes and, figuring out who could get advantage of those passes. I think so it's very noble to identify nonprofits. I know Urban League, Greater Madison Urban League runs workforce development programs. These passes can be used for those as a source of workforce development. Warner Park as a great location, perhaps some other nonprofits too, perhaps putting some names like giving to nonprofits, and later staff can identify which one, rather than debating who take benefit or not. But I do think so some of the barriers we created through network redesign, perhaps that's the 1,000 pass is kind of like a small band-aid to that. And I hope alders really, especially we talk about accessibility, transportation, moving people out from cars to public transportation. I think so the intent is very noble, and I will support Alder Miadze intent, and I hope others also support that. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I'm super excited about the new Metro capabilities that are coming, that are going to, I think, enable a lot of creative and helpful and flexible and just all in all better ways to help our population, the entire population in Madison more easily access Metro, or more easily pay for Metro or get access to Metro somehow. And I kind of hope soon we won't really be talking about 31-day passes, and we'll be thinking much more flexibly, much more about the number of rides and how we get that to folks. And it's going to make the accounting a little bit of an adventure, and I think we'll have to have some discussions about exactly where are we going to be flexible about saying we might go into a little bit of a deficit somewhere, or come back with it. But I think right now this approach is probably the wrong way to do it on the cusp of these changes, and I think we are better off holding off a little bit to when we have the more flexible system to really deliver, I think, more value to more people than this approach, which I'm certainly receptive to the idea and would love to be able to figure out how to get more people into it. But I think this is not quite the right approach, and I think we can do a little bit better in a couple of months. And so I would urge us to hold off until we have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So the substitute amendment 5 has been moved and seconded. Alder Carter?
Roll call.
You will get one, Alder, don't worry. You'll get one on every item tonight. So
then I won't put up my hand.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so on the substitute amendment 5, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison? No. Alder Madison, no. Alder Miadze? Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Paulson? No. Alder Paulson, no. Alder Fair? No. Alder Fair, no. Alder Tischler? Alder Tischler, aye. Alder Verveer? No. Alder Verveer, no. Alder Vitiver? No. Alder Vitiver, no. Alder Wehellier?
Aye.
Alder Wehellier, aye. Alder Abbas?
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett?
No.
Alder Bennett, no. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin?
No.
Alder Conklin, no. Alder Curry? No. Alder Curry, no. Alder Evers?
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Figueroa Cole? No. Alder Figueroa Cole, no. Alder Foster?
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman? No. Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney? Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck? No. Alder Heck, no. 7 ayes, 13 noes.
With 13 noes, that amendment fails. Takes us to amendment number 6, which is in economic development regarding attorney consulting services. President Furman,
Move adoption.
is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff on item number 6? Seeing no questions, is there discussion? Alder Evers.
Yes, I'm asking my colleagues to support this amendment that does not impact the levy. These 3 projects are in the home stretch, and they were being managed by an attorney in our city attorney's office, who is now moving on next month to the private sector. There's a tremendous amount of knowledge and expertise that this individual has. Starting all over with a replacement attorney, potentially we could result in significant delay, 45, 60, even 90 days. I could speak specifically, that's not a kind of a delay. We can't afford that type of delay with the Truman Olson project. We've already endured many challenges. The Garver feed mill was mentioned earlier tonight. I don't think there's a project that has endured more challenges, except for perhaps the Garver feed mill than the Truman Olson project. So complicated. We can't afford to lose this expertise. If we do, there's the potential for mistakes, omissions that could be costly to the city, perhaps resulting in lawsuits some years down the road. And thirdly, there's the element of knowledge transfer. This body of knowledge that that the attorney has accumulated over time can be shared with the new attorney, who's essentially kind of replacing this individual, and can be shadowed and discipled, so to speak, in the arcane aspects of these complicated negotiations and contracts. So I think this is a solution that keeps these projects on track, and I'd ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. No other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So on amendment number 6, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadze? Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Paulson? Aye. Alder Paulson, aye. Alder Fair? Aye. Alder Fair, aye. Alder Tischler? Aye. Alder Tischler, aye. Alder Verveer? Aye. Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver? Aye. Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Wehellier?
Aye.
Alder Wehellier, aye. Alder Abbas?
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett?
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin?
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry? Aye. Sorry. Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers?
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole? Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman? Aye. Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney? Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck? Aye. Alder Heck, aye. 20 ayes, no nos.
Unanimous pass. We'll move on then to amendment number 7, which is in the fire department regarding the start dates for new positions. Alder Paulson?
Yes, I'd like to move adoption of Amendment 7.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Are there questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, is there discussion? Alder Paulson?
Pretty straightforward. We're just swapping some start dates around, so there's no impact on anything. My original intention was to add some additional money to accelerate the emergency management coordinator. After kind of talking about it with HR and the fire chief, kind of consensus was even with additional money, we weren't likely to get them started until a little bit into the sprint anyway. And after some discussion with the chief, his thought was, why don't we swap the fire protection engineer and the emergency management coordinator? And that actually was his preference. If we had to choose one way, he would rather have it this way on the 2 start dates. So that's it. No money, just changing some start dates.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. All right, I knew I said I would do roll calls, but I'm going to take a chance here. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 7. And that will take us to Amendment 8. And that is also in the fire department. And Alder Evers?
Move adoption.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Thank you, Alder Tischler. Shows that you're paying attention. Yeah, Alder Furman?
Are we taking up the substitute or the original?
That's an excellent question, Alder
Oh,
Furman.
excuse me. No, yes, I moved the substitute to Amendment 8. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so the motion is a substitute to Amendment 8. Is there any objection? No. All right, so questions for staff then, Alder Abbas?
Thank you very much. I have a question for the chief about the amendments and about the need of the cares as compared to amendment number 8 original as compared to substitute. How does that impact their office and the future of cares? If you can explain, that would be great.
Chief Carbon?
Yes, thank you, Alder. I'm actually going to have Assistant Chief Stedman here with me, who's in direct supervision of the CARES unit and can speak directly to that, and I'll certainly remain available for additional questions.
Yep, good evening. So I just want to make sure that I understand the question specifically. The immediate expansion of adding 1 CARES paramedic and 1 crisis worker was going to move into the weekend hours to provide 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. coverage on weekend hours as well. And are you asking the difference between that and the possible later or mid-year expansion?
No, I'm talking about the difference between originally Amendment 8 as compared to substitute, how that impact your operation.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't have them both in front of me to tell you what the exact difference is.
All right.
Let's see, Alder, if we can do that quickly.
Perhaps the sponsor can answer that, Alder Evers, or...
So, Assistant Chief Stedman, essentially, it's not as many positions.
No, that's not correct.
Go ahead, Alder. You explain it.
Yes. The original operating budget amendment number 8 determined to add an additional team during the peak hours of 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. and to have that additional team, which would include to crisis workers, and also adding a supervisor, adding supervisory capacity, and to start that in the third quarter on July 1st. The difference with the substitute that I put forth would be to start, add this additional team on October 1st on the fourth quarter, with the idea that it would give additional time to do the job description for the new role of the new position of the supervisor. And in so doing would reduce by half $100,000 on the levy impact. The original budget amendment called for $200,000. This reduces it to $100,000. And I did this in part in recognition of the levy limit and the other amendments that we'll be discussing tonight. And in an email exchange with Chief Carbon, I was informed that the department saw no concerns and raised no objections to starting adding the additional team in the fourth quarter as opposed to the third quarter.
Yes, you're completely correct about that. Yeah, I don't have any concerns about that. Honestly, we're possibly getting a team on the streets a little bit later, but the whole time throughout this process, we've been very mindful about taking things as tactically and appropriately as slow as possible. So no, it shouldn't affect much, and it'll give us more time to be more thoughtful about it as well. Sorry for the confusion earlier on. I just wanted to make sure I knew the difference, but thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks, Alder Evers. So, Chief, one last follow-up question. Overall need of the CARES and expansion. How do you forecast the expansion and in which phases? Because I'm just hearing instead of third quarter, we're moving fourth quarter, you feel comfortable. I also see another amendment coming forward to invest more in CARES. So I really want a clarity what is your needs are, how you forecast, what is the workload. If you can give a big picture, that will be helpful.
I'll try to distill it down as easily as possible. We have a public health specialist that is evaluating data for us constantly. As you get the Alder reports monthly, you see that the call volume is going up every number of months, and every time we've made an expansion and offered more hours, we see the call volume go up even more. So we can still see right now that there is approximately 50% of the calls during the day, especially from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. that we're not able to take with the two teams that we have on the street. So it makes us understand that those peak hours are an important time of day to expand to. So it's all data driven.
So don't you think so moving to quarter four will impact you, as you're mentioning there's so many calls during peak hours?
Well, sure, it will impact us for that short amount of time, but I believe that until we can have multiple teams on the streets 24 hours a day, we're never going to be able to capture all of them. So we understood when we put the very first team on the street, right? We had just one team, 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. We knew that there was more of a need than that, but we had to do things thoughtfully. And I think that's what we're still attempting to do, is make sure that when we expand, we're doing it in a way that will be effective. So I understand what you're saying. Honestly, Alder, we could put 3 more teams on the streets tomorrow, 24 hours a day, and still probably miss some calls that we should go to, right? It's a matter of doing it thoughtfully and trying to, just do the best we can with the data.
I appreciate that. And I know the county also, last year county didn't chip in any money, but in this budget, they propose money. And how does that will play a role in your capacity?
Yeah, so if the county goes through with what I understand to be the case, is that they're going to fund a position in the 911 center. So a mental health clinician can be in the 911 center actually taking the calls, and they can help triage those calls out more appropriately. So in certain cases, that 911 clinician might be able to handle the phone call on their own and refer a person to a service. Right now, 14% of the calls that our CARES team takes are phone call contacts only. And that was something that we didn't really understand was going to happen as much as it has. But best practice around the country in programs like this is to have mental health clinicians in the 911 centers to help triage these calls. And that's what I understand is going to happen with the county.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Chief Stedman, can we go back just a little bit? Because this Amendment 8, is that the one that is expanding it from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on the weekend?
No, ma'am. That expansion was in the mayor's executive budget to expand into the weekend hours.
Okay, so your additional team is your peak hours, and your peak hours are 11 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yes, approximately.
And then within that, you wanted a supervisor.
Yes, correct.
With the additional team.
Yes, we're certainly getting to the point, and in my opinion, maybe past the point of having somebody dedicated as a program manager to oversee it. With my current job description, I'm spending approximately 50% of my time on CARES alone, and I don't want to get too far into the details on that. But yes, we are getting to the point where if we expand any further, we definitely need more support and supervision and more structural support around the team.
And you're looking to, you said this many times when you were talking to Alder Abbas, really growing the CARES team carefully and strategically and mindfully, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know what? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Heck?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Stedman, I'm going to read you a sentence that's in the amendment analysis. I'll start. The proposed amendment funds an expansion of the CARES program mid-year 2023. That's now going to be only for the last quarter of the year rather than mid-year. If this were to pass, which will provide an additional team during the peak hours of behavioral health emergency needs from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. I just want to make sure that you're okay with that relatively prescriptive analysis, or if you would prefer to have more flexibility.
Well, that's what the data shows us right now. I would be surprised if by that time of next year that the data would show us much different. But, certainly more flexibility is probably always best when you're trying to forecast things. That was the time that we recognize right now we would have the most need for. Flexibility is probably always a good thing, I would imagine, though.
Thanks. Given that this effectively is only for 3 months of 2022, perhaps additional flexibility isn't necessarily needed, because in future budgets you can take care of that perhaps.
True, and that'd be people making that decision in public health, and the fire chief and a number of other people helping make that decision. But yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I just want to clarify for everyone that the binding part of the amendments is the amendment narrative, and the analysis you should be treated more as a legislative intent. If there was a question that was not clarified in the amendment narrative, you would look to the analysis for legislative intent, but the binding part is the narrative. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question, Chief. I had the need to call, and I just want to know what that process is and to determine whether I made the correct call. I had an individual who was in crisis, and we were concerned whether that person would harm himself or others. And it started about 5 o'clock, and when I got engaged, it was around 8 o'clock. Now, my call was to 911, not non-emergency. Was that the process that should have been followed? it's a
Yes, it
leading
is.
question, so I just
No,
need
that's
to make
okay.
sure.
Yeah, 911 is the appropriate call because that's how to get access to CARES. It would be a much longer process if you were to call the non-emergency number to try to get access to CARES. We were built as a 911 resource to help with in a number of ways, but mostly through the 911 center triaging calls to CARES.
Okay, and so when I call the 911 and they ask me the status of my emergency, but I was told that I guess they were triaging it, but they had no one on duty at the time, and then they would be able to send a police officer there to take care of that problem. Well, is that the process? Because I was kind of confused that they would say that they would send a police officer there.
Yep. And so that before CARES was in service, that was normally a law enforcement call. And so right now, when CARES is not in service, that it resorts back to a law enforcement call as well. So there's a couple of things that can happen. If it was before 8 a.m., they weren't on duty. And the other thing can be is the team that was on duty could have been on another call. So there's quite a few times where the 911 center actually gets requests for CARES, but because they're already on other calls, they can't send CARES. So then law enforcement needs to go. When 911 is contacted, we have to send somebody. And we can't just say, we can't just say that we can wait for CARES to come on duty in 3 hours or whatever it is.
Okay, thank you very much. And it was between 5 and 8. And so what I hear you saying is that the police is still involved in that process of determining how to triage and who can go on a call and who's available?
Well, so the police department doesn't determine who goes to the calls. That's the job of the Dane County 911 Center. So those call takers in the 911 center, they decide who gets sent where and what resources are getting sent. And if CARES is not available, then they make the decision to send police.
Okay, and then my final question is that these are the terms that you used: appropriate, tactful, thoughtful, effective. Could you say more about the growth of CARES and where these terms fit for you?
Yeah, certainly. And I can tell you that most of everything that we did in the planning phase was evaluating other programs around the country that we felt were successful. And so when we were trying to figure out how we were going to evaluate our program, for instance, we looked at all of those other programs, got their evaluation criteria, made sure that our public health partners and Dane County Human Services were talking with these other programs. So we kind of understood what best practices were. And we had meetings with a lot of the leadership from these other programs, and they oftentimes said, make sure that you're doing things in step order, in line with best practices, make sure you're collecting as much data as possible. And so that's what I mean by those words, I guess, is that's the advice we've gotten. And that is also really what comes from public health and Dane County Human Services when they guide us through this process.
Thank you very much. And my final question is that there is definitely a need for the CARES program. But when there is a push to accelerate beyond what the data is telling you, what is your fallback? How are you handling that?
By just being honest. There's been a number of times that we have said, hey, we've been offered money through budget amendments, and we've actually had to take a step back and be honest and say we really don't think this is the right time. We aren't ready to grow this far yet. We're worried about burnout of the employees, and we're worried about the safety factors that we keep a very close eye on. And so there's just I think it's about being honest with ourselves, and of course being honest with you. If we feel like that we're being asked to grow too quickly, we'll tell you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. This amendment is asking for a program manager. Public Health houses the program coordinator. How does the fire envisions the relationship will work moving forward?
Yep. Great question. So the public health position is really structured around data gathering and data evaluation. And then, of course, using all of the other public health resources like the data dashboard that they put together for us. And so it's really very data driven and also researching other programs and how they're evaluating and understanding what is truly, you know, going on currently around the country. There's a number of national organizations that our partners in public health keep a close eye on. And so that's really on all of the evaluation and kind of processing. But the program manager is somebody that is really overseeing the operations on the ground, right? And so making sure that we're connecting with the right resources in the community, that we're, you know, just understanding the nature of the employees working for two different organizations, contacting, you know, communicating constantly with the 911 center. So there's really to just chunk it out. One would be operations and one is more evaluation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have one more question, and that is if not the substitute, but if the initial amendment is passed, would you be able to have a position description completed by mid-year?
Yes.
And actually, you would be able to have more data if you start mid-year versus October, correct?
Well, sure. Just naturally, there would be more data, but whether or not that's a a positive thing, or is it better to again make sure that we're doing it right? We could certainly go back and forth with that all night, but the bottom line is I'm going to do whatever I'm asked to do as well as I can do it.
I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions. So is there discussion on amendment number 8, the substitute? Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I came forth again with this amendment in recognition of the levy limit and the challenges we have with the other amendments that my colleagues have put forth. I will say that if, when all is said and done, after we've taken our votes, if there's additional money, let's say the substitute passes, if there's money at the end of the day, I'd be in favor of us scooping that back up and bringing it back into the program. But I thought it was helpful that we would still be able to expand CARES with this additional team during the peak hours, and perhaps address some of these other amendments that are before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
Can you give me like a minute? 1 second.
Alder, you're the only Alder in the queue. All right, no longer. Alder Paulson?
I'm really excited about expanding the CARES team. If we had the money, I would have loved to have done it at the beginning or at mid-year, but there are some other things that I'm also interested in funding, and so I appreciate the sponsors of the substitute bringing this forward for finding a nice mid-ground that we can still bring CARES early on, but we still have the opportunity to fund a couple of other priorities. So I thank them for that, and I intend to support this.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
Just come back to me later on.
Thank you, Alder.
I'm done. No, don't.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak, so we'll check in with finance about where we are. Dave? Give us an update on the levy, please.
It remains at $265,000.
Thank you, Dave. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the substitute amendment 8, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadze? Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Paulson? Aye. Alder Paulson, aye. Alder Fair? Aye. Alder Fair, aye. Alder Tischler? Aye. Alder Tischler, aye. Alder Verveer. Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver. Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Wehellier.
Aye.
Alder Wehellier, aye. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett.
Yes.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry. Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman. Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck. Alder Heck, aye. 20 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That item passes. That takes us to amendment number 9. Alder Evers? Alder Evers, did you wish to make a motion?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I was muted. Move adoption, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff on amendment number 9? Alder Bennett?
Could staff remind us of like where we are in the levy limit currently?
We'll check in before every vote, Alder. Do you want another check-in now?
Sorry.
Yep. Are there any questions for staff on amendment 9? Seeing none. Is there discussion? Alder Evers?
Yes, just briefly, Mayor, thank you. This does not impact the levy. It's to fund an additional position through grants. From my work on sustainable medicine, a committee I no longer serve on since being appointed to finance, I'm well aware of how hard our current staff works. And having an additional staff person who can also go after more grant money, I think will be helpful. So I ask your support.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
Yeah, I have, Mayor, can I ask staff a question?
We had moved on, but I'll allow you to go back, Alder.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Thank you. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 9. And we'll move on to item 10, which is in the Gulf Enterprise. Alder Abbas?
Move motion to adopt.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff on item 10? Seeing no questions for staff, is there discussion? Alder Carter, you have questions for staff? Alder Carter?
I'm sorry, I was muted, Mayor. I do have questions for staff. There's Eric. Can you give a really brief overview on this?
Yes.
Thank you.
This amendment seeks to reposition, to build off some fortunate circumstances of COVID and fortunate circumstances of partnerships that have put the Gulf enterprise in a solid financial position to reinvest and progress forward. Not many of you, in fact, I believe only 2 of you were here in 2012 when we made the change with contracted pros, but it's been a bumpy ride. It was a bumpy ride before then. It's been a bumpy ride since. Some marginal profit and benefit, but the last 3 years have been markedly profitable. The partnership with the Glen has been built off the success of the task force, and we'd like to move forward with the commitments we've had of how to focus on customer service excellence and equity and inclusion in our programming. So what it does, it reclassifies. We have an 18.5 and an 18.6 in the organization currently. Historically, we had an 18.10. We'd remove that when that position retired due to financial austerity measures. We look to restore that position by deleting one of the underlying lower level 18s. So not a new position, just a reclassification. That would be the leader that you all would hopefully get to know and meet and work with, who would lead the entirety of the program. Additionally, we rely very heavily, as you've heard in other venues, about seasonal staffing needs. In golf, the $4.3 million operation this year was led on the clubhouse side, front door, if you will, customer service, by almost entirely seasonal staffing. That is a very sizable amount of revenue and customer interactions to manage when we're dealing with hour caps. And it's hard to train and develop that staff to the level we'd like. What we propose is taking two of the higher level professional aid positions we have that are hourly and converting that in a competitive process to professional program assistants. They'll be year round. It is possible they would work some with our winter programming team. I can't tell you exactly how that would work. That's not how we're looking to budget it, but I just want to be transparent that we want to make sure to, broaden our horizons on how we program our parks. But the purpose would be to lead the clubhouse operations on a day-to-day basis, and the seasonal team that would be there. That's where you see the reduction in hourly wages coming from the elimination of the hourly positions, really conversion seasonal to permanent. Finally, those are funded by an increase in charges for services revenue in the budget. To be clear to this group, the revenue budget target in the executive budget as recommended by the Finance Committee is below what we have collected the last 3 years. It is below our expectation for next year. We always try to be conservative. We are confident we can fund that incremental long-term ongoing cost from revenue generation. The second part of the amendment actually creates an LTE team where, as you may know, or you all know, everyone who cares about golf knows the Yahara land sale is coming. We are committed to providing 54 holes across all 4 properties, 18 at Yahara, 18 at Odana, 9 at Monona, 9 at the Glen. But most of those properties need some work, and we would like to establish an LTE team instead of contracting it out, led by a professional project manager and 3 working lead worker essentially and 2 workers to lead the things that include bunker restoration, cart path installation, green surrounds. This is not a full makeover like we did at the Glen, but it is rooted in that knowledge and adding natural areas to both Monona and Yahara for sure. We want both those courses to be better than they have been for the last 30 years. We believe now is the time to invest. We have a sourced revenue for an LT positions. All 4 of those would be capped at 4 years. So this body knows, as we've talked about with staff, this is all rooted in everything kind of going according to plan. And we don't want to eliminate LT after a year or 2, but if we need to make that change, we can. But we think it's a better bet for the customers, for our organization to do that in-house, because we can keep more holes open consistently than if we were to try to contract it out. So ultimately, that is a total cost to LTs if we did it for 4 years in the neighborhood of $1.2 million. We do have a $5 million payment coming in, which is helpful. We believe with the cash we have today, we could pay back we will pay back the general fund no later than early next year for the debt that was incurred, and still have a healthy reserve. We anticipate a profitable year next year as well. That's kind of the overarching. I should have also mentioned the last piece. The project manager would also lead our partnership development. We have partners who are reaching out and want to work with us, building off the success of the Glen at both Monona and Odana, and to some extent potentially Yahara as well. And unfortunately, I wish I could tell you that was easy to get the free investment. It's not exactly free. It takes time, effort, project management skills. So that's what we're going for. I never thought I'd be at the council saying this, but the golf enterprise is very healthy. We are well positioned. We are meeting our customers' needs. We are bringing new people to the golf courses, making them really golf parks. And I have every reason to believe we can continue to grow on that now.
Thank you. That is fantastic news. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for staff? Seeing none, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'm going to go out on another limb. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of Amendment 10. And that will bring us to Amendment 11, which is also in the Parks Division. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 11? Seeing no questions for staff, Alder Figueroa Cole, do you wish to speak to it?
Mayor, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alder Carter. I lost you on my screen. Go ahead, Alder Carter.
Okay, thank you. I guess that's Eric again. Oh, it's CJ. Hi, CJ. Can you talk about a brief overview on what this the Parks Volunteer Coordinator would be doing? I know in some cases they've been comparing it to OBRIC, but OBRIC is a little bit more specialized in what they offer. So can you tell me what this person will be doing for the Parks Department?
Yeah, absolutely happy to. I think one of the reasons that we compare it to the OBRIC Volunteer Coordinator is because that's an area where we've proven that having someone focused on the volunteer experience can really change and exponentially increase the resources that we can bring to our system. So when we look at the volunteer coordinator overall for the Parks Division, we're really thinking about things like our land management. You'll see that we are proposing that this position be paid 10% from our golf enterprise. That's because there's a significant amount of land management to be done on our golf courses, and thinking about creative ways to do that so we can lower our pesticide use and really have a strong impact in having a healthy system to do the natural things that a healthy park system does, like helping combat climate change and connecting people to nature. That's one of the things that they'll be focusing on. They'll also be helping connecting volunteers to things that volunteers want to be doing. So, we have some really creative programs like bird watching at some of our parks. That's because we have people who are naturally interested in that. So having someone who can leverage the natural talents of our community for our parks is going to be special. And then, continuing to do educational events, that sort of thing. Those are the things that we really think that the volunteer coordinator will focus on, is really that volunteer experience, making sure that people that are volunteering in our parks really have a great experience and come back and feel that connection to nature.
Other questions, Alder? All right, thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff? Seeing none, then is there discussion, Alder Figueroa Cole?
I think CJ covered most of the purpose of this position. We sent out an extensive document with showing data and comparing the position against the Parks Alive coordinator and the OBRIC. Oh my goodness, I can't even think. And the OBRIC volunteer coordinator. So one of the things that is still fresh in my mind, last summer we had an activity called Ride a Drive, which is something that the city does often, something that we want to promote for transportation using bikes and such, and bringing that method of transportation to the people on their communities. But we actually had to cancel that ride because we didn't have enough volunteers. And there was a lot of people pretty upset, not upset. I mean, they were upset that the ride was canceled, but they were more upset that they were organizations that were willing to help, but we didn't have a method to actually reach out to them and coordinate their services. So there's a need out there for this. Like I said on my email to all of you, we are constantly talking about community engagement. I cannot see a better way to engage the community on something that they enjoy to do by helping us at the with the parks sustainability. And then we also talk about savings. We have shown that the position of Albrecht accounts for enough hours to cover 12 full-time positions. So this can help us with overtime, give our very overworked employees a break and have them able to be back with their families and not need to be covering some of these activities. So I really hope that you support this. In addition, wanted to also point out that we lowered the money needed from the general fund by putting 10% of that position on the enterprise fund. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Alder Paulson.
I really like this position. I think this might be one we might move to reconsider a little bit later when we run out of money potentially down the road, and this might be something that we start mid-year. I don't think I want to make a motion for that right now, but I just wanted to put that out there that this is one I'm going to support with the possibility of coming back to maybe cut the timing down to free up a little 23 levy limit. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. No other Alders in the queue wishing to speak, so can we get the update from Finance, please?
There is about 165,000 of levy limit remaining.
Thank you, Dave. So on Amendment 11, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadze? Aye. Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Paulson? Aye. Alder Paulson, aye. Alder Fair? No. Alder Fair, no. Alder Tischler? Aye. Alder Tischler, aye. Alder Verveer? No. Alder Verveer, no. Alder Vitiver? Aye. Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Wehelje? Aye. Alder Wehelje, aye. Alder Abbas?
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett?
I'm back.
Okay, I will come back. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin?
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry? Aye. Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers?
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole? Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman? Aye. Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney? Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck? Alder Heck, aye. Alder Bennett?
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. 17 ayes, 3 noes.
With 17 ayes, that amendment passes. And that will take us to amendment number 12. Alder Conklin?
Yes. Can I make a motion for a 10-minute break, please?
You can make that motion. Alder, is there a second? Alder Evers will second that one. All right, moved and seconded to take a 10-minute break. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 9:43. Did it get warmer in here?
I've been warm this whole time. I've been warm the whole time.
The council mic is on.
Put this on. Hi. How are you? Everett?
Good day. You've reached the voicemail of Everett Mitchell.
Yeah, so that was pretty. Are you there?
Tag, you're not muted.
We're about 1 minute out, folks, 1 minute out. Thank you, Alder Wahilihi. I see that you're there. All right. If we can have the alders on the Zoom, please turn their cameras back on. And the alders in the room, please take their seats. 6, 7, 8. We are almost there. 13, 16. You have them on Zoom. We're not seeing them for some reason on your feed. Tech staff, we're only seeing one alder on our feed in the room here, but I know that there's more of them with their cameras on, so maybe you can work on that. All right, we are back, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison? Here. Alder Madison is present. Alder Miadze? Alder Miadze is present. Alder Paulson? Present. Alder Paulson is present. Alder Fair? Here. Alder Fair is present. Alder Tischler? Alder Tischler is present. Alder Verveer? Here. Alder Verveer is present. Alder Vitiver? Here. Alder Vitiver is present. Alder Wahelier?
Here.
Alder Wehellier is present. Alder Abbas.
Here.
Alder Abbas is present. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford is present. Alder Bennett.
Here, and also, my video won't turn on.
Okay, thank you. Alder Bennett is present. Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Carter is present. Alder Conklin.
Here.
Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry. Here. Alder Curry is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is present. Alder Furman. Present. Alder Furman is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Heck. Here. Alder Heck is present. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Excellent, thank you. And thank you to tech staff for getting our video going again. So we are at amendment number 12. Alder Furman.
Move adoption of substitute for Amendment 12.
Motion and second to adopt the substitute for Amendment 12. Are there questions for staff? Alder Figueroa Cole.
Yes. See who I want to speak with first.
Alder, could you bring your
microphone right here?
Microphone. Yes, President Furman.
Mayor, could if it's okay with the body, could I just read the narrative? I think people at home may have no idea what the substitute is, and so before we jump into questions, just reading the narrative I think might be appropriate.
Is there any objection?
Nope.
Seeing no objection, go ahead, President Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. This substitute, the narrative is it removes $94,902 of expenditures from the police department general fund budget and removes $277,069 of revenue and expenditures from the police department grand fund budget for community-oriented policing services, COPS, 2021 COPS hiring grant. It appropriates $94,902 to public health, Madison-Dane County Public Health for the Madison and Dane County Violence Prevention Coalition to fund contracts distributed via RFP to organizations that are conducting active work that supports the mission and action of the coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so then on to questions for staff. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Yeah, I'm just going to start with MPD first. So, can one of you please provide us with a status and how your hiring process is going on regards to open positions at this moment? I know that it's a moving target, but what is going on right now?
So right now we're in the very final days of accepting applications for next spring.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute, JP.
Personal privilege.
Yes, Alder.
I am noticing that when there is a question, the question is directed to either the department chair or the chief. And so, and then last night when Judge Mitchell was speaking, he was identified as Everett Mitchell. And so I think that for me that we should at least direct our questions rather than whoever would answer. It seemed very disrespectful to me because the chief is there, and so I heard whoever wants to answer. So I needed to bring that up because I've seen that happen several times, and it's disturbing.
Alder, I'll allow the point of personal privilege, but I'm afraid that I do have to disagree. It's common practice for the council to direct the question to staff broadly and to allow staff to decide who is best equipped to answer that question. I'm sorry, JP, continue.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're in the final days of the hiring process now. Applications have risen in the last few weeks a little bit. They were trending a little bit lower than in previous years. But we extended it a month and we're able to add on, we think, roughly an additional 60 applications in the last month, which is a positive sign. We're trying to be a little bit more flexible because, like I think you've heard me talk about before, Alder, it's very competitive right now to get good candidates. And when we find them, we're finding at times that we're competing with other agencies and other process timelines, which do not match perfectly with ours. So even today, I interviewed a finalist for next spring, trying to, again, fudge our timeline to the best that we can so that we're staying competitive with other agencies that are competing for the same people. Again, we're in the final days and are aiming to fill those slots for the end of May of 2023.
So what would the number be for openings at this moment?
Well, if currently as it
The
stands,
projection, what is the projection for?
currently as it stands, 38. And then if this amendment does not remove the COPS funding, it would jump to 44, obviously.
Okay. And John, just to clarify, I mean, do you rather I call you Chief Patterson? Do you mind if how do you like to be called?
I'm fine with however you'd like to address me,
Thank
so
you.
that's fine.
I appreciate that, John. So can you please share with the rest of us what is the purpose of these 6 jobs? Mainly, I want to know what do the 6 jobs do not do, like to make sure that we have clear expectations.
Certainly, I'll take that question. If you can hear me. So we had to write for this grant. The overall theme of the grant is building trust and legitimacy. It's from the President's 21st Century Task Force on Policing under the Obama administration. After the Obama administration, the subsequent administration went away from this report. And that report was an empirical research-based report. That report was conducted to improve police services after several high-profile incidents around the country involving the police. But with this new administration, I believe we're back on the right track, and they're giving, the Biden administration is giving out grants based on different pillars of this particular report. Pillar 1 is building trust and legitimacy. And so we wrote under Pillar 1, and I will describe with you what the officers will do. The first thing is that there will be 6 officers. They will be assigned to our community outreach section. We currently only have 2 officers working there now, and certainly there's much work to do, and we need more support there. But the first thing the officers will be doing, in no particular order, is working with our mental health unit to coordinate and facilitate mental health services to children who are exposed to violence. This is based on something that I'm very passionate about called the Child Development Community Policing Model from Yale University. This is a peer-reviewed, evidence-based program which simply states that police are often the first to identify a juvenile, a child, or youth who is vicariously exposed to trauma. And there's a responsibility there, and the responsibility is to ensure that that child is connected with some type of service. It's also called the Child Response Initiative, and there are other names for the program as it was adapted around the country. My former position in Greensboro, we called it the Child Response Initiative. It was extremely helpful for us, and we did have, like we have here, embedded mental health workers as well as mental health officers to make sure that no child that we encounter that is vicariously exposed to trauma does not at least have some access to service. I feel very passionate about that. The second thing is that under the command of the community outreach section, they will be working to create youth programs aimed at positive non-enforcement activities with the police department. And that comes specifically from section 1.5.3 of the President's 21st Century Task Force on Policing. And basically, the research is clear that if police officers should not, their first point of contact with our youth should not be enforcement. You cannot build relationships in the middle of a crisis, and we all know that. And so the idea is to make sure that we are having those positive positive interactions and not enforcement. And so I feel very strongly about that. Third, we want to make sure that we serve as a liaison between the police department and members of the community, as well as providing opportunities for other officers in the field to be a part of these programs. Certainly, 6 officers cannot cover the entirety of Madison, but these officers certainly could let other officers know about existing programs within their zones, within their beats. And then finally, looking at alternatives to custodial arrest. There are plenty of alternatives to custodial arrest, but we want to make sure that every officer is completely aware of that and making sure that they are adhering to those when at all possible. The good news is that everything that I stated is measurable. I think performance measures are very important. For example, we've developed a QR code for when we have community engagement activities now. So participants can give us feedback. We can get, if they choose, we can get the demographics of those that we're serving, where they're from, their demographics about perhaps race or sex or whatever it may be, so that we can make sure that we're in the right places and we're engaging the whole of Madison. Another performance measure could be the number of referrals that we give to our mental health officers. We do that now with the adults, but we don't do it with our children. And so we want to make sure that we're doing that as well. Another performance measure will be to publish our metrics, to be able to publish on our website who are we interacting, where are we interacting with these youth, and what is the outcomes of it. Certainly, every interaction may not have a perfect resolution to it, but if we have to see that person again, as I have several times in my career, that interaction usually goes favorably. I'm very proud to say that over the course of my career, certainly as a patrol officer, I took it upon myself to get to know my community, to let them know that we care. And then finally, I'll just simply say this, the why in all of this. I care about Madison and I care about our kids. Certainly, I would have liked to ask the mayor for 14 officers, 20 officers. But before I did that, we looked to see if the federal government could support this. The Madison Police Department was the only department in the entire state of Wisconsin that received a COPS grant for community engagement last year. So this grant was awarded last year. We were the only agency to do that. And to do that, we had to demonstrate a commitment towards community policing.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So one more question. When we talked about the specifics that these police officers are expected to manage, is there, I mean, I know John and I have talked about this, so maybe you can share a little bit more. Is there room for cross-training with existing force, existing police officers?
Yes. Come on. Yes. In fact, one of the things that we talked about was that the officers would serve as kind of like subject matter experts, but a big part of that is also working with public health. Something that, when I first broached this with the mayor's office, they talked about, working with Ariel Smith and her group and supplementing some of that work. And quite frankly, I had not even thought about that, but I think that's the way to go. And so certainly part of the work could be used to supplement other places. I think it goes hand in hand. And certainly it's the idea of seeing the police as part of the community and working together in partnership, which is actually the key.
Okay, I'm going to leave it at that for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions?
Yes, and this is for Chief Barnes. Can you tell me, you talked about being, and I'm paraphrasing, a liaison between the departments and the communities and the officers working with members of the community. Can you tell me a little bit about that when it comes to our youth? And do you have data on how many police calls are to our high schools or to our schools in general, I should say?
Yes, I'll start with the second part. So I have the quarterly data. So for this current quarter, we had 39 calls to West, 42 calls to Memorial, 41 to East, and 41 to La Follette. calls where someone felt the need to call 911. I don't have the breakdown of what those calls were, whether they were simply assist calls or a disorder, but those are the breakdowns. In regards to liaisons, certainly, when it comes to dealing with children, I am extremely cautious of who we work with and who we partner with. But I feel very comfortable in working with all our partners with public health and what they're doing. There are some other agencies that have reached out that want to partner with us. And quite frankly, we just do not have the manpower to do it. I know our core unit was at one of the high schools, I believe yesterday, talking to their Black Student Coalition. We participated in the HBCU day, which was great. I saw some video and photo from that. I'm a graduate of 2 HBCUs, so certainly we lended all our support to that particular effort. But essentially, we have a lot of people who want to partner with us. We need to make sure that, number one, if we are exposing ourselves and our children to different organizations, that we're doing so in a way that benefits the children the most.
Absolutely. And then can you just touch on the next steps? I should say, accepting this COPS grant. What is the next steps for providing focused resources?
Alder, I can speak on the timing, I guess.
Is that Assistant Chief Patterson?
That is. Thank you. So Alder, the positions would not actually be hired until the spring if the council decides to, fund the city's portion. So it would be the end of May of next year before they were actually here and hired.
Thank you. And then can I get, I'd like to know when we talk about youth, what are the 3 main objectives? I think you started out with that, and I might not have got all of it. So if you could repeat that.
Sure, I will. Coordinate work with the mental health unit to coordinate and facilitate access to mental health services. That's 1. Number 2, create youth programming. That would be number 2. And then number 3 would be to ensure that officers throughout the department are aware of any alternatives to custodial arrest.
Thank you. Mayor, I have a question for Chief Carbon.
Let's see if our fire chief
is he still here?
He is in fact still here, Alder.
Okay, and Chief, if you can't answer that, that would be fine. I'm kind of confused because we just talked about, in fact, we just passed a fourth quarter expansion for MPD, and now we're looking here to give you more money. Can you explain?
Alder, you're looking at the original, not the substitute. There's a substitute in your email that doesn't involve the fire department.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Chief, you got out of that one.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Bennett, questions?
Yes. So from what I understand, when talking about this, sometimes these COPS grants are construed to be free money. So I was wondering if you could go over with us the matching funds that the COPS grant would cost to us from 23 to 2026 and the ongoing costs after that.
Sure, I will let Assistant Chief Patterson do that, but I want to be clear that I don't believe in free money, at least not in this country. The federal government will often give grants to agencies, not just police, but all other kind of agencies with some matching funds. And quite frankly, it should be that way. I don't think we want the federal government giving us absolutely everything, because then they'll tell us absolutely everything what to do with it. And we remember from high school civics that it shouldn't work that way in the federalist system. So I will allow Assistant Chief Patterson to finish that question.
Thank you for the question, Alder. So it's a little complicated, but for next year, the city's match requirement is roughly $94,000. And what we're proposing is utilizing access to the LEA funds that were awarded to MPD by the state of Wisconsin to offset that cost next year. So there would not be an impact next year to the levy. So in 2024, the matching requirement is $219,000 approximately. The following year, $340,000. And then in 2026, it's $185,000. And I'm sure Finance Director Schmidtke would correct me if I'm wrong, but at the end of the grant period, the impact is $574,092 annually.
Could you state the last amount again?
574.92,
And
574,092.
this is annually after 2026.
Yep.
Okay, and now I don't know which one of you all want to answer, but in sorry, in 2017, the Madison Common Council approved a cops grant from the DOJ to hire 15 new cops with ongoing costs of $1,220,000 for the specific purposes of community policing, problem solving, and relationship building. Was those 15 new cops not enough?
So
Back in 2017?
you'll have to give me a minute to pull up my notes, but if you could give me just 1 second, I'll pull that table up that I created here.
I mean, like, what I mean is that we hired 15 new cops back in 2017 for the specific purposes of community policing, problem solving, relationship building. And what I'm hearing today is that problem is still not solved.
Although he's looking up the information for you.
So in 2017, we did apply for 15 positions, but we were awarded 0. So we did not accept any COPS funding in 2017 for those. That was an application that we made and it was not awarded.
I see. So in 2016, the application for 7 new cops to expand community policing with ongoing costs of $552,000. Was that approved and that not?
That was not awarded either. We did not receive that either.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is either for the chief or the assistant chief. Can you explain, are you required to use this position for what you applied for? And if so, how long?
Yes, we are required to use the officers for community engagement. For example, there are other needs. For example, we do need officers to do traffic at night. We do not have a nighttime traffic unit. We could not use these officers for that. We have needs for additional officers working on the streets. We could not use these officers for that. So it is specific to community engagement, Pillar 1.
And how long is that specific? Is that for just the entirety of the grant, or is that for forever?
Well, it is a 3-year grant, Alder. So we have to keep them on for the life of the funding through the grant plus 1 year after.
So in year 5, you can deploy these officers to wherever the department sees fit.
That's correct.
Whoever is the chief in 5 years will be able to do
Correct.
that.
But that would be the department's decision.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for the chief. Last evening, Judge Everett Mitchell spoke of I forget the name of what he called it, some kind of ad hoc team, a cross-agency team. Maybe it also involved various community leaders or people involved in social service agencies. Do you know what he was referring to?
We have, I've gone to a lot of meetings with Judge Mitchell. Some of those meetings are community leaders. I'm not fairly certain which group he was referring to, but I can tell you my experience with Judge Mitchell. We've reached out and we've had one-on-one conversations. We've had conversations with some of our local clergymen. We've had conversations around the idea of doing restorative justice for his courts. We, quite frankly, we're not there yet because we need more resources in order to be able to do that. I can only assume that he's talking about a group that's looking at the root causes of some of this and how we can all really work together as a community to reduce some of these problems that we've been seeing and to get in front of it.
I appreciate that. I recall that he spoke about making a distinction between proactive and reactive responses from law enforcement. Could you speak to that, please?
I certainly can. The idea of policing is the prevention of crime and disorder. This is what police officers are supposed to do, and there's a way to do that. And the way to do that is by building relationships and working in partnership with other parts of the community. This is the definition of community policing. I had the opportunity to listen last night, and I think that some people understood that and some people, quite frankly, did not. But that's how we see it. This is the work that, quite frankly, I've dedicated my entire life to, is building partnerships and collaborations between police departments and many segments of the community. And I hope that through your generosity, we'll be able to continue that work here.
Thank you. I understand. I'm looking at my notes now. It was called the Juvenile Empowerment Team. But I think my next question would be for Janelle from Public Health, if she's available.
I think we do have someone from Public Health.
Good evening, Alder. Yes, I'm here. I will attempt, but I think I'll probably be calling on Ariel Smith, who provides oversight if you're wanting details of our violence.
Actually, Ariel would be great if she's available.
Okay. Yep, we're both here.
Go ahead, Alder.
Ariel, are you familiar with these kinds of efforts, the juvenile empowerment team, or again, kind of cross-agency conversations in the community with respect to proactive responses to kids in need?
I am. I don't directly engage with the youth empowerment group in that way, but we do facilitate cross-collaboration intersections through the Madison and Dane County Violence Prevention Coalition as a whole.
Well, thank you. Is the Violence Prevention Coalition, do they have any perceived conflicts about working collaboratively with MPD?
No, as a body, we don't. Working with PD and with the coalition structure and with the work that public health is engaging in, the way that we view it is a part of our larger violence prevention ecosystem landscape, recognizing that we all have a role to play in that, that there's absolutely rooms for improvement in a lot of the systems we work within, but recognizing there's a room and a place for everybody at the table.
Thank you for that. And are you, or did you include in your budget requests $94,902 that's specified here? Did you ask for this additional money? Did this request come from your coalition?
We did not directly ask for this funding for this particular amendment.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa-Cole, additional questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Ariel, since you're here already, I wanted you to please share with the rest of us what are the public health efforts to address violence among youth, and explain to the council what is trauma-based response.
Sure. So our public health primary efforts around youth violence include understanding the scale and scope of violence impacting youth, first and foremost, And from there, we utilize the Madison and Dane County Violence Prevention Coalition to work with community leaders and stakeholders to create priorities related to goals within the roadmap to support the reduction of violence amongst youth and the impacts of violence on youth. This is mainly done through our Children, Youth, and Families work group within the coalition. And we do that by providing funding opportunities to organizations that are well positioned to perform the work that the stakeholder group has identified. Public health then supports those identified organizations and those funded organizations with data evaluation and other tools needed to ensure success in serving our youth here. One of the many things that we do prioritize in that space is recognizing that the violence that's impacting our youth here needs to be a trauma-informed response. It needs to be handled with care. And so essentially what that means is, right, our response refers to the underlying understanding that trauma is a common experience and that we want to make sure that we are being intentional with those experiences and the way and the impact and the way that individuals react in order to better support intentional efforts not to worsen or re-traumatize those individuals through our efforts. And so we recognize that's extremely important, especially when working with youth. Our intention is never to perpetuate or provide further harm. And one of our bigger goals at large is also to reduce the adverse childhood experiences that many in our community face. So utilizing this approach, we continue to prioritize opportunities that connect youth with programs that expose them to a variety of things, but we've been a little bit more centered lately on career opportunities, positive youth development opportunities, and connecting them with what we call cultivating passion projects and environments for them. Recognizing that those are all protective factors and is outlined as so in our violence prevention roadmap.
Thank you. And so, as you know, since I become an elder, I kind of got myself attached to the Violence Prevention Plan coalition, and I'm part of their Strong Neighborhoods, I don't know, call it force, task force or meeting, I don't know what we call ourselves, but I'm in that group lane. And yesterday, ironically, we had a meeting to discuss this RFP that is referenced on this amendment. Could you please share with the rest of the group what the RFP is for? Thank you.
Sure. So the coalition produces an RFP that usually has a series of avenues in which organizations can apply for. And those are based on priorities that are voted on and cultivated through each of the individual work groups within the coalition. So each of those work groups are centered on the 5 goal areas within the violence prevention roadmap. And so we use those priorities to specifically and intentionally fund both innovative projects and also evidence-based programs that have a focus on our priority populations, such as youth, in addition to a few others.
I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Fair.
Oh, thank you. Question for, I guess, for you, Chief Barnes. You mentioned, trying to be more innovative with how you collect data, at least anecdotal data with program participants. And I know that we've talked about and obviously you've prioritized just data collection and data, just being better with your data essentially and upping that in your department. So I guess the question I have for you is, how do you foresee in the future, it's a general question, but how do you foresee in the future sharing that data with, not only with like public health, but also community members and other agencies in the city, so that we as a violence prevention community are using actionable data to get the outcomes we want? So if you could just, I know it's a general question, but I think it's an important one. If you could just kind of talk about your vision there, or your thoughts there.
Sure. So we do publish quarterly reports, some almost 50 pages. We also do an annual report. This year, I'll do a strategic plan analysis. Hopefully, those numbers will be done next week, and we'll plan for that early December. And then in February, we're planning on doing a kind of year in review. February 1. And then we're also looking at creating a data portal. We had a really nice meeting yesterday. I think Alder Heck attended that meeting where we demoed with another agency in Canada a data dashboard where people will be able to go on, community members, whoever, and kind of see what our actions are, see what crimes or incidences people are reporting. And then we're looking at more of a quality of life, harm-focused dashboard where we can communicate to our citizens what we're seeing as well. Also, the information that we're taking now from the QR codes that we just created, obviously we've had about maybe 7 different events since then, and we'll be looking at that. And then, of course, if there's a researcher out there that wants to help us, crunch these numbers and kind of present that, we're always welcome to partnering with our academic community.
If I could just ask a follow-up.
Sure.
Specifically with, and maybe this is a question for folks in public health too, but it seems to me we can be adding, so you're looking at crime data, I assume primarily, and I'm sorry, I gotta be next to this, sorry. But I guess I'm thinking more broadly, like how do, that qualitative data, so how are we working with public health to use the data that they collect from either themselves or their partners and sort of analyzing that along with where we're seeing crime and stuff like that? How much of that are we doing and how are we planning for that so we can get a better picture of where hotspots are, where trends are, where we want to put those intervention services to, get the best bang for our buck and help our community be more safe?
Yeah, I think we've been working on that already. We have a bi-weekly mayor's violence prevention meeting that's led by the mayor, and she brings everyone together. And so we do meet every other week to share data and talk about what we're seeing. We look at gun crimes. We look at where we're seeing incidents of gun crime. We talk about individuals who may need some help. And so we are sharing that bi-weekly, and that meeting is led by the mayor. We don't hide any data. If someone wants it, they can certainly contact the police department and get that. We just want to make sure that it's digestible and it's correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I may add a little bit to your question, Alder Fair, as Chief mentioned, right, we partner a lot on the data, and we at Public Health definitely use that data that we get from PD and then contextualize it with the data and information we're able to pull from larger social context, population dynamics, and the data that we cultivate with our stakeholders and partners through RFP processes and the coalition, some other larger data sets. So our hopes definitely are to advance that and make that more publicly available in the future. So just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. All right, Alder Madison, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is is for public health. I just really wanted to ask around how our youth, especially youth who might have had some involvement in the justice system, involved in the stakeholder groups and or their caretakers.
Great question. So actually, this is one of our priority goals for the coalition moving forward into 2023. Currently, most of our engagement with justice-involved youth happens through our partnership with the JRC, or the Juvenile Reception Center. They've been gracious enough to allow us to come in with different community-based organizations that provide services and counseling to the clients that are served by the JRC, and we've been able to partake in that and been able to get really in-depth insights from those individuals. One of the things that we've heard specifically this year from the youth directly is a desire to not just serve them directly, to really get the family involved. And so we've been able to further that conversation within the coalition space and start putting some wheels on opportunities with service organizations that are intentionally focused on larger family structure, and also identify ways in which we can start engaging them in more of the strategic planning, visioning process, and not just solely focused on the how can we serve you end, but how can you also be a part of creating the solutions with us.
So just to clarify, there isn't sort of a permanent position in the planning process presently, except for, the engagement with JRC. It sounds like,
yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So, but there is a plan or the hope, or is there actually a plan, like a laid out plan on how to involve them in the decision-making process? Or it's being formulated? Is that what you're saying?
It's being formulated with the individuals who we've been able to bring to the table who have had those experiences. So they're at the table to help us create the actual process and how we're going to include and incorporate their lived experience and feedback in that process moving forward.
And just so I'm sure, just to clarify, because it's late, are there parents or caretakers part of that? I get the young people in JRC, but they're caretakers. Okay.
Yes, not as, to be transparent, not as much engagement as we would like. That's one of the things we're working on, but yes, we do have some.
All right, thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions?
Yes, I do. I want to follow up on the question that Alder Evers has started, and he referred to Judge Mitchell's testimony last night, and this is to Chief. Building trust in community, training officers, and offering transparency with the department outcomes and goals. These are the elements that make this worth the investment. Could you expand on that, please?
Sure. I'm going to turn to the original solicitation and just kind of hopefully this will make sense. But when we wrote for this, we said the following. Evidence-based policing is the use of the best available research on the outcomes of police work to implement guidelines and evaluate agencies, units, and officers. Every police officer knows that that's Lawrence Sherman, 1995. Decades of research and practice support the premise that people are more likely to obey the law when they believe that those who are enforcing it have the authority and are perceived as legitimate by those subject to the authority. The public confers legitimacy only on those whom they believe are acting in procedural just ways. In addition, law enforcement cannot build trust if it is seen as simply an occupying force coming in from the outside to impose control on the community. We, the members of the Madison Police Department, are committed to building trust and legitimacy with the community we serve. That's what we wrote in the solicitation, and that's what the federal government saw fit to fund. And so simply to answer that question, it's about building relationships. It's about building relationships before we have to encounter someone. It's about showing that we absolutely care about our community, and it's about doing some of the hard work that it's going to take to repair some relationships that are quite frankly fractured in all communities, especially communities of color.
I have one follow-up question. Judge Mitchell also said that he used the term at the table, and he referenced being at the table. He's seeing being at the table related to Noble Ray. He put that paraphrase in as being at the table. And so as my follow-up question, we have more collaboration than we've had before. So multiple police and community partners working with various at-risk opportunity youth in Dane County. What does that mean? Being at the table, what does that mean in terms of community collaboration? What's different? What's different between now and then what we experienced, let's say, with young people when Chief Koval was, when other chiefs were in charge?
You know, I think that's an excellent question. However, I have to be honest with you. I don't usually comment on the administration's.
Okay, so let me switch it. So let me take you off the hook.
Okay.
It's like, what's different in your department that we can see? What is the difference in your department?
I think the biggest difference is that if you are not aware, for the first time in the history of our police department, we've crafted a vision statement. And it took almost a year and a half. December will make 2 years of me being here before we put that vision statement on the wall, because it had to be a shared vision. And that vision statement simply says that the Madison Police Department will be the national model for exceptional policing through our commitment to selfless public service, effective community partnerships, and evidence-based policing practices. Everyone has gotten on board with that vision. And so I think that's been the biggest difference I think that I have seen since I started in December of 2020, is that we all understand what direction we're going in. And in everything that we do, we ask ourselves, are we being selfless public service servants? Are we creating effective community partnerships? And are our practices based on empirical research?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I have 2 questions, but I'm going to ask them at the same time so we can figure out how to tackle them. The first is sort of looking forward and just trying to understand a little bit about how MPD is projecting its force needs and officer needs, and sort of how far out are you planning, and at what level of detail are you planning? Like, what sense do we have of, kind of how many officers and where are we putting folks in 2024 and 2025, and if we're going much farther out than that? And the second question, and it's a little bit related, and I apologize if this is triggering for some folks who were here a while ago. The 2008-ish, 2009-ish range under Mayor Dave, there was a big effort around a police staffing study. It was a big thing, and it was going to decide, for a while it was like, we're not going to make any decisions about what we're doing with police until we've got the police staffing study done. I think we would have got some external folks to help us, and that was kind of a top to bottom review, not so much on like the Quattro report on policies, but it was purely on staffing. How many officers should we have? What scheduling policy should they take? Do we want to have, what time of day do you want more in fewer? And it was sort of how, given our set of officers, how is the best way to sort of deploy them? And so my question is, at the time we went external to do that, do we have the internal capacity to do that now, or is that still something that we would, if we were to have a sort of big discussion about what's the right way to deploy all of our officers, is that something we should go out and consider? Is that something we need to go out and get external help from, and is that something we should consider in the next couple of years? Sure, Alder, we do a staffing study every year, and we can show you that. You're more than welcome to come and look at that. Assistant Chief Wall, prior to his departure, did that. Now Assistant Chief Paige Valenta is doing that. We also hire Edico. It's a company that comes in and look at our staffing numbers, look at how we're deployed, and make recommendations. So that is complete. So we do have that. There's no chief in America that's probably going to say they couldn't use more people, but I want to be a little bit realistic about what it is that we ask for. That's different kind of metrics. It's population, which is not always the greatest metric to look at. It's call for service. It's the 30-30 versus the 20-20-20. 20 minutes of every hour should be spent doing something proactive. 20 minutes of every hour should be spent doing paperwork, and there's a lot of it. And then 20 minutes should be spent answering calls for service. So there's different models. I think that's a much larger conversation. If you're asking me how many more officers do I need to be happy, I probably couldn't answer that question. But the mayor will tell you, I always say, if I get everything I need this year, I won't be back next year. I said that last year, so I'm just joking on that, by the way.
Thank you. JP, did you want to add something?
Yeah, just to the chief's point on Edico, and just to build on that a little bit, that was the company that was hired back in 2008, and we have brought them back, including this year that we're currently in, to just ensure fidelity to the original formula, that what the work that our staff is doing is in fact following the model. So,
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alder Madison, another question?
All right, thanks, Mayor. So in the spirit of transparency, just really to go back and try to correct maybe an earlier answer, the JP, I've almost called you the other JP. But in I guess I'm just asking which grants have you gotten and accepted, and whether or not you received and got a grant in 2017, a COPS grant.
So you're asking specifically around COPS hiring grants?
Yep. So the 2017 COPS hiring grant.
So I've got data back through 2014, and since 2014 to present year, we've applied for 47 positions. We've been awarded 23 positions, and we've to date only accepted 7 of the 23.
So for 2017, for the 15 patrol positions, you did not accept them all?
We did not accept any. We were not awarded a COPS grant that year.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Alder Bennett. Another question?
Just to follow up on Alder Madison's, just because I feel like my questions was confusing. So for the 7 that was awarded, I know in 2015, we awarded and accepted 4 new cops for community policing. Am I correct?
That is correct, yes.
And what were the ongoing costs of that?
Well, I'd have to quick do the math on the 4 positions, but the grant award was for $500,000, and then after the 4-year requirement of the grant, they came on to the levy. But I'd have to do some quick approximations on what they would be.
Sure. And in 2014, that was for 3 new cops for enhancing community policing and specifically youth programming. Which was in that was awarded and accepted, correct?
So 2014 and 2015 are the 2 most recent years that we've been awarded and accepted positions. So the 2014 were 3 positions, and 2015 were 4. We have not accepted COPS funded positions since 2015.
Okay. And those cops are still on board for community policing and youth programming, correct?
Well, the chief can build on this even more, but due to a lot of the pressures that we feel from our other areas in the department, the 5 officers that were originally applied for core have been reduced down to 2. So there's only 2 existing officers that were originally brought into that unit. The sergeant remains, but there's only 2 officers left. The other 3 have been reappropriated back into patrol.
Oh, okay. Is it common practice for us to reappropriate officers after the COPS grant into patrol?
I think that would be whatever the prerogative of who the chief was then. I cannot tell you what the rationale was around that, why there was the reduction in force, why the chief felt that was the need. I think that would be a question for perhaps Chief Koval.
That's correct, Chief. It was under Chief Koval that it was changed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions. So we'll move to discussion on the substitute amendment 12. Council President Furman, would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So I'll let others talk about where it's most appropriate for the city to do youth engagement. I have some mixed feelings about that. But I think the most important thing to me is our continuing investment in our police department. If you look at our adopted budget in 2021, it was $84.9 million. In 2022, our adopted budget was $86.6 million. And in 2023, the proposed executive budget is $87.7 million. They are an absolutely enormous part of our city budget. We spend a ton of resources, a ton of additional resources every budget season on the police department. These COP grants, as we talked about this evening, require a match, but they also require a pretty long-term commitment. And I'm sure all my colleagues by now are tired of me talking about our structural deficit, but this does not help our structural deficit. We are going to have to make very, very difficult decisions soon, and I don't believe we should be growing our police department, how many officers they have. I appreciate, obviously what our substitute is doing by applying this match money towards, violence prevention. But quite frankly, I mean, I don't believe that we should be adding 6 more officers. It's clear based on previous COP grants that it's likely these officers probably won't continue to do this, but they might. I think if the police department feels strongly in this type of work, they can use their existing resources to figure it out. I think it's a mistake to sign up for this long-term commitment to add these additional officers, regardless of the federal grant, and I'm hoping that alders redirect the match for 2023 towards violence prevention and not towards increasing our police department. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other alders in the queue wishing. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Okay, for discussion purposes, I will not be voting for this amendment. And so we're in discussion, so I can, okay, thank you very much. Last night, I would have started these comments very differently than I'm starting it tonight. And the reason that I'm starting it differently tonight, there was a news article, and I'm going to reference it. A teacher died trying to save students from a school shooter who killed a girl just before her sweet 16th birthday. After a warning on the school intercom, a gunman with an AR-15 style rifle killed 2 while others jumped from windows. But a shooting rampage Monday at Central Visual and Performing Arts High School in St. Louis destroyed those dreams, shattered the victims' families. It was at least the 67th shooting this year in U.S. school grounds. And it goes on, it says, with a 19-year-old wielding an AR-15 style rifle, over 16 rounds of ammunition, and more than a dozen high-capacity magazines, police said. He died after a gun battle with officers. Armed with a high-powered firearm and an arsenal of over 600 rounds of ammunition and more than a dozen high-capacity magazines, the shooter opened fire into the hallways of the school, which he had just graduated from last year. That's from my hometown. And the reason I start there is that the age of, and this is something else that I want to bring up. I asked Judge Mitchell, he said that there was a decline in referrals. And I said, what does that mean? He said the big increase is in mental health referrals for young people in schools and at home. We have more collaboration than we've had before. So multiple police and community partners working together with various at-risk opportunity youth in Dane County. But all we are doing is stopping the bleed. We are not being proactive so that the lure of these activities don't take root. I am perplexed why this amendment not to accept the federal COPS grant is before us. I asked the West District Police Captain about what's happening on the west side. And she said we try to deploy resources to the area for extra patrol, but unfortunately, we do not have the staff to be just in one area all the time. At any given time in the West District, we have about 6 officers working to patrol an area of approximately 60,000 residents. But we cannot do this alone. And I'm also sharing emails that I got from constituents, not the list of this constituents or not the list of people who were saying defund the police. If we don't have safe neighborhoods, nothing else matters in Madison. We have lived on the west side of Madison for over 5 years. Unfortunately, we have noticed an uptick in crime in our neighborhood over the last couple years. Last night, vehicles parked in our neighbor's driveway were either broken into or had attempted break-ins. This is becoming more common, unfortunately. While our neighbors were the ones targeted last night, our home was broken into previously. Individuals came into our garage and ransacked both our vehicles. Where are we now? What relationships can the MPD rebuild? We have another opportunity to say yes. The mayor released her operating budget, safe communities, healthier neighborhoods, opportunities for youth. Prioritize funding that will build a better Madison. We just passed investing in a public market. But how are we investing in building strong, healthy neighborhoods and creating opportunities for the youth in Madison to thrive? The Blacks for Political Social Action of Dane County. And among the list of this document that was emailed, Reverend David Hart, President, Ray Allen, Reverend Dr. Alex G., Reverend Rick Badger, Attorney Joshua Hardgrove, Tracy Carradine, Yvette Craig, Dr. Cheryl Givens, Dr. Corinda Rainey Moore, Teresa Torrance, Pam Stallworth, Kirby Mack, Vice President, Reverend Marcus Allen, Reverend Joseph Baring, Angela Arrington, Esquire, Kaleem Kerr, Carla Gaines, Harper Donahue, Constance Miles, Deidre A. Morgan, Teresa Saunders, Jacqueline Jolly, Will Green, Judge Everett Mitchell. The purpose of our communication is to ask that you reject Amendment 12 in the 2023 operating budget to remove the $94,902 of expenditures for the police department's general fund budget and remove $277,069 of revenue and expenditures for the police department grant budget for the COPS 2021 COPS hiring program. As Madison continues to grow, it is imperative that we hire community officers, properly staff our neighborhoods. As you are aware, community policing begins with a commitment to build trust and mutual respect between police and communities. Studies show that when police and communities collaborate, underlying issues and negative behavioral patterns are more effectively addressed. This is the outcome we all desire in Madison. We ask that you accept the COPS grant. 100 Black Men of Madison. Chief Barnes has a vision of creating a police department that values community policing and community partnerships, believes in our children are worthwhile to be loved, given attention to, and we should all work together in partnership to ensure that our youth are on the path to success. He cares about our youth and views the police as a part of the solution and not the problem. According to the initiative, these officers would be working under the understaffed Community Outreach section. Mayor Satya Rose Conway has included these officers in her 2023 executive budget. It is my understanding that the mayor supports the effort and of Chief Barnes' vision for community policing. Having 6 police officers dedicated to building relationships with the chief's vision of valued youth is a felt need. MPD was approved for this grant based on Chief Barnes' continued vision of community policing and best practices. I share that because I've been accused of supporting Chief Barnes because he was Black. I support Chief Barnes not just because he is Black. He is Dr. Chief Sean Barnes. He has a history of experience in violence prevention that is data-driven.
Alder, you're at 10 minutes.
Am I at 10 minutes?
You are.
Okay, well, let me finish. We have another opportunity to accept a federal COPS grant to focus on building and improving the relationship with youth in our city. It must be nice not to realize that the youth from 9 to 17 are the ones that we need to grab hold to and care about. So I will not be supporting anything that reduces the grant.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. I will also not be supporting the grant amendment 12. You know, our youth and adults, because I'm going to throw them in there also, you never know who's going to touch your life and help you stay on a road of positivity. You never know who it is. One of the things that I've experienced from the city of Madison to Los Angeles to Philadelphia to Atlanta is that community policing units are the ones that somehow are disposable. When money's tight, when numbers are down, they get transitioned into different positions, but they are vital. And the reason why they're vital is because they know the community. They are approachable because we know who they are. I am not going to support this. I believe that we, as a city, needs to look at all avenues that not only maintain public safety, but also stand up for mental health awareness among all of us in this city. I believe that policing, and I believe that our police department strives to do the right thing to our community, but we all need improvement. I will not be supporting this, and I will not Well, before I get into that second thing, I will not be supporting this, but I also want to say it's not just the nonprofits who deal with their clientele that know all the answers. It takes all of us. And you've heard that phrase before. It takes all of us. Some of you are here today because someone took time to help you navigate to get here. So I am a firm believer that you never know who's going to give you that shining light to help you get to where you're going to go. And that person could be a police officer, could be a fireman, could be the post office carrier. We don't know. But when we start cutting budgets, I tell you what, we know what that means. Think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I find it harder where to start from here, but I want to start off that I'm coming here not just as an alder, someone that was elected to represent an area predominantly made up of young people, but also as a young person myself, as a 22-year-old, as someone who is close on the ground with youth. And I kind of want to, it kind of brings me back to something that Angela Davis said in the YWCA Racial Justice Summit. We need to listen to youth because they are the ones closest to the future. During this last election cycle, when we saw the racist, quote, defund the police attack ads against Mandela Barnes, the narrative on campus was quite scary. Mainly people just scared of what others are trying to shove down our throats. This idea that defund the police comes in a silo where, when in fact, this is a narrative, the next thing that comes after defund the police is always reinvest in the community. And that is something that I fervently believe in after hearing the last things that we heard. The future we want is not one necessarily with more cops on the street, not necessarily. It's one where our basic needs are met. It's one where we have affordable housing. It's one where we have access to food. It's one where we invest in our libraries, in metro transit, and broadband internet access, and mental health services. When I reflect on my time as a youth, the people that meant the most to why I'm here today is the privilege of knowing teachers, librarians, school counselors, and having a plethora of neighbors, family, and friends. Throughout this budget season, it's kind of funny that we're sitting here squabbling over what things we do and do not want to invest. And the narrative that is always said is, I wish that I could invest in this. I wish I could have said yes to more low-income bus passes. I wish I could have said yes to more civil rights positions. I wish I could have said yes to a public market. And yet we are talking about adding more money to a department that is very, very well funded, that takes up most of our police department's budget. A department where this is not just a one-time free money fund we're talking about. This is a $799,000 commitment from 2023 to 2026. This is a $574,000 ongoing monies that we will be spending in the future. That is $574,000 that we could be putting back into the community services that we so desperately want to fund and never do, or rarely do. last year, I was very disheartened. And I'm sure you all know about the budget amendments that I put forward and how this council responded to it. And it really brought me back to how just a few months earlier, in April of 2021, everyone ran on, or most people on this council ran on some sort of reimagined public safety narrative. And yet in 2 years, what have we really done? We put more money into CARES, yes, but we're sitting here talking about the same things. Is putting more cops on the street really going to end gun violence? I don't think so. In 2020, I was at an event where a kid got shot. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life on a night out in Madison. And I can guarantee you that having more cops on the street wouldn't have stopped that. What may have stopped it is investing in community services. What may have stopped it is more gun violence reduction. So I find it funny how we want to address youth services. I look at this as future monies and what we want our future to look like. I know what I want my future to look like. And I'm very well in the conversations with youth about what they want their futures to look like. And I think that future looks like taking those monies and investing it into our community. So if anything, it's very obvious how I'm going to vote for this. And I hope that you all vote a similar way. And as of one last note, I know I brought up former cops grants that happened. One thing during public comment yesterday that we heard is cops grants money is not given out like is not given out like candy. And I find that funny because if you look on Legistar, we have like 23 cops grants that we've applied for. And we have all of these ongoing costs with cops grants that we have accepted. It's something the federal government uses strategically to get us as a city to invest more in policing. And I wish that the federal government would use the same amount of money that they're putting into these cops grants to put into like things like reducing our student loan crisis and our affordable housing crisis. Our priorities as a city are messed up. And I think that rejecting this and shows that we're not going to maintain the status quo, that we want something different for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Fair.
Thank you. So I hope to speak a little bit and maybe persuade, because I certainly don't think we need to hear any more, or necessarily need to hear from me, I should say, a speech. And I'm also going to speak from my gut, so that a lot of times is a little meandering, so just bear with me. And my gut is telling me that I don't think I can support this, but it's not an easy decision for me, because I hear a lot of the arguments that are being made, and I understand them. I understand the fiscal argument, absolutely. I don't always understand the argument that we're not investing into the community. I would remind all of us that we spend tens of millions of dollars in affordable housing, millions of dollars in community services every year. Is it enough? No, we know that. It's not enough. We always need and want more. And we will probably always need and want more. The federal government invests in, well, obviously billions around the country, but millions in the city of Madison in things other than police dollars. And I think if anyone knows me or is like knows what I've been about, violence prevention has always been at the top of my list. And not to toot my own horn, but I was one of the founding people that got violence prevention to be a thing in the city of Madison. But I do think we need to have balance. And I also think that the arguments of this or that, yes or no, 0 or 100, black or white, I guess I'm just a little tired of. The police budget is going to have to grow over the years because our city is growing faster than any city in the state of Wisconsin and one of the fastest in the country. And with that, diversity and challenges and demographic changes and all the struggles that we know we have are going to continue. And so we're going to have to invest at some level in our police department. The question is, how much and where's the balance? And so I totally think we need to be investing because where the real change happens is in community investment. And actually, I know and I believe that Chief Barnes believes the same thing, and Chief Patterson. They also have a job to do, and it is true, and I'm sure you've heard him say this to you, probably if you talked to them, that they do work 24 hours a day. So therefore, we're paying them, unlike other agencies at that, we're paying them all hours of the day, or the city taxpayers are paying them. So I think balance is really where it's at. And I know that we're going to have some very difficult decisions going forward. All agencies are, and all this council, whatever the makeup of it is going to have those challenges. But that doesn't, I don't think, get around the fact that we are going to need to fund this police department will have to grow just like every other agency is going to have to grow. And we have an opportunity to do it in a slow way and plan for the future. And I think in this case, we should take that opportunity. The one more thing, just a bit of a side note, because it's become a little of a hobby horse for me just because I worked in the field for a little while, realized I don't know enough about data and got out of it very quickly and back to teaching. But I really do hope that we can improve our data sharing, our data analysis as a city, but certainly as, I don't want to say a police department, because really as a violence prevention community, which of course police department is part of that, but so is public health, of course, and our community partners. Not only that we just collect data and send out a report, but that we have apparatus and technology in place where that data can be, and then people, again, investment, money, where people can look at that data, analyze it, think about it comprehensively, and help us make decisions where we can put in community investment, not police investment necessarily, but community investment into places where we know we need it because we've worked on what outcomes we want to see, we have the data to show where problems are or where challenges are, and we put our investments there. So I hope that our police department, along with all of the partners in the community, continue to work on that and are really truly sharing data and thinking about it in a sophisticated manner. So I hope that, I guess that you will not support this, though I do very much understand where this amendment's coming from. And I'm looking forward to working with any one of you on how to prevent violence and how to make our community safer. I would hope we could do it in a balanced way. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Miadze.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to share a little story. I used to be on the vice chair of the Public Safety Review Committee, and I remember there was one time I've heard about this outreach through the MPD called Amigo en Azul, and I always was wondering. I was like, what is this group and what are they about? And it was amazing to see the outreach that this group have in the community and trying to instill trust into the Latino community. And I was wondering, I said, why can't the African American community have something like this? And lo and behold, actually, I think came out, Chief Patterson probably can know exactly when they came out, I think that by beginning of this year. And they're so overworked that one of the best things that I wanted them to do and to see for them to do was to bridge the gap between the African American community and police. And I think it's imperative and it's important that we do have these officers. And I would say that it is important, and I want to work with the chief to make sure that these officers bridge the gap. African American community is hurting as far as instilling that trust. We have to work with our youth too to make sure that we're not raising up a youth that don't respect the police officers, that don't respect public, as far as to make sure that we're instilling trust back into our community, especially the African American community. We have heard from various community leaders, 100 black men, not just about 100 men. They're actually more than that, thousands that actually support. We've heard from Everett Mitchell, a judge who looks through an equity lens about things. David Hart, we have heard from a lot of people through the community as far as wanting reform, wanting to instill trust. Now is the time, and this message is specifically for the chief. I know that his vision, I believe in his vision, and I want to see him get there. In order to get there, he has to have the tools. And these 6 officers, I believe, would work to instill trust in our youth and for everybody, not just youth. We need to instill it because when the youth go home, they have to be faced with their parents that have no trust for officers. So we need to instill trust within our community. And I hope that Chief Barnes, with these officers, that we can instill the trust. And I'm willing to help to bridge that gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to kind of share with you yesterday's, my day, the last 24, I don't know, 48 hours already, I guess. I don't know. But yesterday morning, I went to WRTP Big Steps Apprenticeship Career Day at the Plumbers Local 75 Training Center on the east side. As I drove into their parking lot, I saw the school buses' lights flashing. A wave of young high school students got off the bus and entered the building. I parked, and I entered the building surrounded by kids that continued to get off the buses. I listened to the presentation that they provided. I checked out a number of tables at the job fair offering information on very good paid trade jobs. The kids' excitement was palpable. These young adults from high schools all over the city were presented with career choices and internship opportunities. Do you want to engage the youth? This is how you engage the youth, not with talks about the possibilities, but presenting them real opportunities. But this council, right here, all of us, sends organizations like this one to the CDD for funding to pin them against each other to fight for scraps, because we can fund CDD. If you have not toured that facility, it's over there behind East Town Mall, please, I suggest for all of you, including you guys, please make an appointment, go and check it out. It is absolutely amazing. It's brand new, was super inspiring to be there. And they're going places. It just is a model that I know it will not fail. Because, as one of the elders said, because it takes all of us. Since I became an elder, I regularly participate in the Violence Prevention Strong Neighborhood Committee. I have 7 committees that the mayor assigned me, but I still find time to make that meeting. And I also have a full-time job, but I still find time to make that meeting. Because I do not need I don't need anyone here to tell me to engage. I've been engaging with these people since I started here. At yesterday's meeting, we discussed, so we had a meeting yesterday, and at the meeting, we discussed the priorities for the next RFP. which included strategies that focus on strengthening relationships between police and community. There's a line specifically for that. The full list contains 16 goals across 5 strategies. We were asked to pick the top priorities from the list. It was a very difficult decision to leave many goals behind. We only have $360,000 to spread across strategies that focus on violence via the public health lens. Last night, we heard from, I'm just going to say it again because why not, Judge Mitchell, and he said, and I'm going to quote him, "Obviously, we support the idea of looking at violence from the lens of public health approach. At least the intention of work that we do in the bench is to bring in the idea of a trauma-informed lens that allows for us to approach every young person that comes before our court and approach them differently. I always supported the idea of looking at violence prevention through a public health lens rather than just the sole criminal justice lens, which tends to skew towards incarceration as the only goal. When we really need to be looking, especially when they are younger, how do we address the ongoing trauma needs of these young people? Where do we place them when they're not able to be placed on a permanent home? What services do we offer them? How do we ensure they have access to mental health services? Furthermore, he stated that we don't have group homes in Dane County. The majority of the people that need help have to go outside of the county, which creates significant hardship on the families. If we approach it from a human public health lens, then they..."
Yes, Alder?
She's going with it.
Alder, you don't have to know where she's going. She has 10 minutes to speak. Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you, Mayor. If we approach it from a human public health lens, we bring those resources close to home by targeting intervention both at every level that they need. That is specific to the youth needs, so we don't end up seeing an increase in violence in our community. Finish of the quote. So one of the goals of the RFP is to create more venues and opportunities for police and community to engage and build trust. Goals like this are part of the vision of the violence prevention under the public health lens of safe and healthy communities. When it comes to youth engagement, MPD should serve as a supporting agency. I mean, we talked about this all the time. I mean, I talk to these guys all the time. I'm not disassociated from them. We don't need you to lead the efforts. We need you to be there to support other agencies. This amendment is not about taking from the police. The city's budget has been, and it continues to be, more than generous with MPD's funding. This amendment is about allocating funding to other agencies with the expertise to deal with the issues we're facing. We have 38 open positions. How is adding 6 more going to accelerate the hiring process? It has been clear we have a hiring and retention problem. It's not a budget issue. How can anyone claim that an $85 million budget is in any way a handicap for any agency? Like everyone else in the nation, MPD has a hire and retention situation. This is why I supported a resolution for the police hiring bonuses, and I also support the grant for mental health services expansion, so we can bring more people in. Once this grant runs its course, it will add an additional $574,000. That's over $500,000 to the police budget. Money that we won't be able to invest on libraries, food access, local businesses, safe living conditions, parks, and yes, youth programming that incorporates prevention, restorative justice, and healing from the lens of public health. Today, I have been reflecting on the days that I sat on those seats over there and I watched you all justifying the prior chief's behavior and his demand for funding. So I'm a little bit surprised of hearing some comments today. Increasing his funding year after year. The narrative has not changed at all. The only thing that has changed is perhaps I move a seat away and we have a new chief, one that has earned my respect. He has earned my respect and he knows it. And I hope he comes to realize that we cannot continue to work on silos. That is not MPD's primary role to address youth trauma. And that is their role to actually support the agencies that are currently working with it. Thank you. And again, guys, totally no personal. I absolutely appreciate the work that the city staff does, and that includes the police department. But you know my position, and I have to fight for this because, again, I've been sitting there for years fighting for this, and it will not be. I would regret not having done that from this chair. So I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to just preface and say that I'm not sure where I'm going, at the end of this tonight. But in short, these are my thoughts to help me decide where I'm going or end up. And I'm hoping whoever comes after me will help me make up my mind at the end of it. But in short, I'm here about 3 weeks and a day in. So let me preface it by saying that. And I've never been a fan of coming into a process such as this, not having all of the information. But I've spent my 3 weeks really getting out, talking to folks in my district, as well as I think I've had a meeting with the East Madison Police District, for example, and meet with the North soon. And so taking my lived experience, growing up in a dysfunctional house full of poverty, but also growing up in a family where we also have retired police officers. So for me, it's where some folks who've approached me made it sort of feel like I am supposed to be an in or out or against or for, and I don't really think about these sort of things like that, simply because then it would be I am either for or against relatives or friends. So one, speaking both as the alder in District 17 now, growing up in my family in that dynamic, talking to folks in my district, and then trying to think about what's best for the city overall. And so last night, and then, so a little bit of what Judge Mitchell shared and talking about a story with one particular mom, but then overall in general. So one thing I want to point out is that he shared a story about a mother. I'm not going to assume that she's Black, but I will say that Black kids are overrepresented in the justice system here and elsewhere. All of us can go back and look for those facts. Most Black households in Dane County are led by Black women and Black single women. These mothers on average make 57 cents on the dollar. Hispanic women, I believe, are at about 48 cents on the dollar. And so going back to what Judge Mitchell shared last night, but also what he shared is not unlike what district folks or folks in my district have shared either. So these are very much the same issue. So he shared there needs to be more resources around homelessness. There needs to be supporting mother resources, therapists or mental health overall, food security issues, technology issues, AODA issues, disconnected youth overall. And so he talked a lot about community partnerships and those sort of things. And so tonight when we were hearing from public health, one thing that gave me pause, which is causing me to struggle with this, is that I've always been a fan of folks who are benefiting from the program or the service being also part of the programming, the implementing, and the overall decision-making. And sometimes paying them to do so because it just makes sense that they too should have an income for being at the table like the rest of us. So that is also causing me to have pause. I also want to point out, being a Black mom and knowing tons of other Black moms, it is absolutely exhausting and tiring to be a Black mother earning 57 cents on the dollar and being concerned about homelessness, a lack of support, a lack of access to mental health, a lack of food, a lack of technology. If I had needed or the community needed a lack of AODA services, to have our young people disconnected for various reasons. And then work with community partners who may not necessarily include me in the planning for programs that benefit me. Now, I would imagine Like public health, it says those folks are included somehow, some way, but they're working on implementing that plan or, strengthening it. So I do see the positive benefits of community policing just based on my own district and my own lived experiences. But again, some things cause me pause because we have so much unmet needs in this list of unmet needs I've shared. So Chief Barnes shared a little bit about building trust and legitimacy. And I think as a mother and mothers or parents of young people, we're always trying to create trust and legitimacy in our relationships with them. And so sometimes, or in creating this trust and legitimacy, we have to ensure that they have access to mental health services. Even, Chief Barnes has alluded to that they have access to services. And Chief Barnes himself feels very passionate about this. And then he talked a little bit about his officers being able to connect community members or connect folks that they're coming in contact with to local resources. And it is my guess that those resources look like homelessness, support for mothers or parents overall, mental health, food insecurity, technology, AODA, disconnected youth resources, and so on. And so I'm at a pause because how do we build trust and legitimacy with these folks we want to trust and we feel legitimate about or with when we can't meet these basic needs? And I would imagine that Chief Barnes' officers are also facing regularly where they may be making referrals and those referrals don't necessarily get anywhere too quickly, because when we make referrals, for example, for mental health, we find that our clients, for example, and other folks in the community often have 2 to 6 week waiting periods because they're just not enough resources to get them even longer. But I'll just go with 2 to 6 weeks because that's what I have at top of mind in my most recent experience. And so we talked about the many costs to the high schools. That is, of course, we all find that to be alarming. But it's my guess that we can also go back to those list of unmet needs and how to have those resolved, which would bring down, I would imagine, a lot of those costs and why kids are, whatever is happening at the schools. And so we talk about exposing kids to different organizations is important as well. That is actually important, but there also has to be a balance of organizations that we're exposing kids to, and we can't hold one organization above another because each one, one thing I want to make sure I reiterate is that Black folks are not a monolith and that there's a multitude kinds of Black people in this community, and I hold them all in high esteem. Now, I may not agree with everybody, but I got mad respect for them all because we're all doing the work. So I hold no one higher than the other. And I would hope that you folks who hear me don't hold me higher than anybody else, whether they're in this room or outside of this room. And so, again, I think I just noted again, I kept noting making officers aware of local resources, but then I'm struggling with when you make young people or their families aware of resources, what happened as a resource provider. I know what happens. Oftentimes the resource provider cannot meet the need because they don't have the funding or access to resources themselves in order to meet the need. So that's alarming for me and causes me pause. So we talk about a little bit about relationships. We talk about trauma-based responses. But I keep coming back to, as I'm sitting here trying to make a decision on which way I'm going to end up tonight, is the stakeholder group. And again, it is my hope that both the police and public health, however this ends up, that there is more intentional work done to ensure that at the very beginning of any plan that you include people who are the beneficiaries of this planning. Because without that, this will not end. This will be debated every year over and over and over, as it is I think this has been evidence but I'm 3 weeks in, so that could not absolutely be true at all. But I'm going to assume I am right. And again, I just want to go back and reiterate that to be a Black person is exhausting. To be a Black mother is absolutely tiring. I want to reiterate, tiring and exhausting, because in Dane County, Black women earn on average 57 cents on the dollar. And they are head of household, more, I think over somewhere around 90% of Black, not 90%, 72% of Black households are led by single Black women. And their kids are over involved in the justice system. They are dealing with issues around affordability for housing. They are lacking consistent resources. They're lacking access to mental health. They're encountering very long wait lists even for mental health. They're lacking the ability to afford food consistently and persistently. And then oftentimes they get the least or the lack or the sort of injured hands sometimes. Like the food is not always the quality that we can buy for ourselves. They're lacking access to technology, or they're lacking good technology. They may have laptops and those sort of things at home, but the quality of the internet speed does not match when their kids are at school, for example. In my district in particular, I'm hearing a lot, of course, about homelessness and AODA issues. And so I also have to ask myself, does supporting or adding more dollars to the police get the folks who are absolutely upset about homeless folks being their neighbors right now? Does funding the police get homeless folks to be in permanent housing? Does it get folks to have more access to AODA beds? Because Judge Mitchell so eloquently shared with us last night, and we all know these issues. That's my struggle.
You're at 10 minutes on.
Thank you. That's just my struggle. So hopefully someone after me will help me.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try to keep it brief. I'm also talking from the cut or gut. Some things that I have been taking note of from the emails we receive, public comment, the question or answers to questions that were asked tonight of both public health, Madison Police Department, and a lot of folks have been referencing Judge Everett Mitchell, who serves as a juvenile judge in our community. And in all, I am a Madisonian. I've been living in this community for over 30 years. And even being a part of the social service field as a social worker, somebody working in nonprofits, it's difficult for me, also being a mother of two Black teenagers, to know all of the efforts that are going on. And so one of the biggest takeaways that I gathered from all that we've heard so far is there is collaboration. There is an acknowledgement that there are silos occurring. There's an acknowledgement that there's not enough. We fund public services or community services, but there's not enough. And that's because we have a lot. And I can personally speak to the duplicative work that is being done that many folks don't even know is happening. And some of it is conscious and most of it is unconscious. But I am encouraged by hearing about the efforts of Black men in our community who are seen as leaders, not taking off their uniforms or taking off their title of how they rose into their leadership and going into our juvenile, our JRC, and talking to our youth who are already justice involved. It's not too late, but I wish that that's not the connection that they had while they're sitting incarcerated as children. I also have to acknowledge and reckon with the fact that as a social service provider working in homeless services, I should work myself out of a job. I would love to house everyone and not need to be in the position I'm in. I'm sure Judge Mitchell would say the same, but we all benefit from folks not having their basic needs met and intersecting with systems that are put in place to maintain law and order, if that's what we want to call it. And so it's hard for me, especially based on conversations that I've had with Chief Barnes, with my neighborhood resource officer who identifies as a Black woman, my East Police District captain who identifies as a Black man, and having conversations about how our shared identity of Blackness is challenging in the roles we are in, but we all have a commitment to serve, and we all are in our roles because of that commitment and because of our identities. And so I applaud Chief Barnes for bringing in his lens of community policing and bringing in evidence-based practice that worked in North Carolina and forming a vision statement. I want to go back to that because Madison Police Department's vision statement is that we are a national model for exceptional policing through our commitment to selfless public service, effective community partnerships, and evidence-based policing. I don't want to speak for the chief, and I know he's right behind me, but I find it alarming and disturbing that there's this subliminal message or narrative that if we don't fund these 6 positions, community policing with youth and youth engagement will stop by the police officers. I don't get any indication of that. That's not what I hear from Chief Barnes. That's not what I read in what he's putting out in his blogs. That's not what I hear when I'm on ride-alongs with beat officers or working with my neighborhood resource officer. I hear that there's a commitment and we know that our youth are hurting. But I also hear from my kids that they're feeling like they're being force-fed into forming relationships with entities that they don't have trust, they don't have legitimacy with. And when you look at what police are tasked to do, and I think here in Madison, we need to really look at what do we want our police to respond to. But at the end of the day, if a law is broken, they have to take action. That's not the interaction that I want my children to have. And if they don't want to interact with someone, we're living in a new society. Raising teenagers is hard. But our children are hurting, and they're looking towards us, and I'm terrified of the model or the example that we're showing them. A lot of our kids don't have, specifically Black kids, expect to live long. I talk to my children's friends. They know, my daughter has friends who are in JRC right now. It's not because they're bad children. They were dealt a bad hand. And now they've been disregarded as it's too late, or they're stealing cars, something needs to happen. These are children. So I'm going to be supporting this amendment because I think also there's blurred lines in this grant is specific to community policing. Assistant Chief Patterson spoke to the limitations of what the funds can be used for. They can't be used for patrol officers. So no, these 6 officers are not being proposed because of the attachment of the town of Madison. Safer communities don't mean that we have more police, but it takes all of us, like one of my peers said earlier tonight, and I think others have referenced. It takes all of us, and we cannot continue to put our reliance in the police department, good intentions or not, but knowing at the end of the day, if something happens, safety is compromised, a law is broken, they have to take action. And we're talking about youth here. So as folks we're talking to, I'm writing down names of nonprofits and response teams. I'm thinking of Safe Harbor, who provides forensic interviews for children who have experienced violence in their home and trauma, seeing their parents or family members be murdered, being sexually assaulted, being abused. And these are trained folks that walk these children through to tell their testimony and tell their story. That translates into the criminal justice system, and hopefully, maybe they see justice or not. I think about the Rainbow Project that provides mental health, clinical services to children, again, but also as family. It's a holistic experience. Trauma doesn't just happen to an adult. It doesn't just happen to a mom. It happens to the kid. It can happen to a baby in utero while the mother is pregnant. I think about Journey Mental Health Center and the collaboration that they currently have with MPD. I think about the mental health units. There are so many resources here. But again, the light keeps getting shined on Madison Police Department. And I need to remind us, good intention or not, police respond to incidents. I would love to ask questions and go back about what are some stories or evidence that shows some of the positions, neighborhood resource officers, core teams, community engagement, or going to those events has curbed or prevented crime from happening. It's prevented a child from breaking into somebody's garage and stealing their car, or creating a crime of opportunity. That's not what I hear. So I implore us to continue looking for multifaceted approaches to dealing with violence prevention, to dealing with saving our youth from, in Madison, Wisconsin, And Black kids, I don't need to state the data and the facts, you all know. It's already a sentence that's setting them up to come and interface with me at the YWCA for shelter because they lost their mom's housing because they got charged with felony and she lived in public housing. I know the stories. I'm not going to be laboring. I'm sorry I kind of went on a rant, but I'm supporting this because nothing in my gut or intuition tells me that if we don't fund these positions, that police are going to neglect our youth and not try to continue bridging this gap and trying to build trust and trying to build legitimacy. But at the end of the day, we also need to realize when we are doing similar things and expecting different results. And also, everything that we plan for, great intention or not, doesn't always work. So I'm supporting this because there are so many passionate folks who are doing this not only for their jobs, but volunteering. They're creating their own consulting firms. They are creating the solution to the problem that they see and not relying on systems that have continued to fail us. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Benford.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, as I sat and listened to not only the testimony from my colleagues and from Police Chief Barnes, but last night, all the testimony really resonated with me. And Mayor, one of my colleagues said something that I think as 63-year-old that really hit my heart, and that was to listen to the youth. And as I begin my statements, I said it before that we do live in a community that has some really horrific, insidious racial disparities within the criminal justice system and within policing. And they are intrinsically linked. I don't think we can deny that. And I wish I could just offer an apology. And I said this before, that an apology for the failure of my generations and generations before that has led us to this situation. And Mayor, who wouldn't want to live in a city that, here we are during budget time, who wouldn't want to live in a city that spends more money helping families and individuals holistically with all the wraparound services and all the things they need to reach their full potential, whether it's housing, employment, economic opportunities, just the list goes on. Who wouldn't want to live in a community that spends more money on that than policing? But that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. One of the things that hit me is early on, and I think you would agree, Mayor, that when we talk about, I know words matter and there's different sayings, but if we want to talk about reimagining public safety, we had this talk about cares and we had this commitment. And as a social worker, I remember being super excited about how people came together and they talked to key stakeholders and they listened. And we heard earlier how there was research and it was very intentional and strategic. But there was a plan. There was a plan that created something that, when I think about reimagining public safety, I think CARES epitomizes that. In my time as an alder, I think perhaps I was naive that I was hoping, and I want to say this because I think we talked about a lot of voices, we talked about a lot of individuals, we talked about vulnerability of our own personal experiences. I heard so many really, really powerful things. But I think we forget that before I joined the council, many members on this body, and others had the foresight to create the Civilian Oversight Board. And we now have a new independent monitor. And I know with any new group of individuals, no matter what context they serve, it might be a little rocky in the beginning. And for years, we had the Public Safety Review Committee and the Police and Fire Commission. So we talk about these things and we forget the fact that ultimately we need a plan. to completely reimagine public safety? How do we get to that city where all of this powerful testimony of what we need? And I feel like a broken record sharing where I work in my other job, but I see these too. And I certainly understand everyone's viewpoint, but what I want to know is, can we come up with this plan to reimagine public safety? Could we intentionally as a community ask everybody, regardless of their backgrounds, their racial backgrounds, the intersectionalities that make us, that we can intentionally ask, what do we need to feel safe in this community? And I said, could we do that without using the word police or using the word fire? We really haven't, and there's reasons why we can't. There's political competing interests, whether it's as a policymaker, if you start to question how do you reimagine public safety and how can we take an honest deep dive and reflect that we do spend $86 million on policing, but yet we clearly know the struggle of supporting other community-based organizations and other initiatives. So we have these competing factors that if we say, let's take a look at that, then you're labeled soft on crime. And oftentimes, I'm not suggesting any of my colleagues, but people feel like they got to get elected again. And then there's those historical narratives around policing that we all grew up with, the media landscape around policing. So there's these competing elements that keep us from having that intentional conversation about public safety. What do we really need? And, I wish I could give the answers. I said it last night. I've said it a million times. If I had the answers, I'd win the Nobel Peace Prize. But we do have trust. We do have faith in the processes we created. We have new members on the Public Safety Review Committee that's getting up to speed. We're laying that foundation. We have a new independent monitor. So here's the thing. This COPS grant, when I first heard about it, I laid the context of my words that I certainly understand that the systemic issue around policing and our criminal justice system has to be addressed. We do have to think of new ways. But when I think about this COPS grant, our federal government, we applied for this. I looked at it and I heard talk and I'm like, holy cow, we need 6 social workers in these districts. We said the demand for more mental health care, more counselors, but that's not what's on the table here. I'm reminded that in a few months in the spring, we get $100 million jets from the federal government. Where is that money? Where could that money be used? Robbing future generations. So here it is for me. I have the greatest respect for our police chief. I understand that the system is broken and systemic changes need to be made. And I believe our chief understands that. And, this notion we're stuck, we're on the hook. So we're all grown, mature people as alders. There's grown, mature people serving on committees and board, the oversight board, the public safety review, the police and fire commission. As data is collected over these next 3 years, if there is an impact, then I think at that point we can consider keeping them. If not, we're grown. We could cut these positions in future budgets. I know, once again, the competing factors that we deal with as policymakers, but we need to have the political courage to really look at how we want this community to be. And I've said it. I'm kind of sad about this amendment in the sense that originally it started tied to CARES, not recognizing that the police and fire, whether it's professional courtesy, but I've observed mutual respect between the agencies. Their lives depend on it oftentimes. Within public safety, I've observed a collaboration between all of the entities. So it feels like in this budget process with this act that we forget about that, and we forget that, once again, going back to CARES, that that was supported by police, that was supported by fire and other key stakeholders. So I hope that we can spend our energies in the future. This is my last budget, but anything I can do to help heighten the level of awareness of, can we have those conversations about what public safety really means so that we all feel safe? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson, I'll just note that we have one Alder left in the queue, and we have 10 minutes in which to make at least 2 votes. Alder Paulson.
Well, thank you. I will try to be quick, and I will skip the charming anecdotes that I was going to start off with. So I'll just try to get to the highlights here. Sorry, my speech was structured on my wonderful anecdotes. So I'll start off by just kind of talking a little bit about staffing and the number of positions that we've are authorized right now is 486. If we add 6 more, that'll get us to 492. So we're adding about 1% of staffing here. We've got some challenges in keeping all 486 authorized officers filled. It's a tough market. It's been a tough couple of years. There's a lot of, it's the great resignations and just a lot of changeover and people exploring new careers. So we are having a challenge for staffing. I guess what sort of my point here is that looking ahead a couple of years, I think that we will have naturally probably found good reason to expand to it. If we didn't take these positions, I think within 3 or 4 years, we would naturally have grown to 492 positions or maybe even a couple of more. So the way I'm sort of thinking about this is that in terms of officers, this is allowing us to pull forward some hires that we were almost certainly going to make and have them on our staff now working in this particular area, but giving them good background by a position that's largely funded by the federal government. And then when the grant expires, we would probably need them anyway, and now we've got a couple of years' experience with them under our belts. So I think just from that perspective, I think this is absolutely worth doing. Planning ahead, we will grow into them. I think pulling them forward makes a lot of sense. I'm personally not super sure that this is going to make a huge difference in our youth engagement. I'm hopeful. My own experience, white kid growing up a generation ago in a small town in northern Wisconsin, it's not going to probably surprise anyone that I've never had any contact with police growing up. I'm not sure how impactful they would have been on me. I don't know just by themselves how much it's gonna work. So I think what a lot of folks have been talking about, how we do need to pair this with other programs, is very important, and I think we need to continue having that discussion. The last point I would make is that we do, as a council, need to be better about figuring out how to have these discussions, and I'm not going to dig into it too deep, but we are getting stuck in amendments and amendments to amendments and not having honest-to-goodness back-and-forth dialogues. And I think as a structurally, we need to quickly sort of rethink that. And it's not just this. Some of the issues we've been dealing with that other things that have come out of CCEC where there was good discussion, then it gets here and we trip over ourselves for hours. This council back in February has already had hours of debate on this very grant and voted to accept this very grant back in February. So I think we probably need to, as a body, think a little bit harder about how do we productively have discussions instead of sort of rehashing things or arguing past each other. So I'm going to support this tonight. I think this makes sense for us long-term planning. where are we going to be? I think having the federal government pay for some of this while we are working this out, I think this makes a lot of sense, and I will, in the interest of time, stop there.
Thank you, Alder. All right. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So on the substitute amendment 12, all those in favor, aye. All those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison. Yes, I can come back. Alder Miadze. Alder Miadze, no. Alder Paulson. No. Alder Paulson, no. Alder Fair. Yes. Fair will pass. Alder Tischler. Alder Tischler, no. Alder Verveer. No. Alder Verveer, no. Alder Vitiver. No. Alder Vitiver, no. Alder Rahillier.
No.
Alder Rahillier, no. Alder Abbas.
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Benford.
No.
Alder Benford, no. Alder Bennett.
Yes.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry. Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Figueroa Cole. Yes. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman. Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck. Alder Heck, aye. Alder Madison. Alder Madison, aye. And Alder, there's one other one. Fair. Alder Fair. No. Alder Fair, no. Okay, 8 ayes, 12 noes.
With 12 noes, that amendment fails. President Furman.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we go till 1 a.m.
Is there a second? Second. Alder Fair will second. Alder Abbas.
I object the motion, Madam Mayor.
Alder
We should
Bennett.
table this for tomorrow.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett. Alder Bennett. You're muted, Alder.
No, let me see what, I was gonna ask for a 10-minute recess, but we'll see if we go further.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion on the motion to extend the meeting until 1 a.m.? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of extending the meeting for an hour to finish the 4 amendments that we have left will say aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll. I'm sorry, President Furman?
Just want to remind everybody, we need 14 votes for this.
Thank you, Alder.
Alder Madison. Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadze. Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Paulson. Alder Paulson, aye. Alder Fair. Alder Fair, aye. Alder Tischler. Alder Tischler, aye. Alder Verveer. Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver. Alder Vitiver, no. Alder Rahillier.
Aye.
Alder Rahillier, aye. Alder Abbas.
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett.
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry. Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Foster, aye. Alder Furman. Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck. Alder Heck, aye. 17 ayes, 3 noes.
17 ayes. The meeting's extended until 1 a.m. And we will continue with the amendments.
Can I move a break, 5-minute break or 10-minute? What?
Alder Carter will move a 5-minute break. Is there a second? Alder Harrington McKinney will second. Is there any?
Can we make it 10 minutes, please?
We have 60 minutes left, Alders. A 5-minute break has been moved. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of a 5-minute break?
I'm sorry, why can't we have a 10-minute break?
Alder, we're not in discussion. Do you object to the vote? All right, there's no objection to the vote. We are in a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 12:05.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, we're 1 minute out. If we can get alders back in their seats, please, and alders online to bring their cameras back, please. I want.
Mayor, we're getting a prompt that we can't turn our videos on from the host.
Thank you. We'll have, hopefully tech staff can address that. And thank you, Alder Wahilahi. I see that you're there. All right, it's 12:05. I think we're there, so we'll reconvene, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison. Present. Alder Madison is here. Alder Miadzi. Alder Miadzi is here. Alder Paulson. Present. Alder Paulson is here. Alder Fair. Alder Fair is here. Alder Tischler. Alder Tischler is here. Alder Verveer. Here. Alder Verveer is here. Alder Vitiver. Alder Vitiver is here. Alder Wahilahi.
Here.
Alder Wahilahi is here. Alder Abbas. I will come back to Alder Abbas. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford is here. Alder Bennett. I will come back. Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Carter is here. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Alder Conklin is here. Alder Curry. Alder Curry is here. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is here. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole is here. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is here. Alder Furman. Alder Furman is here. Alder Harrington McKinney. Here. Alder Harrington McKinney is here. Alder Heck. Here. Alder Heck is here. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. President Furman, we're on to Amendment 13.
Move adoption of substitute.
Moved and seconded to adopt the floor amendment, the substitute. We only have one substitute.
It would be the floor amendment.
Yep, so, and note that the piece of paper that you have was mislabeled in terms of amendment number. This is actually 13. So floor amendment to 13, for those of you who are on the emails. And we'll start by checking in with the finance director.
There is about $100,000 of levy limit remaining.
Thank you.
Mayor, with your permission, can I read the narrative?
Please do.
Thank you. Effective April 18th, 2023, increase alder salaries from an effective hourly rate of $13.77, $14,904 annual salary, to an effective hourly rate of $19.04, an annual salary of $20,604. The vice president and president will continue to receive a premium, $20.54 and $23.17 are the new effective hourly rates respectively based on the current hourly rate differentials. Effective April 16th, 2024, the amount shall be adjusted by the percent change in the average hourly wage as of April 1st of the current year compared to the average hourly wage as of April 1st of the prior year for all permanent city employees, rounded to the nearest whole percentage, and shall be effective the second pay period in April of each year of the alder term.
Great, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Are there questions for staff on this item? Seeing no questions for staff, is there discussion? Alder Fair.
Thank you. Okay, so I think you all see what was done here. Essentially, the hourly rate the change here is the hourly rate, which we used as the lowest, which essentially matches the minimum wage, if you will, of city employees, $19.04, which, as was just said, makes the salary for alder who's not a member of leadership $20,604. The Vice president's salary would be 22,226, just for reference, and the president salary would be 25,071. So we've discussed this before, and you've heard my comments on this. You've heard my comments about strengthening the council. You've heard my comments about changing all their terms and doing the rotating basis, and I think all those things are important. I think this institution can continue to get stronger, and I just think this is one way to help the body not only get paid for the hard work that is done, but also attract a more diverse set of candidates to run for this office. This isn't where I think we ultimately should be, but I do believe it's a stepping off point, and considering the levy where we were at the end of the night, this was sort of the compromise that we came up with. And I think to be transparent, and if you were paying close attention, you saw how I made some votes against things that I thought were good ideas or good things that the city obviously could benefit from, because I do think this is a priority, or should be a priority, for the city and for the council. Not for any of us individually, but for the council and for the future of the council. I certainly think that if there are folks who think that it should be higher, that when we write an ordinance, because we'd have to write an ordinance after we allocate the money, if it were to be allocated when this budget passes, we could write in there some sort of pay increase for some sort of step program or something, whatever maybe CCEC or others, other working group of some kind comes up with. If we didn't, this would just be what it says in the language for right now. But again, I think that, and I'm sure others will chime in on this, I think $13 or whatever it is and 77 cents is obviously poverty wage. We all know how much work we put into this. I think that we need to be strong, because we've heard it already, and you'll hear it, I'm sure, from constituents, that we're just public servants, and how can you raise your pay when there's all these competing needs out there, and you're hypocrites and all those things. You'll hear, I would assume. Personally, I think that the argument is, what kind of representation do you want? And would you consider, I'd ask someone right back, would you consider running and working for $13.77 an hour? And putting in probably more than that, and actually working for less than that if you added up the hours. So I hope you can support this. I will stop, because I know we don't want speeches and we want to move this thing along, but I would hope that we could support this as almost a compromise, and move us as a council towards a path of being paid like professionals that I think we all are. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Paulson.
I've been told no speeches, so we got to get to 15. I know a lot of folks would like to take a bigger leap. This is as high as I can go. I would rather go a little lower, but I could get here. I hope this is a step and is helpful for folks that are feeling really passionate about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hack.
Mayor, I realize we're past questions, but could we be reminded what would need to happen for this to actually take effect should this amendment pass?
We could, Alder. I think that's probably you, Attorney Haas.
In addition to having it included in the budget, there would have to be an ordinance change, which would need 15 votes to pass. And of course, it would not take effect until the next term.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin.
Thank you, Mayor. And I really just want to say that I really hope that my colleagues will support this. I think this is important, really, especially if we want to make this equitable and have those people at the table represented. Those voices are priceless. We need them at this table. And in order to keep up this excellent work that we do with serving our communities in this city, we have to be compensated for the work that we do. I think that this is not a far leap. This is, and I invite anybody, any of my constituents, to come be on the job for a day, do a follow along, ride along. I would love to, because I honestly, before this, if I wasn't in this position, I wouldn't know. So I invite you guys to educate yourself, immerse yourself into the job that we do every day. So I ask that my colleagues support this in order to keep these priceless lived experiences at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion before us is the substitute to Amendment 13. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadzi? Alder Miadzi, no. Alder Paulson?
Aye.
Alder Paulson, aye. Alder Fair? Aye. Alder Fair, aye. Alder Tischler? No. Alder Tischler, no. Alder Verveer? Aye. Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver? Alder Vitiver, no. Alder Wahilie?
No.
Alder Wahilie, no. Alder Abbas?
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Benford?
No.
Alder Benford, no. Alder Bennett?
Back.
I will come back. Alder Carter?
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Conklin?
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry? Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers?
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole? Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman? Aye. Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney?
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck? Aye. Alder Heck, aye. Alder Bennett?
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. 12 ayes, 8 noes.
With 12 ayes, Amendment 13 passes, and we're on to Amendment 14. Alder Wahilie, a motion, please. Go ahead, Alder.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. Do we need 15 votes for the amendment to pass or 11?
No, Alder. Amendments only need 11 votes.
Okay, thank you. So do we have any levy left?
Dave, would you give us an update, please? I'm sorry, we have multiple things going on here. What's your point of order, Alder?
I thought Attorney Haas said we needed 14. Am I mistaken?
You're wrong, Alder. It's an 11-vote item.
Oh.
Dave, would you like to update us, please?
There is $9,300 left in the levy limit after the adoption of that last amendment.
Thank you. Alder Paulson?
I think I'm going to get myself in trouble here.
Don't do it, Alder.
Okay, well, I'd like to move reconsideration of the,
Don't do it, Alder.
could we take a 3-minute recess? To plot out next?
No.
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 Okay, let me ask Attorney Haas a question. In order for us to spend the levy that we just allocated, this will need 15 votes at an ordinance at a future date, correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. Under state law, yes.
So while we have allocated the money, we have not yet figured out how to spend it.
Well, there has not been a vote on the ordinance change, obviously, but
So I'm going to move, given that it failed.
It did not fail.
Given that it not passed
The
by.
amendment passed. You do not know what a future council will do. There are future steps to be taken, yes. But I mean, it's up to you, Alder, but the sentiment in the room is not I think, in your favor.
Okay.
And you can't ask for reconsideration because you voted yes.
I won.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I
Oh,
won.
okay.
Right. Alder Wahili? I think, unfortunately, the appropriate motion is to place on file without prejudice.
Can I have a question?
You may.
So if I proceed with this and the amendment that passed failed in the council for non-vote of 15, can this be brought back or what's the procedure?
Any alder can bring a budget amendment at any time, but outside of the budget adoption process, you'll need 15 votes.
Okay. All right. I'll put on file then, both items,
All right,
14 and 15.
So Alder Wahili will move items 14 and 15 to place on file without prejudice. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, those items are placed on file. And we are to item number 16, Alder Bennett.
Can I move a substitute amendment?
You may.
I like to move to utilize the remaining levy limit for this University Alliance amendment.
Dave, would you like to speak?
Mayor, we would need a dollar amount on an amendment like that. There's
Okay.
$9,300 left.
I'd like to move to use $9,300. You said?
Yes.
Okay, $9,300.
All right, so the motion that Alder Bennett is making is to, you know what, let's just do this cleanly so everybody can understand it. Alder Bennett, President Furman, will you just move the original, please?
Sure. Move Amendment 16.
Is there a second? That's seconded. All right, now Alder Bennett moves to amend what's before us to change the dollar amount from the 17,000 to 9,300.
No, the remaining levy limit is how much?
9,300.
9,300.
Yep, so that's your motion, Alder Bennett?
Yes, that is.
Is there a second for that motion? There's a second for that motion. President Furman.
Can we get clarification? I know we wanted to have a buffer on the levy limit. Does that include the buffer, or is that the entirety of everything that's available?
That does not include the $5,000 that I put into the email where I explained that would be set aside as a margin for any sort of corrections that might be necessary.
So we still have the margin.
We still have the margin.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Alder Wahili? No. No other questions for staff? All right, so then we're on to discussion on the amendment to change the amount. Is there a discussion on that? Seeing none. Oh, Alder Bennett?
I'm so sorry. We're now on discussion.
Yep.
Okay. I'll make this brief. No speeches, but this started out as a very small amount. And again, it is a very small amount to contribute to the study. I think the results of the study will be boundless. What can come out of this? This is a topic that is very understudied, not just in the city of Madison, but throughout our entire nation. I find it absolutely stunning that in the entire city of Madison comprehensive plan, student housing does not come up once. Not once. And yet student housing is like a primary source of housing in the downtown area. So when we go into our new planning and developments, we need to have a plan to go about this. And we need to have a policy. And that's something we don't have. And that's something I think the study will be able to produce. And I strongly encourage my fellow alders to reach out to us that are working on this study, because I'm sure there's something in your district that we can include, whether it's surveying certain people, asking for certain questions and whatnot. This is a collaborative effort, and I believe this will be a great positive for our city. And so I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is difficult for me because I definitely understand that we have a serious student housing problem in the city of Madison. I really am eager to see the university do more to house the students that they accept. I unfortunately can't support this this evening because of what the money's being used for. It's being used to do a survey, which I guess is helping with the bigger study. I'm okay with some more long-term thinking and planning to see how we could work better with UW on figuring this stuff out, but I just don't think this is an appropriate use of money. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett for the second time.
Come back.
Alder Evers.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I don't doubt the merits of the study, but I don't understand why the university, with its bounty of resources, can't afford to pay for it itself. And I talked to the previous chancellor and the current chancellor about their incumbent responsibility to address affordable student housing. And I'm just not sure about this model. I mean, I guess I'm somewhat ambivalent about whether to vote for it or not, but I'm curious why is, the Wisconsin idea is the university is the laboratory of the city, and they have the resources to do this on their own. Why are they requiring or looking for the city to chip in on it? Doesn't make sense to me. So I really appreciate Alder Bennett's passion. It's clearly a huge problem, but it's one that the university actually has the resources to take on, and they really don't need our money to do this.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson.
No speeches. So I will just say that university students are an incredibly large contingent of the population of the city of Madison. They vote here, they live here, they pay taxes here, they spend money here, they work here. Many of them stay here. They are vital to the city. We have a responsibility to them. Just because they're students doesn't mean that we don't have to plan for them and consider them. The student housing market, especially the student housing market, influences the entire market in Madison. It is incredibly important to set housing trends for the city. I brought my copy of the Wisconsin Idea with the 1912 printing. Sorry for the prop. This is the version from the state that says the Wisconsin Idea from the state government's perspective is to use the research of the university to inform better policy. And we need to have better policy, better information from the university to study, to make better decisions about how this incredibly important population is living and is searching for housing. We need to be better informed about it as we make our own plans. And I think this is a good opportunity to further our university alliance that we have that was established several years ago. And let's put a little bit of money into it and start growing this program. So that's the modest ask tonight, is to put some resources into this important study and to renew, to really live the Wisconsin Idea from both sides.
Alder Bennett for the second time.
Thank you. I know I said no speeches, but seeing as there was already some doubt and question about how this money will be used, I thought I might as well just go on ahead and clarify some things. First of all, I thank the previous Alder for mentioning the Wisconsin Idea. The Wisconsin Idea is something that is kind of shoved upon us as university students. And it's also something that the Wisconsin State Legislature has abandoned. The Wisconsin State Legislature has cut UW funding by 50% in the last few years. It is also said that they will not fund any new student housing developments in the coming years. You know what that means? All the students that are coming to campus are going to be filling up off-campus housing in the downtown area. We already know we're in a housing crisis and we don't have places to put these people. Just this year, we had students lining up around the block, camping overnight to sign a lease, which is absolutely insanity. We have a wait list of like over 1,000 people to get into on-campus housing. The idea that this is a university problem and not a city problem is something that's kind of mind-boggling to me, knowing how much we contribute to this city. But beyond that, the University Alliance is a resource that is built with, it has a city and university partnership. We even have a member of our city staff sitting on the University Alliance team because of this partnership. This money is contributed to, this study is not just a survey. This study does have a survey portion of it, yes. However, it's also going to be utilizing housing data from within Madison and from the Office of Student Financial Aid and other sources throughout Dane County. So it's truly a collaborative effort that will truly have a lot of data. The more money we have, the better the study will be. And as for the university putting money into this, well, I will say first, we as a city need to take responsibility for this population. As I said, we don't have, in the entire comprehensive plan, student housing doesn't come up once. In the entire comprehensive plan, that should be scary. And 1 in 6 people living in Madison are university students. So I think we should have a plan for 1 in 6 people living in Madison about where they're going to be living. But beyond that, this funding is not the only funding that's coming from it. It's a start to this university-city partnership about how we're going to be doing the funding study. So we already have a commitment from the Chancellor's office to put in at least $10,000 into the study. We have commitments from, we have possible commitments from other departments within the university. And finally, I will say, like, I know it kind of seems like this university is just some big conglomerate that can do whatever it wants. But when the Wisconsin State Department says it's not going to fund any new on-campus housing, that means it's not going to fund any new on-campus housing. That also means that the university has to be very strategic about where it puts its money into, including studies such as these, as worthy as they may be. So that's why I think it's an opportunity for us to help this out, help push this forward. And like I said in my email, I don't think this is something that's just going to impact the city of Madison. This, the research that comes out of this is something that I think will be used throughout the nation, because there isn't any study about how student housing policies. And I have people from other cities coming to me asking me, how are you dealing with your student housing crisis and other college campuses? And it would be really freaking cool if the city of Madison were to be the ones that say, hey, we have a housing solution about how we're dealing with our student housing crisis. Here's how you can do it too. And I think this is where the study will come in. So it's going to be really awesome. So I really hope that you can support this. If the state doesn't want to support the Wisconsin idea, at least we can.
Thank you, Alder Tischler.
Yeah, I'd be remiss if we're going to be funding a study to not point out, I guess, but just to expand our definition, understanding of student, not just traditional students, residential students, but looking at the broad spectrum of students that attend the university, and we don't always have a clear understanding of students, whether or not they're just taking a full degree program or a professional master's degree, doctoral students, not just undergraduate students. We have a number of students who also enroll as special students, and we need to also factor those individuals in as well.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Let me be clear about the vote before you. The vote before you is simply to change the number on the amendment, right? So the vote, an aye vote is to change the number 17,000 to 9,300. A no vote is to leave the number at 17,000. Is that clear? Right, so the vote before you, an aye vote means you would like to change the number from 17,000 to 9,300. A no vote is to leave the number at 17,000. Okay? Alder Carter?
So after this vote, then there'll be another vote on item 16?
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yep. All right, so all those in favor of the amendment of dropping the number down will say aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Madison. Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadze. Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Paulson. Aye. Alder Paulson, aye. Alder Fair. Aye. Alder Fair, aye. Alder Tischler. Aye. Alder Tischler, aye. Alder Verveer. Aye. Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver. Aye. Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Bahelier. I will come back. Alder Bahelier. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett.
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
Abstain.
Okay. Alder Carter abstains. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry. Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole. Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman. Aye. Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney. Abstain. Alder Harrington McKinney abstains. Alder Heck. Aye. Alder Heck, aye. Alder Bahelier.
I think we have lost her.
Okay. All right. Then there's 17 ayes and 2 abstentions.
All right, with 17 ayes, the motion passes. That brings us back to the underlying amendment. So the vote before you now is whether or not you want to adopt the amendment to fund the study. Everybody clear on the vote? So aye vote, you want to fund the study, and no vote, you do not. So all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Madison. Aye. Alder Madison, aye. Alder Miadze. I will come back to Alder Miadze. Alder Paulson. Aye. Alder Paulson, aye. Alder Fair. No. Alder Fair, no. Alder Tischler. Aye. Alder Tischler, aye. Alder Verveer. Aye. Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver. Aye. Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Wahelier is absent. Alder Abbas.
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett.
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry. Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole. Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman. No. Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney. No. Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck. No. Alder Heck, no. Alder Miadze, I'm sorry. Alder Miadze, aye. So that's 13. Nope, that's not right. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 12 ayes and 7 noes.
12 ayes, that item is adopted. And that is the end of our amendments to the operating budget. So that brings us to the vote on the main motion. So on the operating budget as amended by the Finance Committee and by this body, are there questions? Is there discussion? We'll come back to the capital budget. Don't worry. Nobody worry. I'm not going to forget anything. Yeesh, people. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the operating budget? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the operating budget. Now, President Furman, a motion to take the capital budget off the table.
Motion to take the capital budget off the table.
Second? It's moved and seconded to take the capital budget off the table. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, the capital budget is back before us. Alder Paulson.
Oh, never mind.
Move adoption of Amendment 7.
All right, is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt Amendment 7. Are there questions for staff on Amendment 7? Seeing none, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 7. That's all the amendments to the capital budget. So on the capital budget as amended by the Finance Committee and by this body, are there questions? Is there discussion? Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the capital budget? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the capital budget. And I will hope that I have given staff sufficient time to make the calculations required, because our next bit of business is to take up item 3, which is Legistar 74157, which is adopting the 2023 city budget, authorizing a general property tax levy and adopting a supplemental increase in the allowable property tax levy. And I will ask Dave to please explain this item to us.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is the budget resolution. This, in effect, adopts the budget and sets the property tax levy. It also sets the amount of borrowing to reimburse costs from general obligation borrowing, sewer revenue bonds, and water utility revenue bonds. One of the resolve clauses needs to be separated, and that is related to setting aside an ordinance requirement that amounts that were used from general debt reserves to reduce general fund debt service have to equal an amount that is used to pay for capital costs through a direct appropriation from the general fund. The budget does not accomplish that, so there now needs to be a separate vote, so 2/3 vote by the council to allow that ordinance to be set aside for that purpose. And then once that is dispensed with, you will take a vote, which will be a majority vote on the budget resolution and the levy. And we said on the levy. So Mayor, if you want to dispense with that first, and then I can come back and read the levy amount.
Thank you. All right, so President Furman, let's get a motion on item 3 altogether, and then we'll do separation.
Move adoption.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adopt. Now, President Furman, a motion to separate the relevant clause.
Move separation of relevant clauses.
Moved and seconded to separate the relevant clause. All right, so this is a 14-vote item. Does everybody understand what we're voting on? Does anybody need a further explanation? Not seeing any questions.
You can't see my hand, but just a quick summary.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Alder Bennett.
If you could just provide a brief summary, I greatly appreciate it.
Dave?
So in the budget, under debt service, we have an amount that's called general debt reserves. That's primarily funded from the reoffering premium that the city received when it sold its debt back in September. Under city ordinance, the amount of general debt reserves that is used to pay for debt service has to be an equal amount. There has to be an equal amount appropriated to basically pay for capital projects, an appropriation from the general fund equal to that amount. If the budget does not, in effect, have that equal amount, meaning that those funds are, that levy amount that's generated by those various transactions exceeds the amount of direct appropriation for capital projects, then there needs to be a 2/3 vote at budget time, and that is what's before you right now to allow that additional levy authority to be used for purposes other than capital projects.
Right? Alder Figueroa Cole?
Thank you, Mayor. Dave, you said something about water utility earlier?
So the resolution that will be before you, that's not the vote that you're taking right now, but in the budget resolution, we also are required under federal tax law to show in the resolution the maximum amount of borrowing authorized by this budget to reimburse costs. So both from all three sources, meaning general obligation borrowing, water utility revenue debt, and sewer utility revenue debt. And I'll be reading those numbers when we get to that main motion on the resolution.
So, I mean, there's going to be surprises in April, also new fee that we didn't understand tonight? That's what I'm getting at.
No, this isn't related to the fee.
Perfect.
This is
Thank
just related to debt that's authorized in the budget that you will be adopting.
Good, thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so we need to vote on separation first. Is there any objection to separating the clause? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of separation. Now we need to vote on the clause, which is the 14-vote item. Again, questions, discussion? I'm sorry, President Furman, I think we need a motion to adopt.
Move adoption.
Thank you. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. That brings us back to the main motion of item number 3. Dave?
As I said before, this is the budget resolution. I'll just read some of the numbers. The primary number is that the property tax levy will be $273,679,349. That is less than the estimated maximum authorized levy limit of $273,684,358. As I mentioned earlier, the amount of maximum general obligation indebtedness will be $288,477,981. That includes both the new appropriations that are authorized in the capital budget that you just adopted, plus carry forward appropriations that are also authorized in this budget. The maximum amount for water utility expenditures will be $12,755,000, and for sewer utility expenditures will be $11,455,500. Mayor, that summarizes what is in the substitute resolution.
Thank you, Dave. Are there questions? President Furman.
Actually, I have a comment. Should I wait a moment?
Nope, go ahead.
I don't, it's late. Everybody's really, really tired, and we need to finish this meeting within 13 minutes, so I'm hoping this doesn't trigger a lot of other speeches. I just, as president, wanted to just take a moment and thank finance staff for all the hard work. They were down staff members and were able to do an incredible job on our budget this year. So on behalf of the council and the city of Madison, just want to express our appreciation for the work that staff did. So thank you so much.
Thank you, President Furman. Alder Abbas?
Yeah, truly noted. 12 minutes left, so I will take 20 seconds. This is my last budget with the council, and I had a really pleasure working with the finance staff and all the city employees, and I really appreciate all of their hard work, and also pleasure working with my colleagues as well. So thank you, staff, and all the city employees.
Thank you. No other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So on the motion Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 3. Alder Heck, I believe that it's your turn. Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection, Alder Paulson?
I have a copy of Madison, a Model City, the original 1911 printing, as well as a program from the 1911 annual dinner of the Madison Parks and Pleasure Association.
And if you would like to geek out with Alder Paulson on those things, you may. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned.
Thank you.